This video continues with 120. Chapter 120, Devilization, Kuroko no Basket, Simulating to Invincibility. 120, Chapter 120, Devilization. Yuuto had always liked that master and disciple pair, Might Guy and Rock Lee. Rather than Naruto Uzumaki, who claimed to have nothing but had a fourth Hokage dad, was the reincarnation of the Sage of Six Paths son, had the Byakugan princess crushing on him for over a decade, was personally taught by the Sannin Jirya, had the strongest tailed beast as a safety net, and the sixth Hokage as a team leader. Guy and Lee represented the limit of ordinary people in Naruto. No bloodline, no kekkei, not even ninjutsu. But when Might Guy chose to burn himself up, his fire was enough to illuminate the entire world. But just like Might Guy failed to kick Madara Uchiha to death, Yuuto also failed to defeat Aomine. The third quarter ended. Score on the court, 80-87. Having painstakingly erased the deficit, they were once again pulled 7 points apart by Teiko. Back on the bench, Yuuto sat heavily on the chair, covering his head with a towel, not wanting anyone to see his face. 2 years of effort, dozens of simulations, adding up to a full 30+ years, only to exchange it for such a result. It was depressing. He defeated the Emperor Eye, twisted the future. Yet he was going to lose to that damn talent. This was hard for him to accept. He now realized that there's always next time was simply the biggest excuse in the world. Lose this time, next time. Lose next time, there's another next time. Exactly how many next times did he have to go through for it to end? Yuuto was furious to the extreme. The calm brought by the dual personality shooter couldn't even suppress the mania of his wildness and red-eye mode. Seeing him like this, his teammates didn't dare to speak aloud. But in fact, Yuuto had never blamed them. He remembered a post-game interview with Kobe vividly. At that time, he had just lost a game. The Los Angeles media stormed into the locker room to find Kobe, trying to help him find a reason for the loss. They asked Kobe if the back-to-back schedule affected his condition, if continuous play decreased his stamina. They arranged numerous reasons for Kobe. The reporters tried to find a suitable excuse for the master of Los Angeles. But there were none. Kobe told them his stamina was fine. The reason for losing was simply I couldn't make the shots. It was that simple. Yes, losing has no excuses. Losing is losing. There is no if I had made those shots, the outcome would be different. Just like Yuuto right now. There is no if I could enter the zone, I could defeat Aomine. The basketball court never had that many excuses. But I FC King, I really FC King want the taste of victory. At this moment, even the dual personality shooter couldn't contain his impulse. He sat on the bench without saying a word. But the younger sister noticed that his fist was clenched tighter than ever before. After so long, how could she not know what kind of person Yuuto was? He viewed victory as more important than anything, and she understood the hardships he endured for victory. Yuuto left almost all his spare time for basketball. She hated the cheers of those Tokyo people, hated the numbers on the scoreboard, and hated God for making this person, who deserved to win the most, experience failure time and time again. She wanted to do something for Yuuto, but was powerless. She could only get as close to him as possible, telling him that she was always by his side. That was what she thought and what she prepared to do. However, just as she prepared to approach, she suddenly saw white steam beginning to pour from Yuuto's body. Why? It's over. Idiot Yuuto is so angry he's caught fire. Others noticed this change too, standing up one after another, staring at Yuuto dumbfounded. Captain Yuuto. Heizaki and the others were all stupefied. The current Yuuto, his body was like a furnace. His skin hadn't turned crimson, but white, steam-like gas was rising from him. Yuuto, what's wrong with you? The old coach had never encountered such a thing. He planned to take Yuuto to the hospital for a checkup. Whether they played the game or not didn't matter anymore. But Yuuto remained silent, sitting there motionless. The break between quarters was short, only a few dozen seconds. When the whistle sounded again, Yuuto finally woke as if from a dream. he pulled the towel off his head. In that instant, Sora and the others all widened their eyes. Yuuto's originally ink-black short hair had, at some point, turned snow-white. His tilde. From his feet to his shoulders, that white steam grew even more vigorous. Yuuto stood up and walked toward the court. Seeing this, the others automatically cleared a path. The current Yuuto gave off the feeling of a demon from the abyss. Without Yuuto noticing, his red eye mode had secretly evolved into Devilization. Meanwhile, Teiko on the other side was also ready. Akashi led his teammates onto the court. Amine unexpectedly entering the zone exceeded their expectations. But for Teiko, this was a good thing. Akashi had already formulated the tactical policy. In the fourth quarter, they would use the entire team's strength to support Amine, establishing a defensive and offensive strategy with him as the core. But as soon as they stepped onto the court, he suddenly felt the temperature on the court rise abruptly. Turning to look, a demon with short snow-white hair, emitting shudder-inducing white steam from his body, appeared before them. Little Yuuto. What happened to him? Akashi. It means it won't be that simple, right? Science could no longer explain such a change, but they had experienced many such things today. Let's watch and react. Akashi told his teammates to get into position and focus on defense. Homi Academy's ball. Although I don't know what happened, since it's come to this, it means just give the ball to you, right? Yuuto. Heizaki stared at Yuuto. The current Yuuto had a smile on his face. The sudden white hair, the sudden rising steam, and being able to laugh in this situation. It all made Yuuto look like an enigma, giving off an incredibly eerie feeling. Snap! The ball reached Yuuto's hands. He caught it one-handed without turning his head. Is it a bluff, or does he possess the ability to turn the tide again? The Emperor Eye will tell me the answer. Akashi signaled Amine to step back. He wanted to personally test what was different about Yuuto in this state. Come. Whoosh. Before Akashi could even finish his word, his pupils contracted violently. In a flash of lightning and thunder, Yuuto was already by his side with the ball. So fast. He was astounded, although he knew in his heart that such a change in Yuuto wouldn't be the same as before and might come with some improvement. But this improvement was far too shocking. His Emperor Eye observed that the blood flow under Yuuto's skin was rushing through his body at a speed far exceeding that of a normal person. Such a change, in the medical field, would be enough to trigger multiple conditions, such as high blood pressure, increased heart burden, difficulty breathing, chest tightness, dizziness, etc. However, Yuuto's heart also seemed far superior to normal humans, his body like a monster. Even with blood flowing at such speed, it didn't burden his body. Instead, it was like he had taken a stimulant, gaining a massive boost. It's not over yet. Akashi's eyes snapped open, the Emperor Eye's domain fully shrouding Yuuto. I see your future. He turned to chase, simultaneously reaching out to steal the ball. However, with a smack, Yuuto's 5 fingers struck simultaneously. The basketball, imbued with immense kinetic energy, hit the floor and rebounded like a cannonball, smashing toward Akashi's face. What? This wasn't a fake. This wasn't Amine's street ball style of teasing others. His Emperor Eye told him that if he didn't dodge, the bridge of his nose would really be broken by the ball. It was too late for Akashi to intercept. He could only turn his head to dodge. Then, Yuuto spun around his other side, like a whirlwind, and regained control of the basketball. Covered in white steam, he seemed shrouded in a layer of white mist, hazy and incomparably mysterious. Be careful inside. Get 20+ chapters ahead on Patreon Rose Whiskey. 121, Chapter 121, It Missed. A little small genius. Yuuto circled from one side of Akashi to the other. That terrifying explosive power made his spin look instantaneous. By the time Akashi recovered, Yuuto had already accelerated into the Teiko paint. He took 2 large strides, gathered the ball, and leaped, holding the ball high to burn the heavens for a one-handed tomahawk dunk. Smack! Amine darted out from the flank, jumping straight up and slapping his palm heavily on the front of the basketball. The two wrestled in midair. But Ayamine quickly felt a brutal force through his arm, threatening to destroy everything. Yuuto exerted force with his arm, pressing down hard. He was going to smash the ball into the hoop, taking Ayamine's arm with it. Bang! The ball went in. The rim let out a groan of agony. "You bastard!" Ayamine's gaze was sharp as a sword, looking straight at Yuuto. The guy in front of him felt very different. Although he could sense Yuuto's ferocious wildness before, he had always kept it suppressed, maintaining rationality. Now it was different. He had released all the violent factors hidden within his body. If Ayamine hadn't withdrawn his hand in time just now, he really would have been smashed onto the rim by Yuuto. His tilde. Yuuto released his grip on the rim and landed. A burst of steam rose rapidly, as if draping Yuuto in a layer of white gauze. He straightened his knees, his entire person hidden in the steam, a red light flashing through his eyes. "Did you piss your pants in fear? Too bad your mommy isn't here. You'll have to wait until you get back to Tokyo to change. I hope you have spare underwear today." Hearing this, Ayamine's brows knotted together. But for some reason, a sense of familiarity arose spontaneously. Last year when he faced Yuuto, this guy was just like this. His mouth seemed smeared with honey, spewing all kinds of fragrance without a single dirty word. He didn't respond. Trash talk wasn't his forte. "Akashi, can you tell what changed about him?" "Yes." Akashi warned his teammates to be careful. "I'm not sure exactly how he does it, but the speed of blood flow in Yuuto's body right now is several times higher than that of a normal person." Blood flow accelerated. Kais didn't understand medical knowledge. He asked what will happen. Normally, if a human's blood flow reached this level, it would cause many symptoms, such as dizziness and chest tightness. Then little Yuuto. His body is likely different from ordinary people. The accelerated blood flow hasn't caused him any physical burden. So ask Shintaro Midorima. Without negative effects, what's left are positive effects. Yuuto's current state is comparable to being on stimulants. Akashi explained the changes he saw in Yuuto. Accelerated blood flow had a direct relationship with athletic performance improvement. Transport of oxygen and nutrients. When human blood flow accelerates, it can significantly improve the oxygen-carrying capacity of red blood cells. Hemoglobin is responsible for transporting oxygen, and its content and red blood cell count will directly affect aerobic metabolic efficiency. And players. During exercise, especially during games, the amount of oxygen required increases. Therefore, whenever players are in a game, the blood flow speed in their bodies is faster than usual. But Yuuto. The speed of blood flow in his body right now was several times higher than theirs, on top of that baseline. Such a change provided immense energy for his muscles and other tissues. In other words, that steam on him isn't a visual trick. It's normal sweat evaporation and heat dissipation during exercise to maintain body temperature stability. But Midorima understood, it means his blood flow is faster, metabolism is faster, and sweat evaporation and heat dissipation far exceed normal people. Correct, you can view the current Yuuto as a Superman. His physical functions have received a massive boost. Akashi slowly exhaled. There was no zone, but a rarer phenomenon had appeared on Yuuto. And currently, the boost brought by this change was no less than the immense boost from the zone. Yuuto used this alternative method to open the body's potential treasury, activating all of that 20% physical function. The side effect was that absolute brutality, unlike the absolute rationality endowed by the zone. There were flaws, but Yuuto. He didn't care about that right now, he only wanted to win. Transition from offense to defense. Akashi continued according to the tactical deployment, using Ayamine as the offensive core. Facing Heizaki's harassment, he calmly found space to send the ball out. His pass was perfect. Speed, force, angle, all impeccable. Shintaro Midorima could shoot immediately upon receiving the ball. But his tilde. Yuuto, who was originally standing near the free throw line, moved the instant Akashi released the ball. His explosive power was jaw-dropping. The white steam was left behind where he stood as Yuuto burst out from the white mist. With a snap, he swatted Akashi's pass away with one palm. How is that possible? The Teiko bench cried out in surprise. This was Akashi's pass, the ideal form of a playmaker and point guard. His pass was intercepted so easily. Originally, it shouldn't have been intercepted, but in this state, he has achieved the ability to realize the steal. Akashi's expression changed slightly. He had been too confident. In the latter half of the third quarter, Yuuto had failed to intercept his passes. Now it seemed. It wasn't that Yuuto couldn't see through his passing lanes. His correction ability had found the weakness. It was just that after finding the weakness, he lacked the physical athletic ability to exploit it. But now he had it. Get back on defense, Akashi shouted. But by this time, Yuuto had already crossed half-court after the steal. ZZZT. An arc of blue lightning tore through the sky, chasing from behind toward the figure surrounded by steam. The audience in the stands only saw the initial contact between the two, followed by Yuuto's movement churning up massive amounts of steam, severely interfering with visibility. At this moment, they could only see a blue lightning bolt constantly sliding within the white mist. Perverts, they watched with scalps tingling. The visual impact these two middle school students brought them was truly astonishing. Then, the white-haired Yuuto broke through the steam, charging straight for the basket. Ayamine followed closely, chasing madly behind him. Step. Yuuto crossed the three-point line, jumped high from the free throw line. Ayamine, unwilling to fall behind, jumped as well. Careful, Ayamine, Akashi shouted a warning from behind. Observing from the rear, he saw Yuuto's intended move. This meteor jam was aimed at the person. Get lost. Yuuto gathered all his strength in his right arm. After reaching the apex, he smashed down fiercely. In that instant, the basketball blasted forward, as if containing the destructive power of a missile. Bastard! Ayamine's instincts were amazing. He dodged immediately, but the basketball still grazed his cheek slightly. The basketball plunged into the net like a meteor. However, a look of pity appeared on Yuuto's face. Tusk missed. It didn't miss, didn't the scoreboard number jump. This attitude moved everyone present. In this state, Yuuto's aggression was inconceivably huge. He is simply the embodiment of destruction. Get 20+ chapters ahead on Patreon Rose Whiskey. 122, Chapter 122, Everything Can Be Corrected. Like a demon walking out of hell. Every step Yuuto took forward left a patch of white steam in his wake. His short snow-white hair symbolized loneliness, like the earth covered by heavy snow in winter. That posture, that power, commanded involuntary awe. The game continued. Being attacked like that, even Ayamine, who was endowed with absolute focus and calm by the zone, couldn't help but feel a surge of anger in his heart. He snatched the ball directly from the backcourt and killed his way forward, aiming straight for Yuuto. Daiki Ayamine was never a good kid who wouldn't hit back. Seeing this, Yuuto actively went to meet him, engaging in a super high-speed dogfight with Ayamine at the three-point line. At this moment, the entire half-court seemed to become their battlefield. The two moved too fast. Their interactions even produced afterimages and high heat effects. The high school teams watching this game looked as if they had seen a ghost. This wasn't the middle school basketball game they knew. In fact, this wasn't the basketball game they knew at all. What a scary atmosphere. Katero Hayama, who had already gone to Rakuzen, could feel that tension even across the screen. Hayama, you've played against Yuuto. Do you know about the changes in him? Ryo Mabuchi asked curiously. The current Yuuto was practically a different person from before. How should I know? Katero Hayama scratched his head, thought for a moment, and added, but that guy's wildness is brutal. It's the kind of suffocating feeling you can sense just by standing on the court. At first, I thought I was going to be killed by him. Who knew that during the game, he was surprisingly able to maintain absolute calm. In other words, he had been suppressing himself before. Only when the game's momentum shifted to Teiko did he completely release his wildness. Mom realized this layer as well. She stood on the sidelines, staring intently at Yuuto. This boy with a poisoned tongue and a fanatical obsession with victory had actually been suppressing his innate ability all along, only releasing it completely now. She didn't know if this was a good thing or a bad thing. She just couldn't ask Yuuto to give up victory. No one had the right to ask that of him. 10 seconds of the shot clock had passed. The dogfight between Yuuto and Aomine was still ongoing. Like dancers dancing on blade tips, shrouded in a cloud of white mist, only the blue light and the occasionally flashing crimson pupils proved the intensity of the battle. Can't intervene at all, Kais swallowed his saliva. The actions of those two have surpassed the reaction speed of my brain. This was a characteristic of players with the wildness talent. They would think a little while playing, but they trusted their instincts and intuition more than ordinary players. This made their actions appear faster than normal people. Even more so when they fully activated their body's potential. Their actions exceeded the speed of others' thoughts. Just then, the two burst out from the white mist. Aomine manipulated the basketball to crash directly toward Yuuto's face. Yuuto tilted his head to dodge. Aomine seized the opportunity to explode at full speed, rushing behind Yuuto in one breath, catching the ball, gathering it, and jumping. He was about to complete a powerful dunk. However, a second before the basketball was about to be smashed into the hoop, Yuuto's figure soared rapidly from below. First his arm, then his white hair, and finally that face Aomine hated incomparably. Smack! Yuuto's 5 fingers hit the front of the ball. The two wrestled in midair once again. The result was predictable. Yuuto, who had pumped iron all summer, compared to Aomine who had wasted over a year, was superior in strength. He exerted force suddenly, smashing the ball down. The basketball smashed toward Aomine's face, that face that made one want to vomit upon seeing it. Aomine dodged again. If he got hit and then fell to the floor, it wouldn't be a joke. ZZZT. He flipped and landed, twisting his ankle to rush toward the ball's landing spot. Yuuto did the same, rushing out of the steam straight for the basketball. Truly a monster through and through. Shoichi Miyoshi of Tao smiled without humor. He dared not imagine what would happen if he faced Yuuto. Probably would be carried off the court on a stretcher within 2 rounds, right? Captain, I feel that if Yuuto faced you, he wouldn't need to go through so much trouble. Has anyone ever told you that you speak very harshly? Miyoshi looked at his teammate, Kasuke Wakamatsu, beside him. The latter felt inexplicable chills from the stare and obediently shut up. Snap! On the court, Aomine, being faster, picked up the ball a step earlier. Following the momentum, he turned around and hit an extreme fadeaway jumper. Good shot. Beautiful. As expected of Aomine, Teiko's ace. As long as he wants to score, no one can stop him. Yuuto's pressure was too great. Especially since the start of the 4th quarter, the people of Tokyo felt like they were facing a demon from hell. Fortunately, Aomine could still score. Teiko still held the advantage. But can this advantage really be maintained until the end? Akashi's heart was heavy. Compared to the ability to break the 80% limit, Yuuto's talent to correct his own weaknesses at any moment was equally threatening. While he was thinking, Yuuto, having stayed in place for a moment, stepped out of the steam. Weakness. Correction. Whether it was an illusion or not, Akashi felt the ferocity on Yuuto's face had diminished a bit. Subsequently, Yuuto received a pass from Kuroko and hit a mid-range jumper. His actions began to become concise again, lacking those excessively aggressive movements. Then Aomine received the ball and pushed from the backcourt. He was blocked by Yuuto at the free throw line for a full 10 seconds. Forced, Aomine attempted a fadeaway jumper again. But this time, Yuuto took a step forward before jumping, raising his right arm high to intercept the ball. Furthermore, he didn't smash the ball toward Aomine's face again, but used force to swat the ball toward the front court. Seeing this scene, Akashi's pupils contracted violently again. As long as it is deemed a weakness, even emotions can be corrected in time. This was too shocking. Such a talent truly seemed to have no limit. If this continued, Yuuto would sooner or later become that nearly perfect player again, and a perfect player who had activated all his potential. Get 20+ chapters ahead on Patreon Rose Whiskey. 123. Chapter 123. A Day Worthy of Remembrance. If he could truly correct even his emotions, this talent was too astounding. Smack! Ayamine's shot was swatted away by Yuuto toward the center circle. He landed quickly, bent his legs, and the steam emitted from his body even faster. Then, whoosh tilde. He took a step out, traveling rapidly through the white mist. Rationality reoccupied the high ground of his brain. At this moment, his mind regained clarity. In a sense, he had evolved twice in succession, transitioning directly from Devilization to Angelization. This was due to the weakness correction, and even more so due to Yuuto's strong personal will. He was a guy obsessed with victory. Things meaningless to victory he didn't need to possess. Even though Ayamine was strong, Yuuto despised him considerably, believing his street ball style was just juggling, flashy but impractical. Of course, perhaps it could also be understood that his strong personal will cause the weakness correction talent to view the aggression of Devilization as a weakness and correct it. But regardless, his mind was clear now, his condition taken to another level. Snap! The moment Ayamine chased to his side, Yuuto accelerated again. In the next second, within the erupting steam, a burst of brilliant golden light blossomed. A moment later, Yuuto, like the sun, burst out from the haze. Thunder dribble. He murmured softly, 5 fingers exerting force simultaneously, tearing open Ayamine's defense in one breath. Ayamine was past. So easily. Mami Satsuki, the Teiko coach, Akashi, and everyone else from Teiko paled. Correcting even emotions, discarding everything that shouldn't exist for the sake of victory. A truly perfect player. Akashi felt a sense of defeat for the first time in his life. He, who stood at the apex in any category, had the thought of being inferior to others for the first time. Even with his Emperor Eye. It's not over yet. Ayamine moved his legs, turning into a beam of blue light to chase again. But, boom, bang. Yuuto gathered the ball and jumped, raising his right arm high and smashing it down. He smashed the ball into the hoop, while Ayamine was knocked flying out of bounds by the impact. The ball is in. Yuuto. Violent tomahawk dunk, scoring again. Teiko's ace is still no match for him. The strongest player is in Okyu. He is the strongest middle school student in the nation. Smiles don't disappear, they just transfer. The Tokyo people smiled happily in the latter half of the third quarter. Now their expressions were just as bitter. After Ayamine brought out a higher level of play, Yuuto exploded with an even stronger suppressive force. Ayamine was unwilling to give up. He demanded the ball from his teammates, gathering all his strength to charge at Yuuto. At this moment, he was in the deepest part of the zone domain, his physical potential truly unleashed to 100%. He could no longer improve, his state had reached its peak. Still that chaotic to the extreme street ball style. People even suspected that perhaps even Ayamine himself didn't know what his next move would be. He scored a double clutch layup in midair that made people slap the table in applause. But Yu-chan is the strongest. He will keep evolving until he defeats the generation of miracles. Sora had stood up long ago, shouting passionately from the sidelines. Since the start of this game, her gaze had never left Yuuto. She knew this idiot, whose brain was 80% occupied by basketball, too well. Last year. Sora remembered today last year vividly. That afternoon, the losing Yuuto locked himself in the locker room alone. She didn't see Yuuto punching the locker room cabinets out of unwillingness with her own eyes. But that heart-wrenching pain, she could feel it even through a wall. Those sounds broke her heart, penetrating deep into her marrow. Fortunately, Yuuto was strong. After a brief rest following that day, he returned to the court with his ball. Day after day, rain or shine, he trained in various ways. These scenes had been recorded by her eyes over the past year. Yuuto reaching this step today was not an accident, nor was it luck. Everything was the inevitable return after immense payment. She, Kasugano Sora, was the witness to Yuuto's journey. Weakness. Correction. Defense destroyed, talent activated again. Yuuto received the ball directly from the backcourt, sprinting toward the other half. He radiated dazzling golden light all over, the phenomenon of evaporation caused by rapid blood flow becoming even more intense. He looked as if his entire person was burning. Beat him for me, Yuuto. Sora's voice went from small to large. Finally. She stood on the sidelines and shouted at the top of her lungs. I'll do it without you telling me, dummy. Yuuto shook his body violently. Sweat flung from his snow-white hair in large patches due to the movement. Dozens of simulation failures. He had accumulated enough courage from them. He firmly believed that what followed would be a great moment. South stands. Behind the Teiko basket, tens of thousands of fans were roaring, holding high the banner of certain victory. You guys are also expecting me to win, right? The blood flow in Yuuto's body became even faster. Even though he hadn't rested since the game started, his current state was incomparably excited. You're done for Aamind. Jesus can't save you, I said so. Yuuto let out a roar. That heat, like a scorching sun, strode to kill his way to Aamind's right side. The latter immediately twisted his body, only to see Yuuto's figure dissipate like foam. Double step back to the three-point line. Unstoppable shot, supreme version. Swish. Three-pointer made. Yuuto raised his right arm high and roared with force. Roar. The fanatical fans behind the hoop followed suit, raising their arms and roaring along with him. They had a premonition that this day would be a day worthy of being remembered in the sports history of Okyukazome and Tochigi Prefecture. A 15-year-old kid with the precious qualities of Tochigi was creating a victory that belonged to Okyukazome and Tochigi, one that excited people endlessly. He would make this region, which had always been looked down upon, proud. Decades of the national tournament. Tochigi Prefecture had never touched the championship. Half a century of waiting, spanning generations who could no longer remember clearly. They now just wanted to watch every scene that followed with utter seriousness. Yuuto hit the three-pointer. The ball pierced the net like a cloud-piercing arrow, and also pierced Teiko's heart. This three-pointer helped Homi Academy overtake the score once again. Teiko's turn to attack. Aamind, however, couldn't step inside the three-point line under Yuuto's death clasp. Too many one-on-one duels had allowed Yuuto to correct his technique and body to the state best suited to crush Aamind. Snap! Yuuto extended his right arm, hitting the basketball in Aamind's hand like a spear. The smile on the charcoal head's face had long vanished. His currently calm and composed face even showed a moment of dullness. I'm going to Kanagawa. At this moment, many high school basketball coaches couldn't hold back. They hoped to get Homi Academy's number 10. This strongest player in the nation. The basketball world didn't lack players with abnormal physical talents. The powerhouses of high school basketball today selected players from thousands. But there weren't many who had the determination and courage to take over the game at critical moments. This game, starting from the third quarter, Yuuto had been fighting the entire generation of miracles alone. This didn't just represent his desire to win. It also represented that he was ready to bear the responsibility of losing. Yuuto was only 15 this year, but he had already demonstrated the temperament required of a leader. This guy was destined for greatness. Get 20-plus chapters ahead on Patreon Rose Whiskey. 124, Chapter 124, Moment of Victory. This guy is destined for greatness. This was the high praise many coaches gave Yuuto. Yuuto forced Teiko to call a timeout with a three-pointer. He could always find a way to score, using his endless evolution to destroy Teiko's carefully arranged defense. Teiko paused the game. The coach issued the latest instructions: Akashi, pay attention to help defense. Trust what your eyes see, help boldly. Strong as Teiko was, they had reached the point where they needed to double team. Yuuto proved he was not a player capable of being guarded by a single person, even if the defender was a generation of miracle. Akashi nodded heavily. In such a duel, even the generation of miracles found it hard to intervene. Whether it was the zone or Yuuto's ability to accelerate blood flow, both brought massive stat boosts to the two players. Akashi had also glimpsed the door to the zone by chance, but he hadn't found the way in yet. He believed he would find a way in the future. But now, he could only rely on the Emperor Eye to stop the Lion of Okukazome as much as possible. Back from timeout, Akashi received the ball at the top of the arc. Kai's came over for an off-ball screen, creating an absolutely safe passing opportunity for the former. He did it. The basketball passed through layers of defense into Ayamine's hands. Although Yuuto recovered in time, he was still half a step slow. His arm could only seal Ayamine's face. Beautiful. Teiko's head coach pumped his fist passionately. But with a clang, Ayamine's jumper hit the rim. What? They were like ducks being choked. Ayamine was surprised. His gaze quickly swept across the paint. Kuroko was nearby. Tetsu. Misdirection. At the moment Ayamine shot, Kuroko diverted Ayamine's attention. This tiny distraction caused a deviation in Ayamine's shot. Ayamine in the zone got distracted. Mom bit her lip. In her understanding, Ayamine, who was 100% focused on the game, shouldn't be distracted. Could it be the drawback of the zone? Drawback? Yukio Kasamatsu turned to look at his coach again. Even though he wasn't a very powerful player in his pro career, Genta Takeuchi seemed to know everything now. Correct, it's the drawback of the zone. Although this state brings immense improvement to players, opening the human body's treasury. But this increase in power is accompanied by immense consumption. Correct. The zone is a super domain with almost no flaws. It can stimulate player potential, allow players to focus only on the game, and let players reach their ideal state. But the price is drastically consumed stamina. From the third quarter until now, Ayamine had maintained the zone for over 10 minutes. He had only resumed training for half a month. Simply put, his stamina hadn't recovered to its peak. You have to know. A year ago, Yuuto took a full year to restore his body to optimal condition. Also, the defensive pressure Yuuto put on him was too great. This time, Kasamatsu didn't question. Facing a monster that could evolve endlessly, the pressure was indeed sky-high. Then what about Yuuto? Does his current state also exacerbate consumption? Probably. Takeuchi felt that the reason players could only utilize 80% of their potential was largely out of self-protection for the body. Naturally, Yuuto's state would exacerbate stamina depletion. Defeating the generation of miracles, we are serious, Kuroko Tetsuya said earnestly. He was almost scared into skipping a beat by Yuuto's state just now, thinking Yuuto would become just like the generation of miracles. Fortunately, he was ultimately different from the generation of miracles. The basketball bounced off the rim. Atsushi Murasakibara reacted quickly, jumping immediately to grab the ball and smash it down. But Yuuto. His arm climbed rapidly from below. He completed a second jump at extreme speed and swatted Murasakibara's two-handed dunk away. Boom! Murasakibara's hands pressed on the rim, the hoop emitting a violent tremor. But no basketball went in. Rebound! Rebound! Players from both sides shouted simultaneously, chasing the ball desperately. But Yuuto's block was too powerful. Seeing the ball about to fly out of bounds, Heizaki dove toward the Teiko bench. He roared viciously at those familiar faces, "Get the hell out of the way." Thud! He crashed headfirst into the Teiko bench. Before knocking over his old teammates, he scooped the ball back in. This made his parents feel as if they had been struck by lightning. That troublesome child of theirs would one day disregard everything for something. This made them feel incredulous and happy. Heizaki pushed away the Teiko bench players and hurriedly looked up at the court. At that position, Yuuto and Aomine turned into two beams of light keeping pace with each other, rushing for the ball. Yuuto won. Stronger confrontation helped him squeeze past Aomine to pocket the ball, and bursts of golden light erupted from his body the moment he landed. Snap! He slapped the ball to Aomine's right, spinning his body like a hurricane, bypassing his side easily. Man passed, ball passed. Aomine immediately chased, but his body lit up a red light at this moment. He could clearly feel his condition dropping bit by bit. Aomine knew. This was his stamina failing. He would soon be unable to maintain the zone. But he still gritted his teeth firmly. Blue lightning exploded at the corner of his eyes like the final brilliance of fireworks. But Yuuto. He took off from the free throw line, fully extending his posture in the air, and smashed the ball into the hoop over Aomine with all his might. Yuuto consecutive scores. Since taking over the game in the third quarter, Yuuto has scored the team's highest points. There are no miracles anymore. No one can stop him now. The commentator from Tochigi was incredibly unbridled. He even used the pun, "no miracles anymore," to mock the Tokyo people. Even though the Tokyo people wouldn't be watching the Tochigi channel at all. The score gap gradually widened. This time, it wasn't Teiko pulling away, but Homi Academy building a sufficient advantage bit by bit. Teiko's head coach had a painful expression. Yuuto was just one step away from the perfect ending, when he successively defeated the leader and ace of the generation of miracles. From that moment on, the transition between the new and old kings was already complete. Last 13 seconds of the game. At this time, Homi Academy's lead had reached 8 points. Homi Academy's possession. Before the shot clock ran out, Yuuto accelerated with the ball into the Teiko paint. Aomine, who had already exited the zone domain, gritted his teeth and jumped to block Yuuto. Even at this moment, he yearned to defeat Yuuto. But what the new king gave him was only a brutal poster dunk. There were no voices from Tokyo people left in the Yokohama Cultural Gymnasium. Only a group of people from the countryside of Tochigi reveling. It was also at this moment. Yuuto's white hair faded, returning to jet black. In an instant, exhaustion surged toward him like a tide. Devilization was like a stimulant. Now that the effect wore off, he felt unprecedented fatigue. He felt he didn't even have the strength to take a step. But he felt the moment of victory shouldn't be so wretched. He should puff out his chest. So he slowly, using all his strength, raised his arms high, declaring his victory, his success to the people. Get 20+ chapters ahead on Patreon Rose Whiskey. 125. Chapter 125. Next time I'll definitely crush you. What does one do in the moment of victory? Yuuto straightened his back, using all his remaining strength to raise his right arm high, announcing his victory. Homi Academy's bench. Not a single person was sitting, they all stood up. Teiko's final attack used a three-pointer to bring the point difference back to single digits. But they still trailed by 7 points. Without resorting to foul tactics, Akashi and the others chose to maintain their dignity. The generation of miracles could afford to win, and they could afford to lose. Yuuto let the remaining few seconds run out. At the moment the whistle blew, he threw the basketball in his hand forcefully toward the south stands. At the same time, the impatient Homi Academy bench players rushed onto the court instantly. Howling and shouting, they surged toward Yuuto's position, surrounding him, lifting him up, and tossing him into the air again and again. The game was over. 105-98. Homi Academy defeated the Super Teiko by a 7-point advantage, advancing to the top 8. The gears of fate turned. Last year, Homi Academy fell at this very spot, but this year, they completed a magnificent revenge. Yuuto. From the first quarter until now, he played the full game. He scored a team-high 39 points, along with 6 rebounds and 9 assists. It is worth mentioning that he didn't score a single point in the first half. This was the score he accumulated entirely in the second half. Besides that, His stats on the defensive end were shocking. 10 blocks, 12 steals. He interpreted two-way player to the extreme. But now, the Lion of Okukazome felt nothing but exhaustion. In the Devilization state, he had forgotten everything. Now that the effect of this stimulant wore off, he felt as if he was about to collapse. But everything was worth it. He stood in place, closed his eyes, and fully enjoyed this moment. The first victory in his life. The taste was even sweeter than he had imagined. It was like drinking a glass of aged wine. He was about to get drunk. The entire arena was shouting his name, singing praises of his victory. He felt as if he was standing at the very center of the world. In contrast, it was Akashi's first defeat in life. It turned out to be this intense. He clutched his chest, experiencing the heartache that comes after failure. From birth until now, let alone losing, he had never even been second best. Although he had anticipated this result during the game. The moment the whistle blew, Akashi still wanted to cry. If only we could play it again. He had an impulse to vent. But he couldn't do that. Because he was the sole heir to the Akashi conglomerate, the captain of the Teiko basketball club, and the leader of the generation of miracles. Anyone could vent impulsively, except him. Akashi organized his thoughts and walked up to Yuuto with Teiko's grace. Congratulations. No, congratulations to you all. You won the victory. He extended his hand, half-jokingly saying, "You shouldn't reject me this time, right? Now we're even." Yuuto reached out and shook hands with Akashi. Applause like a tidal wave rang out at the scene for the wonderful performance brought by the two teams. There was no award ceremony. Because they hadn't completely won the national tournament yet. There were still matches ahead. They needed to pack up their things quickly and leave the court for other participating teams. Yuuto returned to the bench and showed the wristband on his elbow to Sora. The two cartoon avatars were soaked with sweat, looking like they were weeping tears of joy. He said, "Infinite possibilities." "Yeah." Sora hummed in agreement, unable to hold back any longer, and plunged headfirst into his embrace. She was very light, but Yuuto still winced from the impact. He FC King needed a rest right now. Turning his head, he saw Heizaki acting cool over there alone, with a bandage wrapped around his head. He had turned into Dennis Rodman, diving to save the ball, and even broke his head doing so. Yuuto pushed him lightly, pointing in the direction of Heizaki's parents. "Go over there, they are waiting for you." "Who would do that kind of thing? Don't lump me in with others." Heizaki huffed and walked into the player tunnel first. Only when he completely disappeared from his teammates' sight did he hesitantly take out his phone. On the way back, he didn't walk with the Teiko group. Amine watched his back, wiped off his sweat, and was the first to disappear into the tunnel. "Next time I'll definitely crush you, Yuuto." After the top 8 came the quarterfinals, 8-4. This match was scheduled for the day after tomorrow. This time was enough for Yuuto to recover most of his condition. In this match, he fought too fiercely with Teiko. One day wasn't enough for him to recover to his peak. Sitting on the bus, driving out of the parking lot, the crazy people from Tochigi appeared before them again. They stood on both sides of the road, shouting loudly. Without simulation running, Yuuto didn't want to pay attention to these things now. He just wanted to enjoy this moment. He opened the window and waved to the fans. Seeing this, his teammates followed suit and pushed open the windows. In an instant, the Yokohama Cultural Gymnasium was once again surrounded by the voices of the people of Tochigi. The next day, after waking up, Yuuto did nothing, planning to recover his physical fitness at home. Muscle fatigue doesn't recover just by sleeping. It takes time to regulate. At this time, the coach's decision to let him rest on the bench for most of the national tournament played a role. It kept his muscles from being overly exhausted. Does this count as angelization? Yuuto was doing dribbling drills in the yard. Only now did he recover from the intoxication of victory. He recalled yesterday's game, yesterday's self. Strictly speaking, being able to maintain rationality in the devilization state was equivalent to completing the transformation to angelization. but the talent display showed Devilization instead of Angelization. Maybe it has to do with the weakness correction talent disappearing again. Yuuto looked at his red talent weakness correction, which had returned to an inactive state. True. He activated this talent, relying on the temporarily boosted 5-dimensional stats from red eye mode to meet the requirements. With the talent disappearing, the corrections and evolutions he completed in yesterday's game also vanished. Yuuto didn't feel it was a pity. Winning the game was more important than anything. One day, he would be strong enough to completely unlock this talent. Incidentally, he had completed a simulation earlier. He obtained Data Eyes, a blue talent. Yuuto couldn't hold back at the time. Not just players, the system even gave him Momoi Satsuki's talent. He used this talent for the first time on Sora. He obtained Sora's accurate body data. As expected, still a bit small. Sora immediately stepped on his face with her foot, cursing him as a pervert. As for the simulation result, Homi Academy won until the end. After defeating Teiko, they didn't encounter any turbulence. They swept all the way to the top of the nation. Breakfast time, pervert Yuuto. At this time, Sora opened the door and called him to eat. The original idiot Yuuto successfully upgraded to pervert Yuuto. The girl obviously held a grudge about Yuuto, saying she was small. I'll give you a massage tonight, Sora. Go die. Get 20+ chapters ahead on Patreon Rose Whiskey. 126, Chapter 126, Post-Match. After a long 40 minutes, the result of the match between Homi Academy and Teiko Middle School, hailed as the second impact, is out. In the end, the Lion King of Okyukazome led his pride to win it all. I still can't believe they really did it. Defeated the generation of miracles, defeated Teiko. Tokyo Youth Sports News. This was the headline of today's Tokyo Youth Sports News. Their description of the game wasn't extensive. They focused more on expressing their disbelief, using fan interviews to corroborate how incredible it was for Teiko to lose. Proud Tokyo attempted to find evidence that Teiko was the better team, and their loss was an avoidable accident. In contrast, the report from Morning Okyukazome was much more detailed and provocative. Last year, Teiko Middle School defended their championship without suspense, achieving the great feat of a consecutive national tournament two-peat. Among the opponents they defeated was, of course, Homi Academy. We were beaten into the ground, watching helplessly as Yuuto stood alone. He scored the game high points, but still couldn't save his team. What was more worrying was that as Oda and other third-year players graduated to high school, we were all wondering, would Yuuto have to fight alone in his final year of middle school? The answer is no. Yuuto finally welcomed 2 passable helpers. Heizaki Shogo and Kuroko Tetsuya, 2 transfer students from Teiko. Attracted by Yuuto's noble charisma, they came to Okyukazome and became the most reliable players for Homi Academy besides Yuuto. Their arrival greatly alleviated the pressure on Yuuto. Their presence even allowed Yuuto to focus on defensive tasks peacefully during the first half against Teiko. Homi Academy managed to survive the first half. But we all know what happened next. Facing Homi Academy's challenge, the defending champions brought out even better competitive form. Seijiro Akashi and Daiki Aomine erupted successively, once extinguishing Homi Academy's hope. At that time, I pessimistically thought that we still couldn't win anything this year, and that Teiko Middle School would complete an unprecedented three-peat under the leadership of the generation of miracles. Almost everyone was waiting to see Homi Academy become a joke, but the Lion King of Okyukazome did not allow such a thing to happen. He counterattacked in desperation. When the people of Tochigi had despaired, the Lion King of Okyukazome shouldered his responsibility. He carried the burden of winning for the team and took over the game. The belief forged in the furnace allowed him to choose to move forward even in the most desperate moments. His tenacious heart feared no obstacles. In the first half, for the team's victory, he chose to sacrifice himself and take on the heavy responsibility of defense. But in the second half, when the team needed him, he took over the ball again and led the charge. 39.5 points. This is the answer sheet Yuuto handed in facing desperation and doubt. He supplied the firepower when the team needed someone to score and delivered 10 blocks and 12 steals on the defensive end, demonstrating to people what a two-way player is. This report detailed the process of the game. Beyond being emotional, it was highly inflammatory. Many local fans felt empathy just by reading it. At the end of the article, they saved the ink for Yuuto. Yuuto, a young man of only 15, is growing at an astonishing speed. He is fighting for the first national tournament championship on our land that desperately needs victory. He possesses admirable qualities. No matter how many times he falls, he can stand up again. Facing difficulties, he will not shrink back but face them bravely. Of course, our journey is not over yet. We still have games to play, but the highest mountain has been crossed by us. Next will be a smooth path. Go, Lion of Okyukazome. Honors belonging to you are waiting ahead. But please believe me, this is absolutely not your limit. Yuuto's performance over the past 2 years was obvious to all. It could be said that without Yuuto, Homi Academy would still be that pushover team from the countryside. It was only after having him that Homi Academy could soar into the sky, even dragging Teiko down from the throne. No one refuted the tone of mourning Okyukazome. Even the people of Tokyo, no matter how unwilling, had to admit it. Yuuto was the key factor in Homi Academy defeating Teiko. Of course, they didn't admit defeat. A Tokyo newspaper maliciously published such a headline. Can Okyukazome keep their Lion King? 15-year-old Yuuto is leading Homi Academy toward the national tournament championship that Tochigi Prefecture has never touched. I have reason to believe that having defeated Teiko, they can laugh until the end and lift the final championship trophy. But we must realize one thing: this year is already Yuuto's 3rd year at Homi Academy. Next year, he will advance to high school. As far as we know, neither Okyukazome nor the entire Tochigi Prefecture has any high school team that can be called a powerhouse. Their quota for the national tournament is a pitiful single spot. I reckon that many powerhouses in the high school basketball world are already preparing to contact this gifted player. This newspaper's report was like a blow to the head, making the originally elated people of Okyukazome feel somewhat sad. Because everything this damn report said was true. Tochigi Prefecture had no basketball powerhouses. How to define a basketball powerhouse? In the categories of middle school, high school, and university, if a team can consistently qualify for the national tournament and achieve good results like the top 16 multiple times, then this school can be called a basketball powerhouse. In powerhouse, these two words themselves are a golden signboard capable of continuously attracting talent. This report even addressed Yuuto directly at the end. If the Lion of Okyukazome wants to go further in his basketball career, he should welcome greater challenges, rather than staying in a countryside place occupying a precious qualification spot every year. Get 20+ chapters ahead on Patreon Rose Whiskey. 127, Chapter 127, Then What Are You Good At? At the dinner table. Yuuto flipped through today's newspapers. After looking at so many, only the last one caught his attention. He knew that newspaper just wanted to discuss the people of Tochigi. But they said one thing correctly. If he wanted to go further on the basketball path, he couldn't stay in this countryside place of Okyukazome forever. In fact, he couldn't even stay in Japan forever. Asia has never been a basketball mecca. On the contrary, it is considered a desert by people. After so many years, it only produced 3 NBA players. NBA teams don't value basketball here. Their scouts won't focus on Asia. It would be better if he were in China. The NBA coveting that huge market wasn't a new thing. You can hardly imagine that the addition of Yao Ming alone increased the market value of the Houston Rockets by more than 5 times. In 1993, the Houston Rockets were a team with a market value of only $83 million. But after acquiring Yao Ming, until he retired, the Rockets' market value reached $490 million, and their annual revenue grew from $40 million to $152 million. How was this achieved? The number of Chinese fans reached 50 million, 10 times the number of American fans. In this aspect, Yuuto actually had an advantage. Especially in this period, Yao Ming was still fighting in the NBA. You don't know how many teams were jealous of the Houston Rockets. If another Chinese player appeared in the draft at this time, that would be a business where even keeping him on the bench would make money. Getting off track, Yuuto would leave Okukazome to play in a more international city. For nothing else, he needed someone to introduce him to play in the US. Like Taiga Kagami, he was recommended to a prep school in the US by his master before even graduating high school. This was much better than playing in Japan until graduating university, entering a professional team, and spending unknown time proving himself before finally landing in the NBA. As mentioned before, the NBA views Asia as a basketball desert. Their attention isn't on this region. To be noticed, one can only do so in international competitions. The problem is, Yuuto couldn't join the Japanese national team and the Chinese national team. Those who know. So, going there in advance to make a name for himself and breaking into the NBA was what a serious person should do. Also, don't underestimate the energy of those high school coaches. Like Coach Anzai in Slam Dunk, he had the ability to send players to the US. Many coaches in Kuroko, No Basket, have backgrounds as former national players. They should be able to help Yuuto solve his dilemma. Is Yuuto leaving Okukazome? Yeah, what's wrong? Haven't you always wanted to leave this place? Yuuto didn't hide it. Of course, there are so many bugs here. Transportation is inconvenient, entertainment facilities are scarce. Sora was obviously suffocated, listing countless flaws of Okukazome. This willful little girl had suffered a lot here over the years. They lived in a big city before, which was worlds apart from Okukazome. Both prepared to leave this place. Only Haruka Kasugano looked hesitant, seeming reluctant to leave his girlfriend. Sora saw this and immediately huffed. If it's Haru, just stay here and accompany that four-eyed girl. PFFD Tilda Haruka Kasugano spat out his drink on the spot. Truly got a man, forgot the brother. Don't think I don't know you two often night attack each other. I hear all those noises clearly. What silly things are you saying? Of course we go together. Haruka Kasugano actually wasn't just reluctant to leave his girlfriend. It was just, in front of a genius brother and sister, he really felt huge pressure. Before, he had to hustle for living expenses and take care of his younger brother and sister, feeling his existence was very important. But then Yuuto somehow brought back over 10 million, solving the economic problems instantly. Now, without financial difficulties, he became sentimental again. Yuuto is a basketball genius, Sora is a school top student, only he himself is mediocre. Staying by their side, he couldn't help but compare himself to them. After comparing, the pressure was even greater. Recently, the frequency of him playing cards, being intimate, with his girlfriend had obviously increased. We don't necessarily have to be together. Independence is also a form of growth. Yuuto, whose psychological age was very mature, saw through Haruka Kasugano's concerns. Communication and transportation are so developed now. If anything happens, a phone call or a subway ride is enough. Pervert Yuuto, don't you dump me first. I wasn't talking about you. You just want to dump me. You've stuck together with that shameless woman from Teiko several times. I was forced. Haruka Kasugano looked at the two in front of him, considering the feasibility of Yuuto's words. Separating. He was reluctant, after all, they had lived together for so long, but it seemed he really could be more relaxed. No need to be asked from time to time, your brother plays basketball so well, your sister has such good grades, and then stabbed with, so what are you good at? He didn't know how many times he had been left speechless by that question. There's still time before graduation, think about it slowly. He didn't disturb the two playing around and silently began to clear the table. A day later, Yuuto and the others came to the Yokohama Gymnasium again. Today, tens of thousands of Tochigi fans still came to the scene to cheer for them. They wanted to witness the entire process of Homi Academy reaching the top with their own eyes. At this stage of the national tournament, there were no weak teams left. But compared to Teiko, the intensity was much lower. Homi Academy, having defeated Teiko, was at the peak of morale. Currently, they feared nothing. End of the first quarter. Homi Academy led the opponent by 12 points with a score of 27-15. Yuuto was subbed out in the last 2 minutes of the first quarter. Having gone through that great battle with Teiko, his body hadn't recovered yet. That exhaustion from giving his all, almost squeezing his body dry, wasn't something that could recover in 1 or 2 days. The coach was obviously very clear on this. Today, he handed over more offensive and defensive tasks to others. Yuuto appeared on the court more like a decoy. He didn't want his proudest disciple to get injured at a time like this. Second quarter. Yuuto continued to play for 5 minutes before coming off. Including Heizaki and Kuroko, these 2 players who fought fiercely in the Teiko battle also needed to actively avoid injuries. None of the 3 were the protagonists today. Ryo Sakurai became the focal point, shooting 6 of 9 from 3-point range in the half and scoring 18 points alone. He used precise 3-pointers to help the team establish a 25-point lead by halftime. People didn't see a crushing victory. But most fans understood. After all, Homi Academy had just fought a bloody battle with Teiko and didn't have much rest time. Get 20+ chapters ahead on Patreon Rose Whiskey. 128, Chapter 128, High Schools Move Out. This game didn't have many waves overall. Homi Academy easily won the match with a 31-point advantage, advancing to the Final Four. More than 10,000 Tochigi fans at the scene sang and danced. Honestly, a game full of ups and downs like the second Impact was exciting, but as fans, they preferred watching this kind of steady happiness. The people of Okyukazome walked out of the arena with their heads held high once again. Now, they were only 2 games away from winning that dreamed-of championship trophy. Back in the locker room, packing up, Yuuto prepared to lead his teammates back to Okyukazome to prepare for the next match. But the coach called him aside alone, stopping him. "Yuuto, come with me. There's someone I think you should meet." Yuuto didn't hesitate much. After thinking for a moment, he left the arena with the coach and went to a nearby cafe. At this moment, a handsome uncle around 40 years old sat quietly there. He wore a decent suit, his hair meticulously styled. One could tell this was a man who attached great importance to appearance. He is Katsunori Hirasawa, the head coach of the basketball club at 2 Academy in Tokyo. The coach introduced him to Yuuto. Yuuto thought to himself, as expected, the most handsome head coach in Kuroko no Basket was undoubtedly Katsunori Hirasawa. This gentleman was once a teammate of Kagetora Ada, Genta Takeuchi, and Masaki Nakatani during their national team period. After retiring, he resolutely chose to devote himself to the development of Japanese basketball and took over the 2 basketball club. The 2 sat down, and Hirasawa asked what they wanted to drink. Yuuto looked and finally chose water. "Just a glass of water for me." Hearing this, the appreciation in Hirasawa's eyes deepened. Players who could strictly demand of themselves like this were too few, including himself when he played. In the world of basketball, too many gifted players ended up wasting themselves due to lack of self-discipline. Yuuto was obviously not that kind of player. After both parties sat down and exchanged pleasantries, they got to the main topic. First of all, congratulations to you, Yuuto, for defeating the Generation of Miracles. I shouldn't have disturbed you at such a critical moment, but believe me, I haven't had a good sleep for several days. My current state is like having a first date with a girl, nervously thinking about what to prepare for tomorrow. He said half-jokingly. As for what critical moment? Of course, the moment when Homi Academy fully charged for the national tournament championship. At such a time, a polite person indeed wouldn't disturb Yuuto's preparation, but Hirasawa had inquired about the intentions of several old friends. They were all determined to get the Lion of Okyukazome. Yuuto's performance in the match against Teiko was simply astonishing. Homi Academy being able to defeat Teiko, Yuuto claimed 70% of the credit. Therefore, Hirasawa threw away his elegance and aggressively approached Tokyo's violet gem, Yuuto. If he wasn't worried about being too presumptuous, he would have gone directly to Yuuto's home in Okyukazome instead of meeting Yuuto through the Homi Academy coach. Actually, Hirasawa rarely did things like this. After all, two was a big business. The school planned to use sports as a core strategy to boost recruitment. Every year, two academies' basketball club received a large amount of activity funds from the school. These funds allowed Hirasawa to build an excellent team in a very short time and make a name nationwide. Currently, even in the Tokyo area with the fiercest competitive environment, they had a high probability of standing out. So, having reached this stage, Hirasawa wouldn't personally invite players like he did at the beginning. Instead, players who received their invitation would happily run to two. On one hand, the conditions offered by two were too good. On the other hand, two possessed competitiveness not inferior to the three kings of Tokyo. Being able to win and get benefits, this was simply heaven. Hirasawa's recruitment was also quite simple and crude. He didn't look for the suitable ones, only picked the strongest. He firmly believed that when a group of gifted players gathered together, they would surely generate the best chemical reaction. This could also be seen from his coaching style. As a strategy-type head coach, he attached great importance to cultivating player autonomy and would give players a lot of free space to perform on the court. In the original work, two briefly faced several crises. After confirming Aamine's condition was fine, he chose to forego timeouts and leave the game to Aamine. These are the conditions our two promises you. Of course, you don't need to care too much about these. As long as you nod, I believe the school board will unhesitatingly send you the best treatment. Yuuto briefly flipped through it. The conditions were indeed top tier. Tuition waiver went without saying. Large scholarships, besides supporting his studies, were enough to cover Yuuto's food, clothing, housing, and transportation in Tokyo. At the same time, they also gave Yuuto a guarantee for further education, ensuring he could go directly to university, solving any worries for the future. What I want to talk to you about today is our two's team-building philosophy. Before that, I want to hear your views on our two, Yuuto. Hirasawa really gave enough face, if nothing else. The tyrant of the new era, building the team around individual player ability. Within 3 years of your taking over two, you built a squad not inferior to the three kings. That's about it. Yuuto's understanding of two was limited to this. Generally correct, but those are just external appearances. Hirasawa elegantly stirred his coffee, then continued, our Japanese basketball attaches great importance to technical and tactical cooperation. Because the physical quality of most players is inferior to players in Europe and America, we choose to maximize strengths and avoid weaknesses. This is a helpless compromise. Including myself, I prepare the offensive and defensive tactics needed for the game beforehand. Proudly speaking, I consider my strategies top tier even within the national high school scope. He wasn't bragging. Hirasawa was indeed an excellent coach. In the Winter Cup opener, he used a timeout to analyze and find problems in the opponent's team coordination. He quickly formulated a strategy to speed up the game rhythm, hitting the opponent on their lack of cohesion due to improved individual strength. This targeted deployment received miraculous effects. However, compared to players strictly executing my strategic deployment, I prefer players to observe by themselves and seek solutions to problems based on changes in the game situation. So, Yuuto, you are very suitable for two. In this team, you can fully unleash your potential. I will give you the maximum degree of freedom. Get 20+ chapters ahead on Patreon Rose Whiskey. 129, Chapter 129, Two's Conditions, Degree of Freedom. In Japan, a country that extremely values respecting the old and cherishing the young, this is a very attractive thing. Take Shutoku High School, one of the three kings, for example. Strong as Midorima was, Masaki Nakatani only gave Midorima 3 willful chances per game. Once these 3 willful chances were used up, Midorima also had to strictly follow the team's game plan. After all, this wasn't the NBA. As the world's largest commercial league, the NBA attaches great importance to individual player performance. Even compared to the team, they care more about individual player performance. Team victory. Get aside. What I need is the victory of individual heroism. I want to win the game, and I want the cheers too. This is the NBA. So, playing in the NBA, if you can harvest stats while bringing victory to the fans, then in the hearts of Americans, you are the closest existence to Jesus. But in amateur games, it's not like that. Including the NCAA, which is closest to the NBA, players need to strictly execute the head coach's strategic deployment. So there has always been a saying in the basketball world. The best players in the US are in the NBA, and the best coaches are in the NCAA. Coach K is a typical example. He led the dream team to the top of the world 5 times. Fans were curious. Since he is so amazing, why doesn't he coach in the NBA? The answer is actually simple. His salary coaching in the NCAA is higher than in the NBA, and his power in the team is absolute. According to published news, in the 13-14 season, Coach K's annual salary was $9.68 million, while Doc Rivers, the highest-paid championship head coach in the NBA at the same time, got $7 million. In addition, the NCAA doesn't have a role like a general manager, so no confusing operations will interfere with the head coach. NCAA coaches can find players suitable for the team according to their own tactical needs and fully display their talents. So, when money doesn't have an overwhelming advantage, that kind of power is enough to keep coaches in the NCAA. Therefore, the top league doesn't necessarily have the top coaches. Japanese high school powerhouses are the same. Coaches receive decent salaries and simultaneously control large amounts of funding given by the school. This creates a situation where the head coach's status in the team is quite high, especially in powerhouse teams. Players graduate in 3 years, but a good coach can support a team's glory for decades. Hirasawa being able to give Yuuto maximum freedom, this condition was undeniably tempting. In fact, Hirasawa also felt that his biggest advantage in recruiting Yuuto lay in giving Yuuto the maximum space for free play. He learned through game observation and conversation with the Homi Academy coach that Yuuto was a very assertive player. Sometimes he would even intervene in tactics. Homi Academy's 1-star, 4-shooters strategy, and off-ball cuts this year were all ideas provided by Yuuto. He understood how to utilize court time and space at a young age. He was a very smart player. 2 needed such a player to lead that group of gifted guys in the basketball club. As long as you agree, 2 can be your team starting now. You can even bring people to the basketball club with you. Hirasawa actually coveted Heizaki, Kuroko, and Ryo Sakurai as well. When he learned that Heizaki and Kuroko chose Homi Academy because of Yuuto, and Ryo Sakurai was discovered by Yuuto. Securing Yuuto became the thing he wanted to accomplish most right now. Honestly, Yuuto was quite tempted. 2 had money, people, and gave him maximum freedom. Such conditions were top tier, it was hard to find a second one. However, he still didn't agree immediately. I will give you an answer after the national tournament ends. Right now, I just want to win. I understand. Hirasawa sighed inwardly. He knew these geniuses wouldn't be secured so easily. At their level, it wasn't teams choosing them, but them choosing teams. The conditions 2 could offer, most teams could provide. So he meticulously prepared the freedom condition for Yuuto. But this kid was more mature than he thought. I await your good news. After parting with Yuuto, Hirasawa rushed back to Tokyo without stopping. He planned to meet the generation of miracles. Yuuto was his first choice. This point wouldn't change. But before getting Yuuto's promise, he had to make more preparations. There were only 6 geniuses, but just Tokyo had as many as 4 basketball powerhouses. Besides that, there were basketball powerhouses in regions like Rakuzen, Yosen, Kaijo, etc. No matter what, he had to bring at least 1 genius to 2. Only then would two possess championship contending power in the next 3 years. On the other side, Yuuto and his old coach walked back, one old and one young. The team bus had already gone back. They could take the subway back to Okukazome. On the way, the coach asked him, why didn't you agree? Were the conditions they offered not good enough? In his view, 2 was really a good place. Strong lineup, and the head coach promised maximum freedom. It was hard for other teams to offer such conditions. They're good. I'm very satisfied with 2's conditions, but I just want to focus on the game now. Yuuto used the same reason to dismiss the coach. Hearing this, the latter didn't say more. Yuuto was a very special kid, more mature than any middle school student he knew. So he trusted Yuuto's judgment, but Hirasawa started it. Other guys probably won't sit still later. He told Yuuto to be prepared. If Hirasawa hadn't been so anxious, most coaches would have waited until after the national tournament to contact Yuuto. Not using off-court factors to influence players during competition was an unwritten rule among coaches. But since Hirasawa chose to jump the gun, other coaches naturally wouldn't sit idly by. Sure enough, Final 4 match, Yuuto's physical condition had recovered to 70%. What could 70% Yuuto do? He could help the team destroy the opponent in a single quarter. He handed over offensive power, focused on defense, and limited the opponent's single quarter score to single digits. With such a disparity in strength, a reversal was naturally impossible. Homi Academy won the match with crushing force, breaking into the final of the national tournament. Yuuto was only 1 match away from the top. Also on this day, Masaki Nakatani arrived. Like Hirasawa, he came to invite Yuuto to join his team. Get 20+ chapters ahead on Patreon Rose Whiskey. 130, Chapter 130, Powerhouses coming one after another. Masaki Nakatani. Head coach and team supervisor of the basketball club at Shutoku, one of the 3 kings. He was younger than Hirasawa, 39 years old this year. He took over Shutoku's reins not long after retiring. Although Shutoku was called one of the 3 kings of Tokyo, alongside Seiho and Senshinken. Since Nakatani took over Shutoku, they began to reign above the other 2 kings. During his years coaching Shutoku, they consistently occupied a qualification spot for the national tournament. Senshinken and Seiho had to compete with 2 for the remaining 2. Aside from his coaching ability, this was also related to his iron-fisted approach. He strictly demanded that every player at Shutoku, whether substitute, regular, or even ace, must put the team first. Every player needed to be like a gear, keeping the massive machine of Shutoku running normally. He didn't like players acting on their own initiative. He was a completely different type of coach from Hirasawa. I guess that guy Hirasawa must have promised you the power to play freely. That's probably something many players dream of. But regrettably, Yuuto, I will tell you directly. At Shutoku, you won't possess that much freedom. Masaki Nakatani's expression was as meticulous as his coaching style. He looked at Yuuto seriously and said, giving players enough freedom. To put it nicely, it's giving players more chances to display their talents. But in my view, that's just a lazy excuse for the coach not wanting to take responsibility. What plans do you have for your future? Hearing this, Yuuto raised his eyes. Among so many coaches, Nakatani could be said to be the one he crossed off from the start. He needed enough freedom and wouldn't play strictly according to tactics. Yet Nakatani actually talked about future plans. From this aspect, Nakatani was a good coach. He didn't just hope to win, but also cared about the player's future. Future plans? Yuuto thought for a moment and said, I'll probably choose a high school as a springboard. After that, I hope to go play in the NCAA. NCAA. Nakatani still underestimated Yuuto's ambition. He originally thought Yuuto would use a high school powerhouse as a springboard, then enter a local professional club to start his career. But Yuuto's ambition was greater. He planned to start his professional career directly from the US, obtaining an NBA entry ticket through the NCAA. However, if anyone else said this, I would treat it as a joke. But if it's you, you indeed have the qualifications. So you should come to Shutoku even more. Nakatani had already seen that Yuuto wasn't very interested in Shutoku. But he felt Yuuto should come to Shutoku to accept his guidance even more. The professional world is different, Yuuto. Don't equate professional basketball with amateur basketball. On the professional court, you can't easily get 40 or 50 points like now. That's impossible. To put up consistent performances and earn stable playing time, the first thing you must do is strictly abide by the coach's strategic deployment, using the simplest, most energy-saving ways to score and win his trust. Nakatani appreciated Yuuto's playing style very much. No superfluous movements, clean, tidy, effective. This was a genius born for basketball. He didn't want to miss such a genius. I know what you're thinking. You think as long as you're strong enough, you can ignore tactics and use individual ability to score. Sometimes you might be able to do it, but that's not a long-term plan. The basketball world doesn't lack geniuses like you. Nakatani said a lot, even pointing out better choices Yuuto could have made at certain moments in the match against Teiko. However, Yuuto's expression still didn't change much. Helpless, Nakatani could only actively make a concession. If you insist, we can do this. You come to Shutoku, and I allow you to be willful 5 times per game. You will get 5 chances to act recklessly at Shutoku. 5 times, 2 more than Midorima's 3 willful shots. One could see that Nakatani really appreciated Yuuto. This was his biggest concession. This way, you have the opportunity to prove who is correct. He actually didn't like the NBA at all. He believed one couldn't learn much useful knowledge from the NBA. It was all a bunch of physically gifted geniuses flying around. What could be learned from that? To put it bluntly, the Asian race isn't suited for that style of play. On the contrary, Nakatani liked watching European leagues. That was the correct way to play basketball. Star players still needed to shoulder the team's scoring burden, but they all took reasonable shots under reasonable tactical arrangements. Nakatani was confident enough that Yuuto could play even more threateningly at Shutoku. He would use his tactics and personnel adjustments to create excellent opportunities for Yuuto. In this way, this player who was infinitely close to perfection would definitely become even more perfect. Good tactics also need good players to execute them. The two do not conflict. If the tactic succeeds and a good opportunity appears but the player doesn't seize it, that's the player's problem. But if the tactic doesn't succeed and doesn't create opportunities for the player, that's the coach's problem. He was very sincere, having arranged the tactics in advance. I hope you can give Shutoku a chance. We have Teisuke Atsubo, one of the best centers in the country. He can provide you with the most solid screens. After a spiel, Yuuto still didn't nod in the end. I only want to win the upcoming match now. Wait until I get the championship, then I'll give you an answer. After the conversation, Yuuto admitted his view of Nakatani had indeed changed. He walked away without any hesitation. Watching his back as he left, Nakatani sighed. He felt there was a high probability Yuuto wouldn't choose Shutoku, because he really couldn't provide Yuuto with that much freedom. On the other side, the coach was persuading Yuuto, saying, Nakatani is right. More targeted tactics can bring out a player's strengths better. Shutoku is a traditional powerhouse. They stand out every year in the fiercely competitive Tokyo area, not just because of Nakatani, but also due to the continuous influx of talent. The attraction of a powerhouse, the old coach had experienced it this year. Last year they rose suddenly, and this year they immediately attracted a large number of players. Once the number of people in the basketball club increased, the probability of geniuses appearing rose, and the lineup depth became solid. I didn't say he was wrong, I just don't know how to choose for the time being. Coach, if you were me, how would you choose? How to choose? The old coach expressed that he had never encountered such good treatment. Back when he played, he licked faces to join teams. He had never been invited. Asking him to choose, he really didn't know for a moment. This could affect Yuuto's future basketball path. It should be treated with caution. Get 20+ chapters ahead on Patreon Rose Whiskey. 131, Chapter 131, Dominating the Nation. 2. Shutoku, Yosen, Rakuzen, Kaijo. In just a few days, Yuuto met successively with the head coaches of these basketball clubs. They all came to Okukazome with great sincerity, extending invitations to him. Yuuto didn't agree immediately. Not because he was holding out for a better offer, but because after the national tournament ended, he would have enough time to think about his future. Before, he had no chance to choose. Now that he had opportunities, he naturally had to plan carefully. This day, National Tournament Finals. Without Teiko, without the generation of miracles, Yuuto and Homi Academy became the biggest stars. Before the finals, the organizers gave both sides 2 days of rest. These precious 7 days, including travel and rest, were enough for Yuuto's body to recover to peak condition. Victory was right in front of them. The lion of Okukazome wouldn't let it slip away. As soon as the game started, Yuuto showed a strong desire to win. He blasted 17 points in a single quarter, while grabbing 4 rebounds, delivering 4 blocks, and making 3 steals. Homi Academy's opponent today was a team from Hokkaido. For the fans there, today's game was a cruel public execution. They were like fish on a chopping board, sliced bit by bit into sashimi by Homi Academy, melting in the mouth. Hokkaido's #1 seed had good luck, not encountering Teiko for 3 years, but in their final year, they encountered Homi Academy, who had defeated Teiko. In every possession, Yuuto's movements were terrifyingly calm, as if the time of the whole world was under his control. The people of Tochigi had been roaring since the start of the game, cheering for their pride. The old coach hadn't sat down since the opening tip-off. He knew. After 40 minutes, he would win the first major tournament championship of his life. His foolish wife could no longer use mediocre to mock him. Yuuto's life had no victories, but wasn't his life also filled with mediocrity and limits? His professional career had no highlights, spending most of the time sitting on the bench waiting for opportunities. Even as a coach, his career could only start in a countryside place like Okukazome. But after today, everything would be different. From now on, anyone who saw him would have to call him championship coach. By halftime, Homi Academy had already established a decisive advantage. The game wasn't over yet. But when Yuuto came off the court, the coach hugged him affectionately. 20 more minutes, and we are the champions. Yes. Just 20 minutes left, and they would dominate the nation. This journey, no matter how many years passed, he would remember it. He would remember that he once coached a kid, and how this kid used his talent, sweat, and tenacity to lead the team to defeat the reputedly strongest Teiko in history and ascend to the top of the nation. Yeah, 20 more minutes. Yuuto also hugged this pitiful old man tightly. If none of this had happened, if there were no system, he probably would have been like this old man, mediocre all his life. Because he knew that, he seized every opportunity even harder. Second half began. Stimulated by the championship, Homi Academy's firepower didn't diminish. At such moments, their focus was even more astounding, even if the opponent's chance of reversing the game was infinitely close to 0. When would they stop? When the timer hit 0 and the buzzer tore through the night sky of Yokohama. When golden rain fell over the arena, when only one sound filled the entire stadium, and commentators all over the country were congratulating them on winning the game. At this moment, Yuuto and the players of Homi Academy finally stopped. Homi Academy's bench players rushed onto the court again, lifting Yuuto into the air. The young man's flying clothes brushed past the confetti falling from the dome. Won. They finally won. Yuuto closed his eyes, enjoying this golden rain. Then, he noticed Sora clapping continuously on the side. Yuuto walked over, grabbed her under her arms, and lifted her entire person up. See clearly, Sora, this golden rain falling specifically for me. I see it. Looking at Yuuto's face, she had an urge to kiss him, thinking it would definitely be romantic. But there were really too many people. She truly didn't dare to make such a bold move. 10 minutes later, dressed neatly, Homi Academy, led by Yuuto, came to the podium and held high the national tournament championship trophy. Yuuto was elected the most valuable player of the national tournament, the MVP. This meant he was the best player in this year's national tournament, bar none. Reporters from Morning, Okyukazome, had waited too long for this moment. After the award ceremony, they immediately stepped onto the court, asking Yuuto to hold the championship trophy in one hand and the MVP trophy in the other for a precious photo. If Yuuto was destined for greatness, then this photo would become increasingly precious over time. They also asked for Yuuto's winning speech. Yuuto thought for a moment and said, "Only hard work will not betray us. Perhaps in life, we will always encounter some terrible things, just like a fisherman going out to sea will always encounter wind and waves. But as long as we are willing to pay the price for it, braving the wind and waves, then we will eventually harvest fresh fish and shrimp." Hearing such philosophical words, the fans at the scene responded louder than ever before. This is not luck, nor is it an accidental harvest. It is just a very simple, yet energizing inspirational story. Born in a place of poverty, a life accompanied by hardship did not make Yuuto sink. Instead, the passing of his adoptive parents made him stronger and more mature. We have told this story for 2.5 years. We used words to record Yuuto's growth and experiences over the past 2 years. Now, the story has finally reached its end, and we have obtained the ending we wanted most. Please believe it, friends of Tochigi. This is not a TV drama, nor a manga, but a true existence happening right beside us. Hard work will not betray any brave person. The lion born in Okyukazome has finally become the king of the grassland. Morning Okyukazome. This report was sent out immediately. Most of the copy had been written before the game even started. All they needed to do was add Yuuto's final interview. Thus, an article that greatly encouraged the people of Tochigi was fresh out of the oven. At the same time, many basketball coaches in Tokyo became nervous instead, because Yuuto was about to make his choice. Katsunori Harasawa now felt the nervousness of confessing to a girl for the first time back in the day, waiting for the other party's response after speaking. That heart-pounding feeling he thought he would never have again in his life. He experienced it once more. Get 20+ chapters ahead on Patron Rose Whiskey. 132. Chapter 132, You Convinced Me. Katsunori Harasawa's goal was to obtain at least 2 geniuses. Currently, he had already secured one. As long as Yuuto nodded, the next year's 2 no, even for the next 3 years, 2 would dominate the national tournament. The Lion of Okyukazome partnering with the ace of the generation of miracles. There was no combination more dreamlike than this. But before that, Yuuto met another person. Shio Yamashita, the head coach of the Seiho High School basketball club. Finally meeting you, Yuuto. I've been following your games for a while, starting from the moment you entered the main draw of the national tournament. Shio Yamashita, a man about 50 years old. He had a square face, having just passed half a century in age, with graying temples. This was a very common thing in the coaching profession. It meant he often stayed up late for tactics and other reasons, proof that he was diligent and serious enough. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Shio Yamashita, head coach of the Seiho High School basketball club. The northern king of the Tokyo area, Seiho High School. I've heard of you. In fact, Yuuto had noticed this man very early on because every time Homi Academy played, Shio Yamashita would sit in the seats behind the Homi Academy bench. He didn't expect this old man to turn out to be Seiho's head coach. Can you tell me the reason you waited until now to find me? Is it to show your composure, or to make me think highly of Seiho? Neither. During this time, I have been preparing to successfully convince you. Preparing what? A championship lineup that can move you. Have you heard of the player Tomoki Tsugawa? I've heard of him. Seems he once defended Kai's quite miserably in a game. Correct, that's him. Shio Yamashita played his first card. Although hailed as one of the 3 kings of Tokyo, equally famous as Shutoku. But in recent years, with the rise of 2, Seiho's situation was somewhat awkward. Shutoku and 2 competed for the number 1 and 2 seeds in Tokyo most of the time. They could only compete for the last spot. Sometimes, with bad luck, they met in the group stage and would be eliminated early. This made him feel an unprecedented crisis. The situation in the Tokyo area was changing rapidly. And this change would intensify as those 6 geniuses entered high school. If Seiho wanted to maintain its status as a king, it must obtain one of those 6 geniuses. Yuuto was his first choice. Our Seiho has always been famous for unique ancient martial arts. Namba run, I know, not much different from pacing, moving same side arm and leg. Correct, you can indeed understand it as pacing. But its power doesn't lie in the unique movement method, but in the low consumption brought by this running method. Seiho players have more stamina than any participating team in the nation. This ample stamina allows us to maintain high-intensity defense for 40 minutes. Tsutomu Iwamura, one of the best centers in the country, known as Tokyo's strongest shield, possessing excellent height and physique. Ryuhei Kasuga, our point guard. Shio Yamashita detailed the strengths of Seiho's players to Yuuto, and stated that he had successfully persuaded Tomoki Tsugawa to join. With Tsugawa and Iwamura, their defense would go a step further. By then, known as the strongest wall of Tokyo, they would be even more worthy of the name. That sounds boring. Bluntly put, it's drop coverage defense, aren't you kings? Only winners deserve to be called kings, deserve to wear that crown. Shio Yamashita's emotions fluctuated. This veteran head coach was very similar to Yosen's Masako Araki. They both firmly believed that offense wins applause, but defense wins championships. Only after being pierced by the new era tyrant, 2, using individual ability last year and tragically eliminated in the group stage, did Shio Yamashita have to start reflecting on his basketball philosophy. Defense wins championships isn't wrong. If you look at the advanced stats of many past NBA championship teams, you'll find their defensive efficiency always ranked at the top of the league, and still does. But having only a shield without a sharp sword cannot solve problems. The star-studded Dream Team. People only saw their luxurious lineup and fierce firepower. But they ignored that the stars of the Dream Team were all super two-way players themselves. The stubborn Larry Brown had been eliminated by the times. If he didn't change and continued to be stubborn, perhaps the next one eliminated would be him. Of course, Shio Yamashita was over 50. Retiring or not didn't really matter, but he couldn't let go of Seiho. Actually, I haven't just been watching you this year, but have been noting your growth since last year. After you scored 50 plus alone against Teiko, I decided you were the player our Seiho needs. He began to throw out his conditions. At Seiho, you will get unlimited firing rights. Your teammates will take care of the rear for you. No matter if the opponent is a team focusing on the inside or outside, we can handle it. Moreover, your defensive ability in my view even surpasses Tsugawa. If you are at Seiho, I will arrange you between Iwamura and Tsugawa. You will become that defensive hub and heart. Saying this, Shio Yamashita even took out a tactical board and fiddled with the pieces in front of Yuuto. 2-1-2 defensive positioning, a variation of zone defense, applicable to half-court defense. Near the 2 elbow positions of the three-point line, 1 player is arranged at each. Yuuto's position was placed near the free throw line. Once the opponent broke through Seiho's first line of defense, Yuuto could immediately help defend and complete the sideline blockade. The low post worked on the same principle. Once the opponent cut to the basket, Tsutomu Iwamura and Yashikazu Amuro could both react in time. Best if they could defend directly. If not, they could delay to buy time for Yuuto to recover. This defensive positioning was scalp-tingling, just listening to it. Moreover, the 2-1-2 positioning avoided the weakness of the central axis in traditional 3-2 or 2-3 zone defenses. This was the second card he prepared for Yuuto. But following that came another question. What about three-pointers? How do you plan to deal with the opponent's long-range shots? Tsugawa will freeze the opponent's three-point shooter. As long as it's not the generation of miracles or you, he can handle it. Shio Yamashita was incomparably confident. He was a coach who made his name on defense. The title Iron Wall of Tokyo was enough to prove what kind of team Seiho was. Tsutomu Uemura and Tomoki Tsugawa. With these two people, Seiho was enough to deal with the inside and outside lines of over 90% of the nation's teams. But there were times they couldn't handle it. For example, the Generation of Miracles. At this time, Yuuto was needed as the axis. The defensive core of this lineup wasn't Tomoki Tsugawa or Tsutomu Uemura, but Yuuto. During this time, I watched your game against Teiko no less than 20 times. I found that compared to last year, your help defense ability has improved the most. More importantly, we need the firepower only you can provide. Yes, this lineup of Seiho was good in every way. After getting Tomoki Tsugawa, the defensive ability was a level higher than last year, enough to deal with 90% of the teams in the country. But the flaw hadn't been corrected. They lacked scoring ability. The current offensive core, Ryuhei Kasuga, could only provide about 20+ firepower per game, which wasn't enough to help them kill the game. Monsters like the Generation of Miracles and Yuuto could casually score over 100 points, combined in a game. 20 points wasn't worth mentioning in front of them. Please believe us, Yuuto. Defense is the foundation of winning championships. This is a truth I understood when I was an assistant coach at Duke University back then. Although basketball has developed too fast in recent years, emphasizing offensive and defensive balance more, but... Wait a minute. Yuuto interrupted him, asking, "What did you say just now?" Modern basketball develops too fast, emphasizing offensive and defensive balance more. The sentence before that, a truth I understood when I was an assistant coach at Duke University back then. You convince me. Let's talk about the treatment. Get 20+ chapters ahead on Patreon Rose Whiskey. 133, Chapter 133, Farewell Ceremony. The crown of the national tournament finally descended on Yuuto's head. On the same day, Yuuto made his choice. He didn't waste time. He called Katsunori Harasawa and other coaches separately, declining their invitations. His first goal in this world had been achieved. Next, he would fight once for his former dream. Dream? Such an unreasonable thing. Masaki Nakatani was incredibly regretful. Is that so? I understand. From now on, we are opponents. I will wait for you in Tokyo. He genuinely admired Yuuto as a player and attempted to teach him in advance how we professional players play basketball. However, Seiho wasn't a bad place to go. Senior Shio Yamashita was also his old rival. A veteran coach with NCAA coaching experience, even if only as an assistant. If Yuuto's goal was that Hall of Fame, maybe Shio Yamashita could help him adapt to the basketball style over there in advance. The day after winning the championship, Tochigi Prefecture had not yet recovered from the joy. Yuuto walked on the country path of Okyukazome. Passers-by greeted him warmly one after another. Also on this day, Homi Academy's basketball club held its annual farewell ceremony. The coach took the podium, once again bidding farewell to the club members who had fought for this basketball club for 3 years. Yuuto, as the team captain, also gave a speech, encouraging the juniors. At the same time, he handed over the captain's position to Masataka Oyamada, nicknamed Little Masataka/Masakun in context. Of Homi Academy's starting 5 this year, 4 were third-year players. Yuuto, Heizaki, Kuroko, and Sakurai. They wouldn't be in this basketball club next year. Yuuto decided to hand the team to Oyamada. After fighting that tough battle against Teiko, Oyamada looked noticeably different than before. The basketball club is in your hands from now on. Yes, Captain. What is next year's goal? Break out of Tochigi and kill into the national tournament. And that's all, Captain. You motherfucker, the defending champion's goal is only to enter the national tournament. Can you have some ambition? Yuuto laughed in anger. They were the dignified defending champions, yet the goal was just to break into the national tournament. Oyamada was also a bit embarrassed. He scratched the back of his head and said, "Captain, Although the generation of miracles are all advancing to high school next year, you and the seniors are also graduating. He was very pragmatic. Yuuto felt this guy was not bad. At least he recognized himself clearly. With such a captain, Homi Academy would take every step steadily in the future, not plummeting into the bronze tier. Homi Academy had hoped to become a basketball powerhouse in the future. At least within Tochigi Prefecture now, they were quite attractive to young people. Anyway, the team is yours now. Yes. Amidst fanaticism mixed with reluctance, Homi Academy sent away the greatest captain in the history of the basketball club, breaking the monopoly of Sekai-dai High affiliated, leading the team into the national tournament for 3 consecutive years, preventing Teiko from achieving a three-peat in the national tournament, pulling the Super Teiko down from the throne in the final year, leading Homi Academy to win the first national tournament championship for the team and the entire Tochigi Prefecture. These were the achievements Yuuto accomplished in the past 3 years. The basketball club activity ended. Everyone had left. At this time, Yuuto pushed the door open and walked in again. Looking at this place where he had fought for 3 years, looking at the report of Teiko's two-peat, he personally paced it up. Yuuto walked over and tore the yellowed paper down with his own hands. Not going back yet, Captain. I'm not the captain anymore. Also, Kuroko, reduce these scary pranks of yours, you'll scare people to death. But Captain, you don't look scared by me at all. Kuroko sounded a bit regretful saying this. In the past, Yuuto used to be easily scared by him. What about you? What plans do you have after this? I will continue playing basketball. This time without the generation of miracles and without the lion of Okukazome. Kuroko had decided to try something completely new after entering high school. He didn't plan to team up with Yuuto, Amine, or any of them again. That's good too, the road is under your feet. How to walk, which direction to walk, is your own choice. Turning his head, he looked at Heizaki leaning against the door and asked, "Want to continue playing together?" Not playing. As expected, I really can't stand this boring life. Even if I play, I won't play with you bastard. Heizaki's wish was fulfilled. He completed his revenge, and some time ago, he was found by Akashi for a Chinese letter, ONE on one talk. Towards Teiko, towards Akashi. Heizaki let go, there was nothing worth his lingering. There was another main reason he didn't say. Through that game, he realized more profoundly that his talent really couldn't catch up with guys like Yuuto. Better to be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. Competing with guys who had higher talent than him and worked harder than him was too tiring. But thanks, Yuuto. If not for you, I might never have gotten that apology in my life. Thank yourself. Compromising with your past self is also a form of growth. Yuuto put his hands in his pockets and led them out of the arena. Let's go back. I'm going to eat ramen. Want to come together? If you're treating, I'll come. At the same time, similar things happened at Teiko on the other side. Akashi didn't specifically call his teammates this time, but they all returned to the basketball club coincidentally. I regret not achieving the three-peat, but I was very happy playing with you all for these 3 years. Akashi looked at the 4 teammates with distinct personalities in front of him, involuntarily recalling the time spent together in the past 3 years. If possible, I hope to play with you again. Forget it. Rather than being teammates with you guys, I want to crush you all more. Amine was the same as always. His goal now was only one. Crush Yuuto. Of course, playing against these teammates of his would definitely be very interesting too. True, I don't want the limelight to be stolen by everyone all the time either. Kai's chuckled. He had already reached an agreement with Kaijo High School's Genta Takeuchi. The latter called him 3 times to persuade him. After graduating from Teiko, he would go to Kanagawa to join Kaijo High School. Midorima and Murasakibara didn't speak. One was acting cool there, the other was eating snacks nonstop. They had all found their next stops. Is that so? It seems everyone has new destinations. Then, see you in high school. Get 20+ chapters ahead on Patron Rose Whiskey. 134, Chapter 134, Spectating Seiho vs Seirin. Tokyo, Seiho. Yeah, I plan to continue playing after high school. Seiho is my next stop. At night, Yuuto told Sora and Haruka about his decision. Seiho High School, located in the northern part of Tokyo, known as the Northern King. This school had a very long history, tracing back to the shogunate period 1,000 years ago. Initially an educational institution for children of samurai families. Later, it evolved into an academy similar to a noble school today. Many people in Japan advocated the pitiful Bushido spirit. Therefore, Seiho had passed down its traditions for 1,000 years and derived the Namba Run signature move of the basketball club today from ancient martial arts. I want to go too, Sora's thought was simple. Where Yuuto was, she would be. Her world had shrunk from 3 people to only 2 left. Haruka Kasugano thought about it. He felt Seiho was indeed a good place to go. On one hand, the basketball club was strong, one of the famous 3 kings. Yuuto wouldn't be mistreated there. On the other hand, Seiho itself was a noble school with strong faculty. Sora could get a better education there. As for himself, in that case, I'll come along too. He still couldn't rest assured about these 2 genius younger siblings. As for his girlfriend, in front of these 2 geniuses, she didn't seem that important. What about now? Isn't she studying in Kyoto? Yasuga no Sora, reference character now Yoriheim, was a year older than them and had already entered high school this year. Her, it doesn't matter. Anyway, communication and transportation are very developed now. Is that so? I thought I could finally get rid of you, the 3rd wheel. 3rd wheel? Sora added from the side. Haruka Kasugano felt a bit stifled, but he was more mature. He knew the 2 meant well, wanting him to seek his own life and happiness. But he felt that as long as the 3 of them were well, that was happiness enough. Last year, when his parent siblings learned of their situation, they once planned to adopt one of the 2 siblings. At that time, he felt the sky collapsing, fear sweeping over his whole body. Fortunately, Yuuto brought back over 10 million, allowing them not to separate. So, what do the 2 geniuses want this useless brother to make tonight? I want to eat salmon. Hot pot, eating hot pot in summer is refreshing. Still geniuses, I think you 2 are just pure idiots. After an unknown amount of time, a Chinese-style hot pot and a salmon were placed in front of Yuuto and Sora. Eat up. Preparing these things took him a lot of time, but the family being together and happy was enough. Another period passed. The high school national tournament also began. As the largest annual national sports meet in Japan, the Inter-High included multiple events like basketball, football, baseball, volleyball, tennis, badminton, etc. Therefore, middle school, high school, and university tournaments were held separately because there wasn't enough manpower. This was also why the national tournament schedule was so tight. After finishing middle school, next was high school. Yuuto came to Tokyo this day. Sora didn't follow. She had to prepare for final exams, wanting to get a special admission directly like Yuuto. Yukun. As soon as he arrived at the arena, Momoi Satsuki pounced on him with extremely high intensity. She wore a short skirt and a beret today, very youthful and energetic. Satsuki, why are you here? Because today is Seiho's game, I guessed you would definitely come to see what level your high school team is at. Momoi had a smug look of I saw through you. She couldn't be kept in the dark about the affairs of those 6 big boys, as she had been watching them all along. Almost the next day, she collected the news that Yuuto would join Seiho in high school. The new semester hasn't started yet, you know so much. What about those guys? Where did they decide to go? Yuuto asked about the high school teams of the Generation of Miracles. Dai-chan went to 2, Akashi-kun went to Rakuzen, Kai-chan went to Kaijo, Mura-chan went to Yosen, and Midorin went to Shutoku. Mom told Yuuto the news of the Generation of Miracles, like listing family treasures. In other words, in Tokyo next year, you will have to face Dai-chan and Midorin directly, Yukun. She guessed that the Tokyo area would definitely be fierce next year, but she didn't expect 3 of them to come at once. This way, the 3 national tournament spots for the Tokyo area in the next 3 years would likely be occupied by Seiho, 2, and Shutoku. Just like the original work, the Generation of Miracles all went to their original teams. Don't be so sure, maybe there will be other variables, for example, Seirin. Seirin. This dark horse team crashed and burned in the national tournament, Inter-High. After defeating the strong enemy Shutoku, they lost to 2, had their Dao heart shattered, and failed to break out of the round robin. But in the Winter Cup, this Seirin basketball club established only this year went all the way to the end and won the championship. If the manga author didn't end it and kept drawing, Seirin might actually achieve a three-peat. Mom, I blinked. Does Yukon know something? Could there be a team capable of shaking your status? Who can say for sure about these things? Let's go, the game is starting. They soon arrived at the scene. Coincidentally, Seiho's opponent this year happened to be Seirin. At this time, Seirin's starting players and head coach were all first-year students. Seirin's basketball club was founded with the arrival of Teppei Kiyoshi. This was their first time participating in the national tournament. Isn't that senior Teppei Kiyoshi? I didn't expect him to go to Seirin. Mom flipped through her little notebook and found there wasn't much intelligence on Seirin. But possessing the Iron Heart, one of the uncrowned kings, this team shouldn't be bad. She thought too much. Seiho showed the foundation of a king as soon as the game started. Shio Yamashita knew about Teppei Kiyoshi's existence before the game and arranged for Tsutomu Iwamura to mark him heavily. Height 1.87 meters, weight reached 87 kilograms, very low subcutaneous fat, muscles trained quite solidly. Just like old man Yamashita said, a very hard-boiled center. Yuuto locked his eyes on Tsutomu Iwamura. The distance was a bit far, so the data he got wasn't accurate, but he could vaguely see the body stats of these future teammates. Strength probably exceeded 90 points, speed attributes around 80, but not reflected in sprinting and explosiveness, more in reaction ability. Iwamura's defense against opponent shot selection was impeccable. Next was Ryuhei Kasuga. Yuuto looked roughly, if a player's full score was set at 100. Then Iwamura and Kasuga could be given 80+. National-level players and meticulously cultivated by a powerhouse, possessing the special skill Namba Run, plus Shio Yamashita's tactical support. Seiho's goal was clear: strangle the inside line Teppei Kiyoshi. Once Seirin collapsed inside, the outside line would naturally follow. This made Seirin play quite uncomfortably. Yeah. Get 20+ chapters ahead on Patreon Rose Whiskey. 135. Chapter 135, Yuuto coming to Tokyo to play? Hey, look over there. What? The court is in front of you. Why are you looking elsewhere? Just look, I'm a bit unsure. You're really annoying. In the stands, a fan seemed to see something surprising, but wasn't sure, asking his companion to take a look. With a hint of impatience, his companion turned his head then, Yuuto. He almost blurted out these 2 words. Why is he appearing in Tokyo instead of staying in Okyukazome? I really didn't see wrong, it really is Yuuto. Since that game, Yuuto had become a minor celebrity player nationwide. Many fans watched that game, especially the second impact hyped by the media. Yuuto hadn't been sitting down for long before fans nearby recognized him. Say, is he here purely just to watch the game? I think more than that. Did you forget? He is about to enter high school. Maybe he's scouting Tokyo teams. Scouting Seiho, the Northern King. As one of the 3 kings of Tokyo, it had always been Seiho scouting other players. When had there ever been a player scouting Seiho? But if it were those few geniuses, it didn't seem unacceptable. Moreover, this person was the Lion King Yuuto. If so, doesn't that mean Yuuto is leaving Okyukazome to play in Tokyo for high school? The surrounding audience began to buzz with discussion, all guessing the purpose of Yuuto's trip. Mom, I saw everything and gently poked Yuuto. Yukon is a big star now. Still far from it, Yuuto's attention was on the court. Seiho's defense was very strong, true to their nickname Tokyo's strongest wall. Seiho and Yosen were both defense-oriented teams. But unlike Yosen's, Masako Araki who pursued height. Shio Yamashita believed that as long as the team's average height was sufficient, mobility was more important than placing many big men in the paint. Many years ago, basketball was indeed a sport for giants. At that time, there wasn't even a three-point line. 10 players squeezed into the paint to wrestle in a game. In such an environment, many ancient beasts were born, like George Mikan and other super centers. Afterward, basketball continued the tradition of he who controls the paint controls the world, subsequently bringing out interior beasts like Wilt Chamberlain and Bill Russell. However, with the development of basketball and rule changes, people in basketball today were no longer as obsessed with the inside line as before. Jordan's appearance attracted fans' eyes to the outside line. He redefined basketball and changed the rules of the court. Shio Yamashita himself was a fan of Pat Riley, the Godfather. He deeply believed in Riley's prophecy that future basketball belongs to 5 swingmen around 2 meters tall. Players need to possess all-around offensive and defensive abilities, able to handle the ball and switch infinitely to space the floor. After research, Yamashita believed this was feasible and built the team this way. Of Seiho's starting 5 players, none reached 1.9 meters in height. All were within 1.8 something meters. Even point guard Ryuhei Kasuga reached 1.79 meters. Such average height brought them decent height, while combining excellent mobility and switching ability. Seirin was breathless under Seiho's defense, which combined height and mobility. At the end of the first quarter, Seirin, possessing Teppei Kiyoshi, trailed by as much as 15 points. In fact, this game was mentioned in the original work. Seirin was crushed by Seiho. During the break between quarters, Captain Tsutomu Iwamura keenly noticed the anomaly in the audience seats. He followed the sound and immediately noticed Yuuto's presence. That person is that Yuuto coach. Shouldn't he be concentrating on preparing for exams at this time? Running to Tokyo to watch our game, how much does he distrust us? Ryuhei Kasuga also looked over. Shio Yamashita didn't hide it from the team members. On the 3rd day after getting Yuuto's promise, he told Iwamura and the others the news. So, Seiho's players knew that the Lion of Okyukazome would be their teammate next year. Not necessarily distrust, maybe he just simply wanted to see his future teammates in advance. But no matter what. We all know what to do, Iwamura. Don't let Yuuto look down on us. The fighting spirit of Ryuhei Kasuga and the others became even more vigorous. The coach went through untold hardships, not hesitating to leave the team to go to Kanagawa to watch the game live. He spent so much effort inviting Yuuto not to have Yuuto support them. Next year's Seiho would be Yuuto's team. If they didn't want to be looked down upon by a first-year junior, they had better show something this year. Thus, when the second quarter began, under Riko Ada's gaze, Seiho's intensity on both offense and defense rose another level. Those eerie steps made them extremely uncomfortable. Mistakes always occurred when defending. Plus, with the offense unable to pry open Seiho's turtle shell, the situation was quickly controlled by Seiho. Defense is as impregnable as ever, Seiho. As for offense, it's a bit simple. Mamui Satsuki had collected intelligence on Seiho beforehand. This was one of Two's biggest competitors next year. But if Yukon is added, that's a different story. Mom had already obtained the specific lineup of Two for next year from Katsunori Harasawa in advance. Comparing one-on-one, Two had a slight advantage. Two's captain Shoichi Miyoshi was a first-class player not inferior to the uncrowned kings, and Wakamatsu had followed Yuuto in 2 games. In terms of individual ability, Two was not inferior to any team, except Rakuzen. However, Seiho's lineup next year would have Tomoki Tsugawa in addition to Yuuto. She compared the 2 teams in her little notebook, attempting to predict the trend of their match. It was fine at first, but as soon as she threw Yuuto into the battle, the outcome became confusing and unpredictable. So troublesome. Can't guess what Yukon will do at all. She distressingly dropped her head onto Yuuto's shoulder, peeking at him. This girl really knew how to act coquettishly. She was also very clear about where her advantages lay, inadvertently radiating her charm. Yuuto rolled his eyes at her. Halftime ended. Seiho led Seirin by 28 points. Even Teppei Kiyoshi was completely lost in Seiho's iron barrel formation. Get 20-plus chapters ahead on Patreon Rose Whiskey. 500 PS equals 1 bonus chapter. 136. Chapter 136, The Lion King arrives. In the second half, Shio Yamashita began to deploy the 2-1-2 defensive formation. The old man intended to let Yuuto see Seiho's new defensive tactics for next year in advance. But the effect wasn't great. Aside from the double teaming on Teppei Kiyoshi remaining effective as always, Seirin's perimeter player, Junpei Hyuga, got quite a few scoring opportunities in the third quarter. A tactical board is, after all, not actual combat. Opponents won't act entirely according to your ideas. They still lacked a perimeter lockdown defender, as well as players with strong help defense and athletic abilities to serve as the hub. Seiho was defending just fine, why change the formation? And they sold such a huge opening on the perimeter. Mom couldn't understand Seiho's thinking. He's showing it to me on purpose. To know the power of a tactic, one must practice it. From the looks of it, Seiho's current lineup wasn't strong enough to master this defensive tactic. Yuuto naturally inserted himself into the simulation of the match, assuming Tomoki Tsugawa could lock down Junpei Hyuga. After a burst of thought in his brain, all of Seirin's movement routes were blocked off. I see, Mama giggled. I'm going to write this down. Soon. The match ended. Seiho defeated Seirin by 29 points with a score of 82-53. A very Seiho-style victory. They didn't score much themselves, but the opponent could never score more than them. I'm heading back, Satsuki. So soon, it's rare for you to come to Tokyo. Let's walk around outside. Next time, if it gets any later, the subway station will be crowded. Yuuto walked out of the arena with Mom and parted ways. Finally, he couldn't help but ask about Ayamine's current situation. Dai-chan, he's been working really hard lately. He says he's going to crush you next year. Is that so? I understand. Because a rival appeared, it was only natural to throw himself back into training. Next year's Daiki Ayamine would be even stronger. Then I'll keep working hard too. Yuuto returned to Okyukazome and immediately threw himself into training. He didn't go to watch any of Seiho's subsequent matches. According to his plan, after entering summer vacation, he continued to bulk up. His goal was to raise his strength attribute to 90 points first. Besides this, he also practiced a large volume of shooting and other technical skills every day. Now that Kuroko and Heizaki had both left Okyukazome, Yuuto was once again back to how it was before, practicing alone. The surroundings were much quieter, appearing slightly lonely. Fortunately, he was long used to it. Vacation ended, followed by the second of Japan's 3 major tournaments, the Autumn National Sports Festival. This didn't concern the Homi Academy Basketball Club much, as it focused mainly on winter sports. Although Yuuto had retired from the basketball club, he still came to the gym every day to train. Then, the Winter Cup also began. This still had nothing to do with them. This tournament was for high schoolers. Seiho High School, however, had bad luck. For 2 consecutive years, they met Tao in the group stage. In the critical battle for qualification from the group stage, 2 nationally perfected teams fought all the way to the last minute without determining a winner. Until the last 30 seconds of the game, Shoichi and Miyoshi hit a buzzer-beating 2-pointer to pull the gap to 4 points, helping Tao eliminate Seiho for the second year in a row. On TV, Shio Yamashita sighed heavily. This was the current Seiho. Defensively, they could limit the tyrant of the new era, Tao, to under 90 points. But Seiho desperately needed a player who could hammer the final nail in the coffin. If there was a Yuuto in the lineup, the others only needed to withstand the opponent's offensive and leave the rest to Yuuto. The game would become simple. But unfortunately, that Lion King would only descend upon Seiho next year. They had to swallow the bitter fruit of insufficient offensive firepower for 2 consecutive years. And Yuuto. At this moment, he was already packing things at home with Sora. They were about to leave Okukazome and go to Tokyo. Shortly after, the results of the Winter Cup came out. Rakuzen High from Kyoto, following the Inter High, pocketed the Winter Cup once again. Under the leadership of Eiji Shirogane, the 3 uncrowned kings under his command were simply invincible. Speaking of which, the achievements of this team were simply appalling. Since the inception of the Inter High and Winter Cup, Rakuzen had never missed a single tournament. Every year they qualified for the main tournament of the Inter High and Winter Cup, and they possessed the most championship trophies and the most wins. And next year, Rakuzen would welcome a huge upgrade. Akashi, whose personality had been corrected by Yuuto, would become the most outstanding captain in Rakuzen's history. Winter left, spring came. Another April, the start of the school season. On this day, Yuuto appeared at the gate of Seiho High School with the Kasugano siblings. The combination of the 3 attracted the gaze of many people. The Kasugano siblings were both of the type with domineering good looks. Their appearance attracted the eyes of countless men and women. And Yuuto. What the girls focused on wasn't just that face, but the hormones he radiated all the time. Perhaps due to the wildness talent, he always gave people a feeling full of untamed energy, a bad boy handsomeness. It's so big. Sora opened her cute big eyes to look around, using an exclamation usually reserved for the night to describe Seiho. After all, it is a famous school with 1,000 years of heritage. Haruka Kasugano on the side had obviously done his homework. Besides the basketball club, Seiho's kendo club was also their signature. It was rumored that one of the kendo dojos had been passed down for hundreds of years, and had even produced a sword saint. Subsequently, the 3 walked into the campus. It could be seen that club recruitment was in full swing everywhere. There were all kinds of clubs. The occult club for those who liked studying supernatural phenomena, the astronomy club for stargazing, the poetry club for ancient poems, and the dance club. The scale of these clubs varied. Don't ask how big Japanese schools actually are to provide activity space for so many clubs. Actually, they aren't that big. Setting aside major sports like basketball, soccer, and baseball, the activity space for most clubs wasn't even as big as a classroom. Hello, student. Are you a freshman this year? Your body is so nice. Do you like swimming? Yuuto was blocked by a girl halfway. Years of experience told her that hidden under Yuuto's clothes were mouth-watering muscles. Clearly just a teenager, yet the hormones were overflowing. She puffed out her chest and pulled her collar lower. In the swimming club, there are many. Enough, Mai, don't waste your breath. He belongs to our basketball club. Sora was about to explode on the side, ready to push this shameless woman away, but Tsutomu Iwamura walked over from the other side. Tsutomu, this isn't how you steal people. We found him first. The 3rd-year senior named Mai wouldn't back down. Yuuto was obviously a good seedling at a glance, pulling him into the club. Once the shirt came off, who knew how many girls would be attracted to join? Besides, Yuuto was her ideal type. She wouldn't mind developing a friendship-plus relationship with a junior. He is the person Coach Yamashita personally invited last year. Can you really not recognize this face? Tsutomu Iwamura was 1.87 meters tall, but standing next to Yuuto, he was still shorter. It was a friend beside her who pulled her sleeve, reminding her, Mai-chan, he seems to be Yuuto, the Lion King of Okukazome. That face, aside from hitting my strike zone perfectly, what's special about it? What? Get 20+ chapters ahead on Patreon Rose Whiskey. 500 PS equals 1 bonus chapter. 137. Chapter 137, You Should Learn to Grow Up. As soon as the name Yuuto came out, the surroundings suddenly fell silent for a moment. Then, Seiho students gathered around like they were watching a national treasure. Yuuto, the Yuuto who defeated the Generation of Miracles. Yuuto came to our school. For real, is it the real person? Even the recruitment activities of some clubs stopped. A person's name is like the shadow of a tree. Yuuto and the Generation of Miracles were absolutely the most famous middle school basketball players of the past 3 years. The two duels between them were dubbed the First Impact and Second Impact. To Chunibyo, middle school syndrome. Japanese people just loved this kind of Chunibyo, hot-blooded feeling. There are too many people here. I'll take you over first. Tsutomu Iwamura looked at the crowd gathering around, thinking he had underestimated Yuuto's influence, while simultaneously feeling a bit envious. Isn't this what the stinkin' basketball players pursued? Using talent and strength to conquer the fans and gain their pursuit and worship. With Iwamura clearing the way, Yuuto and the others smoothly exited the encirclement. Do you want me to show you around the school? No need. I prefer to explore the unknown myself. That way there's a sense of freshness. Just like tasting tea, strangers are always better than acquaintances. Seeing acquaintances, they know exactly what posture you want with just one look. Boring. All right then, don't be late for basketball club activities this afternoon. Got it. Yuuto waved his hand and parted ways with Iwamura, taking the Kasugano siblings to leave together. So the name isn't for show. Iwamura watched his back from a distance. He hadn't personally witnessed how strong Yuuto was yet. But that aura, just standing next to him, one could feel it deeply. It wasn't deliberately displayed, nor could it be imitated. That was something accumulated only by standing at the peak of the nation, victory after victory. Bidding farewell to Iwamura. The three came to the class assignment board to find their classes. Sora got her wish this year, finally being assigned to the same class as Yuuto. But facts proved, whether she was assigned to the same class as Yuuto or not didn't really matter. First day of school. Just the very first day. Yuuto took his gear and ran to the roof of Seiho to sleep. Sora looked at the empty seat by the window in the back row, clutching her forehead in pain. Idiot you used. The teacher also had a headache over this student, Yuuto. Because this student enjoyed privileges, he was a special sports recruit for the school. The day passed just like that. Afternoon. Sora packed up her things, ready to go to the basketball club to report with Yuuto. She planned to sign up for the Seiho basketball club and become the team manager. For Sora, the role of team manager was too easy to handle. There was no difficulty at all. On the other side of Tokyo, at Tao, Ryo Sakurai suddenly sneezed violently. Sora, you should go to a club you're interested in. It's about time you accepted this world. Yuuto stared at Sora seriously, his eyes revealing an unquestionable intent. Then he smiled and placed his hand on Sora's head. Don't worry, I won't go far. I'm right next to you. It was high school now. Sora should learn to grow up on her own. He wouldn't let Sora continue to follow him. This made the latter feel incredibly aggrieved and also a little lonely. But her personality refused to admit defeat. Watching Yuuto disappear around the corner, she stomped her foot angrily. Fine, leave then. It's not like I can't function without Yuuto baka. Thought I'd get scolded worse than that. Yuuto leaned against the corner wall and smiled. I'll buy some salmon to take back tonight. Basketball club. When Yuuto arrived, the muffled sounds of basketballs hitting the floor were already coming from the gym. This gym was huge and ancient, full of the atmosphere of the era. Like Seiho itself, everywhere had a charm of the times, a legacy passed down for 1,000 years. Pushing open the door. It was a brand new world inside. The equipment was all state-of-the-art. Whoosh tilde. The door was pushed open, attracting everyone's gaze. They turned their heads coincidentally. Then, he's here, the lion of Okyukazome. That is Yuuto. So tall, already 1.9 meters right, taller than the captain. He's the one who defeated the generation of miracles and stopped Teiko's Three-Peat. Just looking at him, he feels so strong. Inevitably, the members began to discuss. Knowing Yuuto would join Seiho this year, many players had been waiting for a long time. Since everyone is here, let's begin. All freshmen assemble. Tsutomu Iwamura roared, making all the first years line up. As a king, Seiho's basketball club had many members, fully 50 people. Like Teiko, they were divided into first string, second string, and third string. The first string were the regulars. There were 15 people on the roster, qualified to play in matches, and were the best players on the team. The second and third strings couldn't play in matches. They could only strive for opportunities through performance in practice. Yuuto stood in the crowd, standing out like a crane among chickens. Tomoki Tsugawa was next to him, wearing a smile that teammates found sunny, but opponents found hellish. "Hello, Yuuto classmate. I am Tomoki Tsugawa. Please take care of me." He looked very excited. This was a unique guy. Compared to offense, he preferred defense. Yuuto silently activated his data eye, reading Tsugawa's body stats from all aspects. The 5-dimensional stats averaged 85 points. Strength, speed, muscular endurance were all very balanced. No wonder he could lock down Kais. His own athletic ability is not bad, and he's a defense specialist. You have to know, the national-level Tsutomu, Iwamura, only had ability values in the low 80s in Yuuto's eyes. But Tomoki Tsugawa, he reached an ability value of 85 relying on defense. In terms of defense alone, Tsugawa's ability probably reached Heizaki's level. "Just call me Yuuto." "Okay, hello Yuuto. Please advise me in the future." He was really excited. Because being teammates with Yuuto meant he would have many chances to personally defend Yuuto in the future. If he could defend against this Lion King, just imagining it made Tsugawa tremble with excitement. "Don't zone out, introduce yourselves first." Iwamura called out names. "Yuuto, start with you." Yes, Yuuto stood straight and said, "I am Yuuto, Seiho first year. Height 1.93 meters, weight 78 kilograms. Position, swingman." He wasn't very high profile, didn't say things like "I can play all 5 positions," even though he really could play from player to coach. However, his very existence was already high profile. That unique aura of a strong powerhouse on him made those around him instinctively resist. Unless he beat them into submission. Get 20+ chapters ahead on Patreon Rose Whiskey. 500 PS equals 1 bonus chapter. 138. Chapter 138. A King Without a Crown. He didn't deliberately try to create it, but Yuuto possessed a high and mighty sharpness. This sharpness made the original regular players of Seiho feel uncomfortable. They took pride in being part of Seiho's first string. And Seiho was one of the strongest in Tokyo, the Northern King. Naturally, no one could look down on them or despise them. Shio Yamashita observed silently. The players' reactions did not exceed his expectations. These players, who had no actual achievements but were arrogantly sky-high, it was time for them to see how vast the world was. Blindly calling themselves kings would only make them arrogant and conceited, unable to recognize even themselves clearly. A survivor without a championship is no different from a scrub team. For this reason, on the first day of the new semester's basketball club activities, he arranged an intra-squad scrimmage. I don't want to say too much unnecessary stuff. Since you came to Seiho, to this team, you need to be prepared to give everything for this team. In this basketball club, basketball speaks for everything. Let's begin. The method to enter the first string roster at Seiho is simple: defeat them and replace them. Yamashita pointed to the regulars behind him. Nanny, playing a practice match against the seniors on the first day. This is too hard, playing against the first string. Most of the freshmen appeared especially nervous. In the past 2 years, 2 inner highs, 2 winter cups. A total of 4 major tournaments, Seiho entered the main draw twice and achieved good results as top 8 both times. It was undoubtedly a basketball powerhouse. If Rakuzen was the undisputed team in high school, then below Rakuzen were traditional powerhouses of Seiho's level. It was tempting to defeat the first string and replace them, but how easy was it to defeat a national top 8 team? The first string regulars were extremely confident. In fact, in the original work, Ryuhei Kasuga and the others didn't even look straight at Seirin when they appeared. Always calling themselves kings made them forget that Seiho wasn't a king from the start. Because there were many people, each practice match only lasted 10 minutes. With a roster of 15 people in the first string, they definitely had enough stamina to handle the freshmen. Groups were quickly formed. The first freshman team of 5 was quickly beaten to a pulp by the Seiho first string. Starters like Tsutomu Iwamura and Ryuhei Kasuga didn't even play. They targeted the squad Yuuto was in. In their words, they wanted to defend Seiho's glory. Even if it was a genius like Yuuto or the Generation of Miracles, they couldn't do whatever they wanted at Seiho. Soon, 10 minutes passed. The first freshman squad was thrashed by the first-string substitutes. The score was 7-23. The first-string players won a complete victory. Then the second freshman squad took the court. Also without any suspense, the second freshman squad was violently beaten by the second-string regulars. Shio Yamashita shook his head as he watched from the sidelines. Among Seiho's freshmen this year, there was a lack of eye-catching talent. Over the past 2 years, although Seiho achieved 2 top 8 finishes in 4 tournaments, their direct competitors, Tao and Shutoku of the Tokyo area, achieved runner-up and final 4 results respectively, firmly suppressing them. In terms of attracting geniuses, they were inferior to both. Thinking of this, he walked over to Yuuto, who was adjusting his sneakers. Yuuto. What is it? Let those kids see how a king plays basketball. Yuuto paused. This meant he should be ruthless and show no mercy. I don't have a problem with it, but does it matter? It doesn't matter. Right now, we are like the emperor in the emperor's new clothes. Everyone treats us like clowns, laughing at us, yet we are the only ones still pleased with ourselves. Top 8. That was never Seiho's pursuit. A king only needs one thing, a golden trophy. I understand. I will make those commoners recognize reality. Since Seiho was a king, then this emperor could only be Yuuto himself. Yamashita had no objections. He originally sought Yuuto out to be Seiho's king. But having just ascended the throne, he needed to display his power to suppress the subjects. I'll let Tsugawa help you. After this match, you two will smoothly enter the first string. Go beat those fools awake. Yuuto tied his shoelaces and straightened his back. On his feet were the Nike Kobe 4s that accompanied him in battle. Red Eye Mode, activate. Detected host attributes meet requirements to open talent. Weakness correction. Talent, weakness correction activated. No white hair. To beat this group of Seiho regulars, he didn't need to activate Devilization. Here we go. We must make him witness Seiho's power. Right, we are kings. Tsutomu Iwamura, Ryuhei Kasuga, Kenjiro Sakamoto, and Yashikazu Amuro stood up simultaneously. They had been waiting for Yuuto for a long time. The coach's high regard for Yuuto actually made them feel very uncomfortable. True, they failed to bring a championship to Seiho, but the national powerhouses were like forests, masters like clouds. Was a championship something you could just get by saying so? The coach wanted a first year to lead them. Then they would use actions to prove the coach wrong. Let's go, Seiho. Oh. Their morale was like a rainbow, walking onto the court in red practice jerseys. Such strong momentum, as expected of the king Seiho. Tomoki Tsugawa revealed a hellish smile. Yuuto, who do you think is the strongest? Third year, number 5, Ryuhei Kasuga. His comprehensive ability is the best among the 3 perimeter players. Is that so? Then can you leave him to me? As you wish. Thanks, I'll treat you to ramen after activities end. Tomoki Tsugawa licked his lips. To some extent, he was actually quite like Aomine, the type who got excited when encountering strong enemies. Really being looked down upon, huh? Ryuhei Kasuga wasn't deaf. Of course he heard their conversation. His face darkened immediately. I will personally teach you how to respect seniors. Yuuto didn't speak, but his wild aura spread out rapidly like a hurricane. In an instant, the expressions of the 5 Seiho regulars all changed. What on earth is this? Tsutomu Iwamura felt like thorns were pricking his back. The aura on Yuuto before his eyes was terrifying. Get 20+ chapters ahead on Patreon Rose Whiskey. 139, Chapter 139, Grade Level Scrimmage. The match began. Jump ball segment. Yuuto personally came to the center circle to face Tsutomu Iwamura. Tweet. The piercing whistle tore through the air. Then the second-year student acting as temporary referee tossed the ball high. Almost simultaneously, The moment the basketball reached its apex, Yuuto launched. He left the ground with both feet. So fast, Iwamura was instantly startled. His height was a few centimeters shorter than Yuuto, but that didn't determine the outcome of a jump ball. Jump balls were a task that relied heavily on experience. Rhythm of the jump and timing were more important than anything. And Yuuto, a player who had never played the center position, without any experience, defeated him easily relying solely on physical function. Explosive power, reflexes, jumping ability, dynamic vision, are they all above mine? Slap. The ball was batted by Yuuto into a teammate's hands. Freshman team's ball. That person swallowed his saliva, not knowing what happened, feeling pressured by the heavy responsibility entrusted to him. Just as he was thinking about how to handle it, Yuuto had already opened his hands toward him. When the Lion King asks for the ball, how can one refuse? He didn't hesitate and immediately sent the ball in Yuuto's direction. Yuuto caught the ball with one hand at the top of the three-point arc. He was used to this ball hog style of play. What is the ball hog style? Wait for teammates to pass the ball at the top of the arc, then have teammates clear out space to watch him perform. Ryuhei Kasuga came up to meet him. He was the number 2 figure in Seiho's first string, and also Seiho's main scorer. Bring it on, little lion. I will make you feel Seiho's power properly. He was confident to the extreme. After all, Seiho made its living on defense. Yuuto might be able to do whatever he wanted in middle school, but this was high school, and it was Seiho with the strongest wall of Tokyo. Then it's a promise. Make sure you let me feel Seiho's power properly. Snap. The basketball hit the floor and bounced into Yuuto's palm. In the next second, he smashed directly toward Ryuhei Kasuga. With a bang, Kasuga's thin, frail body collided with Yuuto. Yuuto discovered. Riko Ada's Data Eye talent wasn't useless. At least he could see the opponent's strengths and weaknesses, as it was timely, accurate body data. Take Ryuhei Kasuga, for example. A completely different type of player from Tsutomu Iwamura. If the former was hard, then Ryuhei Kasuga was soft. He played tactics, psychology, technique. He just didn't play physical. Yuuto played physical with him right upon meeting. Ryuhei Kasuga was knocked off balance, losing most of his center of gravity. Having bulked up for 2 consecutive years under professional guidance, Yuuto's strength attribute had reached 88 points. Although he hadn't reached the target of 90 points, physical attributes required long-term accumulation of exercise. However, he was currently the strongest in Seiho, aside from Tsutomu Iwamura. Don't look down on people. Yuuto didn't speak, but the smile on that composed face deeply stung Ryuhei Kasuga. He forced himself to stand firm, about to make the next move. But, a brilliant golden light suddenly bloomed. Under his stunned gaze, Yuuto turned into a humanoid sun, abruptly swinging his body and disappearing from in front of him in one breath. He broke through Ryuhei's defense so easily. Whether it was the jump ball earlier or the drive now. At the first meeting, Yuuto brought them a huge shock. Whoosh. His speed was extremely fast. It seemed he only took one step, but he had already appeared in the paint. Tsutomu Iwamura decisively stepped up to help defend. He didn't talk much. Defense like a rock was his biggest characteristic. And Yuuto. Bilibili. Sounds like electric current came from his body. 5 fingers slapped the basketball, piercing the stubborn rock like a thunderbolt. Yuuto spoke, the weakness of a heavy tank center, training the muscles to be too hard and lacking flexibility. Bang! The moment the basketball hit the floor, he turned into a golden light and passed behind Iwamura, followed by a simple layup that any beginner could do. Swish! The ball went in. Yuuto pierced the defense of Seiho's number 1 and number 2 figures upon first meeting. Actually, Iwamura's reaction and turning speed weren't slow, but compared to Yuuto, his turning speed was like an aircraft carrier making a U-turn. The entire Seiho gym was silent enough to hear a pin drop. Those second and third year players all widened their eyes, because they knew the level of their team captain and vice captain. Moan, monster, they felt their mouths go dry. Even Tao, famous nationwide for individual ability, couldn't pierce Seiho's iron wall so easily. Yet now, 2-0. So amazing, Yuuto. What was that move? Is that the thunder dribble? Tomoki Tsugawa leaned in close to Yuuto, dancing with joy. If you can prevent Ryuhei Kasuga from scoring a single point, I can practice with you after the activity ends. Really? That's great. Tsugawa's smile became even more hellish. I will definitely prevent Senior Kasuga from getting a single point. And Ryuhei Kasuga, who was originally in shock, heard this and felt anger surge instantly. There's a limit to looking down on people, first years. He couldn't accept being despised by 2 first years like this. Transition of possession. Immediately, he held the ball and started to attack from the 3-point line. Tomoki Tsugawa stuck to his side like a ghost. Oh, as expected of Senior, so amazing. Tsugawa kept saying so amazing while blocking Kasuga outside the 3-point line, preventing entry. Honestly, meeting such a freak really felt annoying. Especially when you couldn't tear open his defense. Ryuhei Kasuga was like this now. As the dignified main scorer of Seiho, he was actually defended so well he couldn't even enter the 2-point line. Especially looking at Tsugawa's smiling face, he wished he could punch him. This first year in front of him was simply too hellish. So amazing. Is this the Namba run? It really is different from normal footwork. Yabai crap almost got shaken off. This bastard. Anger rose rapidly in Kasuga's heart. Finally, he really couldn't hold it back and smashed directly into him violently. Kasuga, Iwamura realized it too late. Tsugawa fell with the momentum, and the referee immediately blew the whistle. Ryuhei Kasuga committed a foul on his first attack of the game. This guy is really... Watching from the side, even Yuuto felt annoyed. That chatterbox mouth didn't say anything very vicious, but listening to it just made one feel disgusted. However, he also initially understood Tomoki Tsugawa's defensive style. First, physical athletic ability was excellent. Speed, strength, and all aspects were balanced and reached top-tier levels. While possessing such hardware, his defensive reading ability was outstanding, and his heart was dirty, chattering endlessly to irritate the opponent. Over time, opponents who couldn't score for a long while would inevitably become agitated. No wonder he could lock down Kai's. Good athletic ability, plus Kai's hadn't been playing basketball for long at that time, and his copied skill set wasn't enough to pierce Tsugawa's defense. Being frozen was reasonable. Get 20-plus chapters ahead on Patreon Rose Whiskey. 140, Chapter 140, Isn't This Screwed? Ryuhei Kasuga's irrational foul returned possession to Yuuto. Nice work. Yuuto praised Tsugawa's defense. With the latter's defensive quality, it was enough to deal with over 90% of the perimeter players in the country. Senior really is strong, I almost got past. Tsugawa grinned. This hypocrite. Yuuto cursed inwardly. It was a good thing this guy was a teammate, and even better that he could crush him. Otherwise, being tortured by his endless chatter, one would be annoyed to death. Possession change. After crossing half-court, Yuuto received a pass from a teammate at the top of the arc again. He used the previous attack to win the trust of the whole team. And Seiho's first string. After the opening attack, they had shifted their defensive focus to Yuuto. Behind Ryuhei Kasuga, Yashikazu Amuro and Kenjiro Sakamoto had their eyes in this direction, keeping their distance well maintained. Not bad. Setting aside other things, Seiho's defense could be called seamless. Ryuhei Kasuga's expression was serious. We are kings. How much do you guys like this title? Yuuto shook his head. Let me teach you. A king without a championship is as pitiful as an emperor without a crown. While speaking, that blinding golden light erupted from Yuuto's body again. 1 second, he was motionless. The next second, he appeared behind Ryuhei Kasuga. Kasuga was dumbfounded. He only felt a golden lightning bolt flash before his eyes, and then he was left fiercely behind. Body completely couldn't react. Damn it. But it's not over yet. Yasukazu Amuro and Kenjiro Sakamoto saw it, and immediately surrounded him from the left and right sides. At this moment, teammates on Yuuto's left and right sides appeared to have excellent shooting opportunities. But he had observed his teammates before coming on. Except for Tomoki Tsugawa, the remaining three were completely there to make up the numbers. Perhaps Shio Yamashita considered preserving the face of the first-string regulars. He only wanted Yuuto to wake up Iwamura and the others, letting them experience setbacks. But what Yuuto wanted was to trample their so-called self-esteem into pieces. Naive. He whispered softly, not putting the double team in his eyes. 5 fingers waved simultaneously. Thunder dribble outputted maximum power, speed fast as lightning. No matter how many times I see it, it feels so fast. But there are 2 of us. Amuro and Sakamoto had perfect tacit understanding. They had done similar things many times. Countless geniuses had been embarrassed by THEIR Chinese letter, pincer attack double team. Then, just as they closed in like elevator doors, they discovered with horror that Yuuto before their eyes dissipated like foam, vanishing from their sight. What? Sounds of disbelief blurted out from their mouths. Tilde. At the same time, brilliant golden light bloomed beside Yasukazu Amuro. Yuuto accelerated into the paint and jumped against Tsutomu Iwamura's defense. Don't think about it. He feigned a dunk. Iwamura jumped fiercely, extending his arm to block, avoiding the issue of fouling. But Yuuto. His wrist flexed nimbly downward, scooping under Iwamura's armpit to gently flick the ball into the hoop. Swish. The ball went in again. The gym remained silent, including Shio Yamashita, who was muttering in his heart. He intended to use this match to let Yuuto and Tomoki Tsugawa directly enter the first-string selection, and incidentally dampen the members' pride. But he didn't intend for the first string to lose face completely, so he arranged 3 deadweights for Yuuto. Even Tomoki Tsugawa was a player lacking scoring ability. This way, even if Yuuto could win, the first string wouldn't be bloodily slaughtered. It could also test Yuuto's scoring ability. But now, 2 messages appeared in his mind. One good, one bad. The good news was, Yuuto possessed the ability to pierce Seiho's defense alone. This proved his judgment of people was accurate. Yuuto's arrival would allow Seiho to achieve a leap in improvement. He found the sharpest sword. The bad news was, at this rate, his disciples were going to be FC King beaten bloody, potentially causing them to doubt their lives. While speaking, Ryuhei Kasuga was once again blocked by Tomoki Tsugawa at the 3-point line, unable to take a step forward. His heart was incredibly tormented right now. On one hand, he really couldn't tear open Tsugawa's defense. On the other hand, he didn't want to call for help from his captain or teammates, as it would make him appear extremely incompetent. Especially this hellish person Tsugawa. He was annoying to the extreme. Kasuga. It was Iwamura who saw his predicament and immediately pulled from the paint to the high post to set a screen. A solid screen, almost hanging Tsugawa on his body. Kasuga was able to kill into the 2-point line. He rushed quickly toward the paint, even shaking off Yuuto along the way, and scored the team's first points with a low layup. This is the Namba run, indeed very agile. Namba run, or to be blunt, pacing, moving same side arm and leg. Because the movement method is same hand, same foot, it disrupts the opponent's defensive reading and judgment to a certain extent. However, absolutely no problem. Weakness. Correction. The brain completed the correction for the influence brought by the Namba, run almost instantly. Next round. Yuuto fired directly from outside the 3-point line and scored. Kasuga, wary of his drive, voluntarily retreated half a step and was immediately taken advantage of by Yuuto. Coming back, Iwamura continued to screen Kasuga into the 3-point line. Their overall strength was still higher than the freshman group. The 3 deadweights beside Yuuto provided almost no help. I'll finish you in one breath. Kasuga regained some confidence. The successful score in the last round gave him confidence again. However, Snap! He had just approached Yuuto's defensive range when the ball was stolen by Yuuto's extended arm. And it was an extremely smooth steal. Ho, how is that possible, my Namba run? A turbulent wave rose in Kasuga's heart. It's the continuously evolving ability that appeared when facing the generation of miracles. Shio Yamashita understood Yuuto quite well. Of course, that included Yuuto's infinite evolution ability, or the ability to correct his own weaknesses. Once deemed a weakness, and if the brain could decode it, Yuuto could correct all weaknesses. But that required time. When Yuuto contained Teiko's offense, it took half a game. Therefore, Shio Yamashita only arranged a 10-minute match time, just to seal this ability of Yuuto. But motherfucker, having seen it only once, he completely corrected the interference caused by Seiho's Namba run. Isn't this completely screwed? Get 20+ chapters ahead on Patreon Rose Whiskey. 141, Chapter 141, Kings Are Never Self-Proclaimed. Watching Yuuto slaughter his team, Shio Yamashita opened his mouth, hesitating whether to ask Yuuto not to kill them too ruthlessly. On the court, it was the third-year regulars' turn again. Ryuhei Kasuga was the team's main scorer and also the playmaker. As soon as he reached the three-point line, Tomoki Tsugawa was already defending right in front of him. Several matchups had already shown him how tricky Tsugawa was. It was like seeing a ghost. Damn it, after trying a few times, he still couldn't break through Tsugawa's blockade. He really wanted to disregard everything and go one-on-one with him. But as Seiho's point guard, he had to maintain sufficient rationality. In his 2 years at Seiho, he hadn't not encountered tricky defenders. Just treat Tsugawa as that level of opponent. Seiho's victory was the primary condition above all else. Without waiting for Tsutomu Iwamura to act, Ryuhei Kasuga actively called for a screen, Iwamura. Hearing this, Tsugawa's attention was involuntarily diverted mostly to Iwamura. But Ryuhei Kasuga, he very cleverly bypassed Tsugawa's defense from the other side. No one ever stipulated that a pick-and-roll must involve driving from the teammate's direction. Kasuga broke into the free throw line in a few steps, while Iwamura rolled to the basket simultaneously. They had executed this coordination countless times over the past 2 years. Their teamwork was incomparably tacit. 2 of the 3 deadweight freshmen saw this and immediately pounced in their direction. Kasuga's eyes narrowed, having already prepared to pass. The one he remained vigilant against was always the Lion King, Yuuto. Pap tilde. Using unique footwork, he shook off the double team, killed into the paint, and jumped. At the same time, Yuuto's help defense arrived. You're exactly who I was waiting for, Kasuga shouted in his heart. He had no intention of challenging Yuuto. His eyes had already confirmed Iwamura's position. In midair, he changed his low layup into a pass. But what? Ryuhei Kasuga, Tsutomu Iwamura, and the rest of the players all widened their eyes as if seeing something incredible. They saw Yuuto in midair perform a move that violated the laws of physics, spinning while swinging his arm, intercepting Kasuga's pass. But humans can't truly violate the laws of physics completely, which meant Yuuto completely saw through our offensive intent. The ball was picked up by one of the deadweight freshmen, and they followed up to complete a counterattack. Score 10-2. Ryuhei Kasuga ignored the score, staring at Yuuto with dull eyes. Why so surprised? Didn't your eyes tell me what you wanted to do? Yuuto stood motionless. Before this, he had faced Akashi's perfect passing. Compared to Akashi, your offensive intent is too obvious. Yuuto twisted his neck. That guy's passes could always avoid my interception and be delivered to teammates in the safest, most tricky way. Those were perfect passes that required multiple corrections and luck to intercept. Ryuhei Kasuga was still far from it. 10-2, the gap is actually this big. Shio Yamashita took a deep breath on the sidelines. He had given up and started thinking about how to comfort these poor kids after the match. He always knew Yuuto, and the generation of miracles were strong. But those were middle school games after all. Even if the talent was once in a decade, it shouldn't go so far as to thrash the players he meticulously coached. Now, his disciples were probably going to suffer a bloodbath. 10 minutes later, this unique welcoming ceremony ended. The score was 27-10. Seiho's starting 5 lost by 17 points. Such a result exceeded everyone's expectations. At this moment, the basketball club members looked at Yuuto with different eyes. Not to the extent of treating Yuuto like a god, as the Homi Academy people did. However, he indeed left an indelible, profound impression in the hearts of Seiho's players through this match. Did you all feel it, this bone-chilling defeat? Shio Yamashita walked up to his disciples. Currently, Ryuhei Kasuga and the others were all dejected. What pride of a king! It had long been ruthlessly crushed by Yuuto. This is our Seiho's situation over the past 2 years. We always call ourselves kings, but our performance gives people a sense of incongruity and absurdity compared to that title. A king is never self-proclaimed. They should be praised by others. Go back and reflect properly on this. Shio Yamashita chattered endlessly over there, scolding his disciples. No destruction, no construction. This was the rhetoric he decided on after thinking for a long time. Crush their pride, then help them stand up again. We disappointed you, coach. Tsutomu Iwamura sighed silently, stepping forward first as captain to express his stance. But Yuuto, he really is so strong. In a 10-minute match, Yuuto convinced everyone with ability that reigned above all others. Seirin Basketball Club. Similar things were happening there too. All day today. Head coach Riko Ada was a bit tense. The reason was that during club recruitment, she noticed 2 incredible freshmen. One was a returnee, a first-year named Taiga Kagami. Although separated by clothes and not seeing very clearly, upon first meeting, Riko Ada was still shocked by Taiga Kagami's body stats. Honestly, it was almost the same as Yuuto, whom she had seen with her own eyes. Especially, the leg muscles were quite developed, who knew what height he could reach jumping with full force. The other one she hadn't seen in person yet, only in application form. But this person was the one she cared about most. Because the school he played for in his 3rd year of middle school was Homi Academy. Homi Academy. That was the academy where the Lion King Yuuto was. Under his leadership, Homi Academy successfully sniped Teiko last year, preventing the generation of Miracle's Three-Peat and winning the championship in one fell swoop. That match was absolutely the most intense in the history of the national tournament. The sparks created by the collision of those geniuses were incomparably brilliant. Moreover, the name Tetsuya Kuroko was extremely familiar to her. He was one of Homi Academy's starters at the time. A lion from Okukazome actually came to their Seirin. This was a huge stroke of luck. She couldn't wait for the upcoming basketball club activities. Get 20+ chapters ahead on Patreon Rose Whiskey. 142. Chapter 142, The Lion of Homi Academy. Afternoon. With anticipation, Riko Ada arrived at the basketball club. The first thing for freshmen joining the club, she made all members take off their clothes. Of course, only the shirts. A group of freshmen were shocked. They didn't know their head coach played so wild. There are over 10 of us, can you handle it? Then they heard team captain Junpei Hyuga explain how their coach developed a pair of data eyes through working in a gym since childhood. For a moment, the Seirin newcomers were astounded. Riko Ada looked through everyone one by one, finally resting her gaze on Taiga Kagami. It's not my eyes playing tricks. This newcomer actually possesses physical talent on that Yuuto's level. Then she started looking for the next target. Is Kuroko-kun here? Come on, let me see you, Lion of Okukazome. Kuroko, the one from Homi Academy. Junpei Hyuga naturally also knew how amazing Homi Academy's lions were. Nowadays, almost no one playing basketball didn't know Yuuto and Homi Academy. But honestly, they found it hard to imagine that kind of genius coming to their basketball club. Riko Ada also scratched her head. She felt that kind of genius should be easy to recognize. Just like Kagami, standing in the crowd, a crane among chickens. Sorry, I am Kuroko. Kuroko walked out from the line. Instantly, the people present were half scared to death. Since when were you there? Junpei Hyuga and the others looked as if they had seen a ghost. Right in front of their eyes, yet constantly unnoticed, was this presence a human should have. He is Kuroko, from Homi Academy. Is he really a regular? Impossible, right? People looked at Kuroko. There was nothing particularly outstanding about him. No matter how they looked, he didn't seem like a genius capable of assisting Lion King Yuuto to pull Teiko off the throne. I am a regular, Kuroko said somewhat stubbornly. You are actually a Homi Academy regular. They couldn't believe it. No matter how they looked, Kuroko felt very weak. Lion of Okukazome. Generation of miracles. What on earth were these guys talking about? Taiga Kagami fell into thought listening to these unfamiliar terms. Riko Ada asked Kuroko to take off his shirt. Kuroko complied, revealing his frail body. How can it be like this? She found it hard to accept. How could a Homi Academy starter be such a weak player? Unwilling to give up, she impatiently arranged a practice match. This was supposed to be a segment for later, but she moved it up. Then, as soon as Taiga Kagami stepped on the court, he displayed powerful individual ability, scoring like chopping melons and vegetables. But immediately after, the second years began to double team him. Triple team. This completely froze Kagami. The first-year freshman instantly forgot how to play, and Junpei Hyuga and the others took the opportunity to catch up and quickly overtake the score. Anger surged in Taiga Kagami instantly. He originally held no expectations for Japanese basketball. Having played in the US since childhood, he naturally looked down on players here, thinking playing anywhere in Japan made no difference. But looking at the teammates around him, each one was so weak it made him want to vomit. Seeing the gap open to double digits by the second-year seniors, he had no good expression for the surrounding teammates. It was then that Kuroko acted. He roamed the court like a ghost, using his misdirection and passing to shatter the second-year defense time and again. The first-year group began to chase points. Riko Ada on the sidelines finally sensed something unusual. What is this sense of incongruity? What exactly happened? She stared blankly at Kuroko, seeing his gaze terrifyingly calm. Even toward Kagami, this super rookie, and the second-year Junpei Hyuga, he treated everyone equally. What kind of look was that? Completely treating us as ordinary players. Beep tilde. The match ended. The first years unexpectedly defeated the second years. After activities ended, Taiga Kagami went to a burger shop, still immersed in the practice match from the afternoon. It was certain. Basketball here wasn't as weak as he imagined. That annoying Tetsuya Kuroko seemed to be the name. The aura radiating from him wasn't a bluff. But what he cared about more were the generation of miracles and that Lion King Yuuto mentioned by the coach and others. Lion King, generation of miracles, really want to try playing them, see how strong they are. Kagami became expectant. If it's Kagami-kun, you would be instant killed. Taiga Kagami paused, looked at Kuroko, who suddenly appeared in front of him, and spat out his drink. When did you appear here? Is this person really a ghost? Bastard, low presence is one thing, but how come he makes no sound even when walking? I've been here the whole time. I arrived first. Kuroko held his vanilla milkshake with both hands, taking a satisfying sip. The more he looked, the more annoyed Kagami got. Clearly very strong, yet pretending to be harmless to humans and animals. You came just in time. Kagami's expression became serious. What did you mean by instant killed just now? Just the literal meaning. This guy is annoying even when he speaks. Kuroko said lightly, those 6 geniuses all went to different basketball powerhouses this year. The only thing I can confirm is that they will definitely fight to reach the top of the nation. So certain. Kagami restrained his expression. There were so many participating teams in the national tournament, yet Kuroko was certain the champion would only be born among 6 teams. Including the expressions of the basketball club seniors when mentioning those geniuses, all this forced Kagami to believe. Those 6 geniuses were really strong. Inexplicably, Taiga Kagami suddenly felt 6 pitch-black figures staring at him from behind, immense pressure instantly sweeping over his entire body. Fighting spirit soared instantly. I've decided. I will defeat them all and become the strongest in Japan. That is impossible. Kuroko casually poured a bucket of cold water on him. I know you have potential, but the current Kagami-kun can't even touch their heels. For the past 2 years, their duels were called the first and second impacts. Does Kagami-kun understand the meaning here? Couldn't understand at all. He was living in the US back then. Get 20+ chapters ahead on Patreon Rose Whiskey. 143, Chapter 143, The Competitive Men of Seiho. Relying on Kagami-kun alone is impossible, but if it's everyone together, infinite possibilities exist for the future. This is something I learned from Yuuto. Yuuto, I keep hearing you mention this name. Is he really that strong? Yes, it's an unreasonable kind of strength. He can even constantly evolve on the court. Kuroko's words sounded to Kagami like someone telling a story. Current Kagami couldn't yet understand the meaning within Kuroko's words. But the flame in his heart had been thoroughly ignited. On the other side, Seiho Basketball Club Gym. Club activities had ended, but Yuuto continued extra practice as always. Ryuhei Kasuga, Tsutomu Iwamura, and the others had just been scolded and were preparing to go home with their heads down. But they saw Tomoki Tsugawa standing at the basketball club entrance. Hey, first year, what are you doing here so late? It's the seniors. I'm waiting for Yuuto here, promised to treat him to ramen. Waiting for Yuuto. Only upon getting closer did they hear the sound of basketballs swishing through nets inside the club. Ryuhei Kasuga walked in and actually saw Yuuto, who had blown them out not long ago, practicing shooting with the help of a girl. When did he start? Started right after club activities ended. Said it was specially approved by the coach. Hearing this, the expressions of Ryuhei Kasuga and the others became incredibly colorful. Stronger than them and working harder than them. The frustration in his heart became even stronger. The coach's scolding still echoed in his ears. A king without a crown is as laughable as those scrubs eliminated in the first round. Looking back at the past 2 years, from joining Seiho, he struggled with the goal of becoming a regular. When he became a starter, he took pride in being a Seiho regular, embracing pride and calling himself a king. But this afternoon, Yuuto destroyed his pride with that unreasonable talent. Yes, it was talent. He thought he lost to Yuuto's innate talent, that he just lost the talent lottery. But now he lost in everything. Absolutely cannot allow myself to lose to this guy, even in effort. Ryuhei Kasuga gritted his teeth and threw his bag to a teammate. Iwamura, you guys go ahead. Finishing his sentence, he took off his jacket and walked into the gym, going to the court on the other side of Yuuto to start his own practice. He couldn't accept being inferior to Yuuto in everything. Seeing this, the others scratched their heads, finally gritted their teeth, and walked into the gym too. They went to the court on the other side of Yuuto one after another. What's wrong? Sora didn't understand. Just treat it as the last struggle of a group of guys who don't want to admit defeat. Yuuto took the basketball from Sora and threw it again. The basketball drew a beautiful arc and drilled into the net. Time's up, let's go flat top Tsugawa, ramen time. Yuuto finished the last shot and left with Sora. Not waiting. Tomoki Tsugawa had his clothes half off. He felt if everyone was doing extra practice and he didn't, he would seem antisocial. Who knew Yuuto was leaving? You'll have plenty of chances in the future. All right. Tsugawa could only follow Yuuto, looking back at the group of second years training to the death. He felt this basketball club was quite interesting. Yuuto left, leaving behind a group of third years, practicing in full swing. Yuuto left, still continuing. My extra practice has nothing to do with that guy Yuuto. Ryuhei Kasuga denied it flatly. This had nothing to do with Yuuto. Seeing Iwamura smiling, he got angry. And you lost so miserably. How are you in the mood to smile? Where is your self-esteem? Was I smiling? Iwamura quickly put away his smile, putting on a meticulous expression. If I was, It's probably because I'm happy such a formidable guy came to the basketball club. Thinking about having such a powerful guy as a teammate in the last year of high school makes me uncontrollably excited. But you're right, I must guard Seiho's interior well. Iwamura cast aside extra thoughts and let teammates try to attack his defense. Yuuto was strong, that wasn't wrong. But this didn't mean they could enjoy the victory brought by Yuuto with peace of mind. Their pride didn't allow them to do so. At the very least, they had to do everything within their power well. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. Seiho Basketball Club saw continuous extra practice sessions. As long as Yuuto stayed for extra practice, Ryuhei Kasuga and the others would grit their teeth and stay no matter how tired they were. Although there still wasn't much communication usually, a tacit understanding was gradually forming. This understanding manifested in Seiho's first practice match. 108-67. They easily crushed the practice match opponent. Despite not communicating much usually, once in the game, Ryuhei Kasuga would give the ball to Yuuto whenever there was a chance. He would also tacitly draw away defenders around Yuuto. At the same time, they became more diligent on defense because there was a reliable monster on the offensive end. Last year in the national tournament, we barely won by 5 points against this opponent. Didn't expect it to be so easy this year. It's all thanks to Yuuto. Winning the game, the team members were in a very good mood. By the way, did our defense get stronger? This is thanks to the coach's new formation, and of course Yuuto. With him in front, I can anchor the paint with peace of mind. Ryuhei Kasuga clicked his tongue, but in his heart, like his teammates, he had tacitly accepted Yuuto's existence. Without a doubt, the ace of this current Seiho was Yuuto. Even Ryuhei Kasuga willingly handed over the ball rights, retreating to the team's number 2 scoring option. What are you laughing at? I'll beat you up. Kasuga slapped the back of Tsugawa's head. He actually wanted to slap Yuuto the most, but he just couldn't bring himself to do it. Yuuto was taking control of this team bit by bit. He wasn't just the team ace, he was the team leader. His iron heart talent could always subtly influence the people around him. Beep, 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 tilde. While chatting, the phone rang. Yuuto picked it up. It was Mame's call. Hello, Satsuki, what's up? Yu-kun, why haven't you come to find me since arriving in Tokyo? I've been waiting for you for almost a week. Very noisy. As always. Get to the point. He just asking how Yu-kun is doing at Seiho. After acting coquettishly, Mom stated her purpose. By the way, telling you one more thing. Kuroko-kun went to Seirin. He is also in Tokyo like you guys and scheduled a practice match with Kai-chan. Let's go watch together. Get 20+ chapters ahead on Patreon Rose Whiskey. 144. Chapter 144, Taiga Kagami. This matter goes back a few days. After obtaining the light and shadow combination of Taiga Kagami and Tetsuya Kuroko, the ambition buried deep in Riko Ada's heart was activated. Especially the next day when Ryota Kais ran to Seirin to invite Kuroko, just like in the original work. Riko Ada targeted Kaijo. Generation of miracles, strong beyond belief, just as rumored. That Ryota Kais, with just one look, copied Taiga Kagami's moves and displayed them in an even stronger form. She had never seen such a terrifying player. That learning ability was uniquely gifted. In moments, he could surpass years or even decades of hard work by others. However, not completely without a chance. Kagami and Kuroko gave her enough confidence. Possessing this light and shadow combination, they might not necessarily lose the game. But this required practice. So, Riko Ada went home and begged her father to schedule a practice match with Kaijo. As for the several kings and Tao in Tokyo, she didn't schedule them because they were protagonists for the main event later. Thus, this match was finalized. This day, Yuuto arrived at the subway to meet Mom, taking the train to Kanagawa together. You look in a good mood. Because after knowing Ayu also came to Tokyo, Dai-chan has been training hard all summer. That's really good news. So Ayu, be careful, Dai-chan is very serious this time. By the way, I'll visit Seiho to find you some other day. You want to gather intelligence, right? Just incidentally. Mame Satsuki actually knew that gathering intelligence on Seiho wasn't very meaningful. She couldn't predict the actions of those 6 geniuses. She could only target their teammates. But there were 2 exceptions: Yuuto and Akashi. Besides extremely strong individual ability, they possessed unparalleled leadership attributes. These attributes would disrupt her deployment. One slip-up, and she might even be used by them in reverse. So, she really just simply wanted to go play, and incidentally give the coach an explanation. Whatever, Yuuto didn't mind, finding a seat after the subway doors opened. Soon, they arrived at the destination. Yuuto came to the 3rd-floor stands and met Midorima, who also came to watch. Midorin, Mom, looked at Midorima strangely. Although he did some disguise, that Shutoku uniform and unique green hair still betrayed him. Midorima jolted violently. How did you find me? If you want to disguise, at least change out of that uniform first. Yuuto didn't even want to roast him. Also, who goes out holding a frog toy in their hand? This isn't a toy, this is today's lucky item for cancer, Midorima said seriously to Yuuto. On the court, half of victory belongs to strength, the other half to luck. These guys who didn't do their utmost would never understand his persistence and obsession. Gaining confidence from such fictitious things, are you a brat? HMPH, that's why I can't talk to you guys. Yuuto, Aamine, Akashi, etc. were all the same. They wouldn't understand. The 3-point shot is the sharpest weapon on the basketball court. Every shot is a gamble. Especially in decisive moments, every shot requires gathering everything. Clarification, only Midorin can't talk to Ayu and the others. Mom silently added a stab. This annoyed Midorima. He pretended to be calm and adjusted his glasses. I originally thought you would be slightly different from Aamine and the others. Now it seems you're no different. Aamine hated Yuuto's utilitarian basketball style, but Midorima approved of it extremely. Using the simplest, most effective way to complete the offense and win, that is the truth of basketball. Unlike you, I won't pin my hopes on inanimate objects. Pinpoint against wheat on tit for tat. Having joined 2 of the 3 kings of Tokyo respectively, they were destined to meet on the court later. Seeing the atmosphere wasn't right, Mommy quickly laughed it off. The match is starting. Maybe this year will really be as Ayu said. Tokyo area won't just have Tao and the 3 kings. Hearing this, Midorima shifted his gaze. If Mame Satsuki said so, she must have gathered some useful intelligence. He waited for the follow-up. Besides Kuroko-kun, they welcomed a returnee freshman this year. He played in the US before and was influenced by basketball over there. Is it that guy with double eyebrows? Ayuno's Kagami-kun. Don't know him, but the muscles on his body tell me he's pretty good. Strength, speed, endurance, all top tier, especially the leg muscles, like springs installed. Hearing this, Mommy's eyes flashed. What Yuuto said was spot on with the intelligence she gathered. That first year named Taiga Kagami possessed astonishing athletic talent. Fast jumping speed, sufficient jump height. Plus Tetsuya Kuroko, Seirin quickly entered her field of vision. The problem was, how did Ayu see that? Midorima also restrained his expression, staring unblinkingly at Yuuto's eyes. Regarding Yuuto, the generation of miracles had speculations about some of his abilities, including his eyes, which could change viewpoints in the brain, looking down from above the court with no blind spots in 360 degrees. But whether other abilities were hidden remained unknown for now. Now it seemed he could also see some body data of players. On the court, the game started. Right off the bat, Taiga Kagami helped Seirin win the jump ball with overwhelming jumping ability. Seeing this scene, Midorima couldn't help but glance at Yuuto again. He was almost certain now. Yuuto possessed the ability to see player physical capabilities and visualize them in data form. First attack of the game, Seirin took the initiative as guests, giving Kaijo a blow to the head. Taiga Kagami received Kuroko's pass and used a violent dunk to tear the rim down. Tore the rim down? Are you kidding me? Unbelievable. This scene startled the Kaijo people, thinking they encountered some monster. But after observation, they found it was a loose screw. Arrogant Kaijo completely disregarded Seirin. Playing against Seirin, they even planned to use half the court, and the hoop was old and needed repair. Furthermore, they didn't even sub Kaizen. Get 20+ chapters ahead on Patreon Rose Whiskey. 145. Chapter 145, not a single chance of winning. Genta Takeuchi didn't put Seirin in his eyes at all. A second-year girl as a coach, a basketball club established only 2 years ago. If not for an old friend's request, he wouldn't agree to play against such a team. What kind of players could a second-year brat teach? This was simply a waste of time. But Seirin made him furrow his brows with just one offensive possession, especially after switching to a full-court game. On Kaijo's first offense, Yukio Kasamatsu was stolen by Kuroko. Takeuchi's expression suddenly became colorful. This sense of incongruity, exactly the same as that game a year ago. He thought of the duel between Homi Academy and Teiko. A similar feeling appeared then. Wait, Seirin's number 11. Takeuchi looked closely and actually saw a vaguely familiar figure in Seirin's lineup. Homi Academy's Tetsuya Kuroko. Did the coach only notice little Kuroko now? You knew early on. Since you knew, why didn't you say so earlier? I said it. I told coach to treat this practice match seriously. Kais felt wronged. He had changed into his jersey early before the game started. But the coach said things like, if you play, how can they play? And pinned him to the bench. In that case, get on the court, Kais. Besides those 6 geniuses, Homi Academy's players named Heizaki and Kuroko were also targets other teams wanted to fight for. But after winning the national tournament championship with Yuuto, those 2 players disappeared. Didn't expect one of them actually ran to this scrub team Seirin. Coach, everyone wake up. Since he's from Homi Academy, he deserves our attention. Including Seirin's number 10 too. That athletic ability was no joke. Subbing little Kaizen so soon, very cautious. Can't be helped. After we lost the game, Tokyo newspapers have been trying to prove that Teiko didn't lose because of a gap in strength. Midorima said lightly. Proud Tokyo people were always unwilling to accept the fact that Yuuto defeated the generation of miracles alone. For this reason, they specifically analyzed Homi Academy's lineup, then praised the starting 5 individually, finally reaching a conclusion. Even if Heizaki and Kuroko's abilities didn't reach the generation of miracles level, their functionality perfectly adapted to Yuuto. Under such propaganda, Heizaki and Kuroko became household names. After speaking, Midorima wanted to see Yuuto's reaction, but the Seiho ace just watched the court quietly. That guy improved quite a bit too. Yuuto's gaze was burning. The data coming from Kais showed substantial improvement compared to a year ago. 5-dimensional stats improved by a large chunk across the board, completely leaving Tomoki Tsugawa in the dust. Meeting again, Tsugawa would probably be blown out by Kais one-on-one. The match restarted. First attack upon Kais's entry, he copied Kagami's dunk. A powerful dunk, attempting to tear the rim down as well. Then he was kicked mercilessly by Yukio Kasamatsu. Little Kais hasn't changed, so funny. Mommy covered her mouth, snickering. For girls, Kais was really a perfect boy, handsome and with a good personality. Too bad not my type. Mom stuck out her tongue secretly, glancing at Yuuto. The pace of the game was fast. Perhaps both sides hadn't adapted to battles of the generation of miracles level yet. Whether it was Kais or the Kuroko-Kagami combo, neither had good countermeasures for the other's offense. The score kept rising alternately. But under this rhythm, Riko Ada called the first timeout of the game. At this time, the numbers on the scoreboard were 22-25, yet the game had only been going for 5 minutes. Author note, not made up, really that absurd, 47 points in 5 minutes. One can imagine how fast the pace of this game was. Riko Ada watched the players hurriedly rehydrating. They only played 5 minutes, yet their state looked like they played a half. She had preliminarily realized these basketball powerhouses weren't just empty names. Even setting aside Kaijo's other players are genius players recruited from middle schools all over the country. Their body stats are all very high. If not for Kuroko and Kagami. Thinking about this, she found Kuroko looking distracted toward the second floor. Kuroko. Sorry, coach, what did you say just now? I haven't said anything yet. Rather, what were you looking at just now? Riko Ada looked in that direction, then froze as if immobilized. Others noticed this anomaly and looked over one after another. On the second floor stands, a group of 2 guys and a girl were chatting and laughing while looking at the court. Nothing special. What's wrong, Kuroko coach? Those 3, Lion King Yuuto and the Generation of Miracles. Hearing this, Kagami's eyes changed instantly. Still that exclusive aura of the strong, only compared to Kuroko and Kai's, the aura on those 2 was much more intense. Especially the one without glasses. Is he Yuuto? Yes. Is that so? Although I asked once before, Kuroko, do the current me really have no chance of winning against him? Honestly, after contact with Kai's, he preliminarily understood the terror of those 6 geniuses. Even with Kuroko by his side helping, Seirin trailed Kaijo. This was the gap. Yes, not a single chance of winning. Even with you added. Even with me added, no. The 2 spoke back and forth. Their expressions were relatively calm, but the people beside them were surging with waves inside. They were at least temporarily fighting Kaijo to a draw. How come they had no chance of winning facing Yuuto? Is he really that strong? Junpei Hyuga asked unwillingly. Yeah, in less than a year, Kai's-kun's progress has exceeded my expectations, but even the current him is not enough to be mentioned in the same breath as the third-year middle school Yuuto. This was really great news. Current Kai's was already strong enough to make them feel non-human, yet he couldn't even compare to last year's Yuuto. They turned to look at the player on the second floor radiating hormones, and their gazes changed. Forget about Yuuto for now, focus on the match in front of us. Get 20-plus chapters ahead on Patreon Rose Whiskey. 146. Chapter 146. Seiho's number 2 figure. What they should be thinking about now wasn't how impressive Yuuto was, but how to win this game. Kuroko suddenly raised his hand and said, I have a move that might bring some help to the team. What move? The Vanishing Drive, but I can't do it alone. I need Kagami-kun's cooperation. A Vanishing Drive. Kagami still thought Kuroko was useless except for passing. He didn't expect him to have the ability to drive as well. What do I need to do? Wait for the right moment when I dribble. Kuroko briefly explained the principle of the Vanishing Drive to Kagami. Coordinating this drive wasn't particularly difficult. The important thing was grasping the timing. The game continued. Coming back, both sides strengthened their defense against each other's aces. Kagami and Kai's were constantly guarded closely by 2 people. Under such circumstances, Kuroko stepping up allowed Seirin to seize the initiative. They took the opportunity to chase points and achieved an overtake. If nothing unexpected happened, Kaijo was going to lose this game. Before Kai's evolved and developed perfect copy, his level was actually not much different from Heizaki. What's more, the current Kuroko had his driving and shooting abilities developed in advance by Yuuto. The game ended. Seirin defeated Kaijo with an alley-oop buzzer beater, winning the practice match. I'm heading back first, Satsuki. Oh, okay, what about Midorine? You guys go ahead. He planned to meet his old teammate. Since graduating middle school, the Generation of Miracles hadn't met each other. Taking this opportunity, he'd go say a few words to Kai's. Outside the arena, Yuuto turned and asked, since you came all this way, not going to talk to Kai's. Wait for next time. Little Kai's probably doesn't want to see us right now. Boys, after all carry a bit of machismo. They don't want to be seen in a sorry state by girls, especially girls they are close to. Hearing this, Yuuto said no more. Just as he was about to continue walking forward, a basketball suddenly flew toward him. Smack! He reached out to catch it, Turning to look, it was someone from Seirin. Taiga Kagami maintained his throwing posture. Rare opportunity. Let's have a match, Lion King Yuuto. Although he had just finished a game, Taiga Kagami still wanted to play against Yuuto. He wanted to see exactly how strong the person Kuroko claimed he absolutely couldn't beat was. Yuuto spun the ball on his fingertip with the momentum. Next time, in the Tokyo area, we have plenty of chances to play against each other. Are you trying to run away? Kuroko and Riko, nice game. Yuuto ignored Kagami, turning to greet the two acquaintances. Let's save our match for the inter-high preliminaries. He threw the ball back to Kagami. If he remembered correctly, in the district preliminaries, Seiho would encounter Seirin very soon. Coach, do you know Yuuto? Only after the person left did Junpei Hyuga ask the question in his heart. Facing them, who had just defeated a generation of Miracle, Yuuto's attitude was excessively composed, making people involuntarily feel scared. Yeah, for the past 2 years, Yuuto came to my dad's gym every year for professional training. Already so impressive, yet still training so hard, even Hyuga couldn't help but sigh. So we can't be complacent because of one victory. Greater challenges are waiting for us. Riko Ada told the team members not to be careless. However, we are also very strong. Yes, they were very strong. Defeating Kaijo and a generation of Miracle was the best proof. Seirin was no longer that scrub team from a year ago. She was full of confidence for this year's national tournament. The next day, Yuuto came to the basketball club after school. How was the result of yesterday's game? Tsutomu Iwamura knew Yuuto went to Kanagawa yesterday to watch a Kaijo game. Seirin won. Is that so, as expected? Wait, how could a team like Seirin possibly win? Seirin won. Yuuto repeated once, ensuring everyone heard clearly. For real, Seirin beat Kaijo. The Seiho players were shocked. What kind of team was Seirin? A scrub team massacred by them, with a huge score last year could actually beat Kaijo. If I recall correctly, Kaijo got Ryota Kais from the Generation of Miracles this year, right? Correct, but they still lost to Seirin. Seirin got 2 very formidable newcomers this year. Yuuto recalled Seiho's first encounter with Seirin. They also suffered from underestimating the enemy, treating Seirin as the scrub team from a year ago, ultimately losing the game 71-73. I advise you all to put away unnecessary arrogance. Don't space out, training starts. Yuuto tied his shoelaces and led all Seiho members in warm-ups. Looking at his posture, those who didn't know would think he was Seiho's captain. However, Tsutomu Iwamura was indeed considering handing over the captain position to Yuuto. Getting along for so many days, he found Yuuto was a very charismatic player. Not just strength. As a teammate, he could always make those around him trust him unconditionally. Find a chance to talk to the coach and Yuuto. After the practice match between Seirin and Kaijo, Seiho scheduled another practice match, which they won easily. The high school inter-high preliminaries opened in mid-May, still a month away. Through these practice matches, Shio Yamashita continuously perfected his new formation, checking for gaps and filling omissions. It had to be said, this old-school coach was indeed good at defense, but the help he could provide the team on offense was relatively little. Most of the time, it was simply and crudely give the damn ball to Yuuto. No wonder this guy promised Yuuto unlimited firing rights when seeking him out. Shio Yamashita really didn't have much substance on the offensive end. His offensive tactic was giving the ball to Jordan. Including player development, it was mostly defense-oriented, with limited development of players' offensive abilities. Yuuto's data eye played a key role at this time. He successfully helped teammates maximize strengths and avoid weaknesses, developing offensive capabilities, making Seiho's offensive history turn a new page. This was also why Tsutomu Iwamura wanted to abdicate in favor of the worthy. Yuuto, currently in the basketball club, wasn't just a player. He counted as half a coach. Shio Yamashita was responsible for defense, Yuuto for offense. He was already the absolute number 2 figure in the team, second only to coach Shio Yamashita. Get 20 plus chapters ahead on Patreon Rose Whiskey. 147, Chapter 147, Group of Death. Days passed one by one. Watching the kids continue extra practice after daily activities ended, Shio Yamashita believed that fighting for Yuuto regardless of cost back then was the wisest decision he had ever made in his life. He still remembered the first day. The regulars of the basketball club wanted to give Yuuto a display of authority, teaching him how to respect seniors, showing considerable hostility toward Yuuto. Now it was all good. The entire team was kneaded into a ball by Yuuto instead. Even Ryuhei Kasuga was incredibly convinced by Yuuto. Such cohesion could allow them to explode with stronger power. Seeing the basketball club activity time about to start, Shio Yamashita arrived at the gym on time with the grouping table and called everyone over. The grouping for the Inter-High District preliminaries is out. His gaze swept over everyone, finding only anticipation in the kid's eyes, nothing else. Such confidence satisfied him. This year we are placed in Group A. Tao is in Group B, so before the final league, we won't be able to get revenge on Tao. Hearing the word Tao, Iwamura and the others breathed heavier. Over the past 2 years, they had lost to Tao more than once. If asked which team they wanted to beat most right now, it was undoubtedly Tao. Although we won't encounter Tao in the group stage, don't lower your guard. The participating teams in Group A this year include Shutoku. Shutoku. As soon as this name came out, the airflow around them seemed to stagnate for a moment. Tokyo had 3 kings. This had been mentioned many times. However, last year, since Senshinkan failed to get any Generation of Miracles member in the competition among many basketball clubs, they were bound to fall out of the main group in the next 3 years. Current Tokyo was in a state of 3 pillars standing tall. Lion King Yuuto was with them at Seiho, Daiki Aamine at Tao, and Shutoku. They secured the Generation of Miracles best shooter last year. Those geniuses, if you haven't teamed up with them, you don't know how unreasonably strong they are. If we want to break out of the Tokyo district, we must cross over Shutoku. Shio Yamashita circled forcefully on the schedule with a red pen. Meeting in the group stage was already a foregone conclusion. This year, between Seiho and Shutoku, one team must be unable to participate in the national tournament, Inter-High, main draw. But conversely, as long as they could win this match against Shutoku, then Seiho would essentially automatically obtain one of the 3 promotion spots in the Tokyo district. But before that, we will encounter the Seirin team Yuuto met before. Shio Yamashita pointed to the schedule again. According to the Group A schedule, after the first round, if everything went smoothly, Seiho would meet Seirin in the second round. It really is a group of death. Iwamura shook his head. Seiho's draw luck for the national tournament this year was truly terrible. Not only meeting Shutoku in the group stage, but also having Seirin, a dark horse that defeated Kaijo not long ago. This made Seiho's road to promotion confusing and unpredictable. HMPH, the ones who should be worried are them. We are Seiho. Ryuhei Kasuga snorted coldly, still taking pride in wearing the Seiho jersey. Seiho's grouping was indeed bad, worthy of being called a group of death. However, he dared to guarantee that compared to them, Shutoku and Seirin must be more stressed right now. In fact, he guessed correctly. When the grouping came out, the atmosphere of the entire Seirin basketball club became heavy. Our opponent in the first round is Shinkyo Academy. They welcomed a foreign player this year, a black player with outstanding athletic ability and height over 2 meters. From what I know, Shinkyo won all their practice matches this year by large margins. They have already set their sights on Seiho and Shutoku, hoping to defeat teams possessing the Generation of Miracles and Yuuto. Foreign aid doesn't matter, we also have Kagami the returnee, right? Ha 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 ha. Junpei Hyuga told a cold joke, attempting to relax everyone. And defeating Kaijo indeed gave them great confidence and courage. They believed they wouldn't lose to Shinkyo and a mere foreign aid. Correct, but the difficult part is the subsequent matches, if we successfully make it to the next round. Our next opponent is the king, Seiho. Riko Ada was never worried about Shinkyo, but Seiho. Last year we lost to Seiho by a large margin. This year they even brought in Yuuto. Almost no good news. They already had no psychological advantage against Seiho, and now the opponent absorbed last year's strongest middle school student. This put huge pressure on everyone at Seirin. Hearing this, Taiga Kagami couldn't help recalling Yuuto, whom he saw that day. The opponent's composed demeanor was deeply engraved in his mind. Intuition told him the other party wasn't bluffing. However, can't win just perfect. After returning to Japan, I haven't played for a while and got rusty. I feel very fulfilled now. Life really needs challenges after all. Kagami couldn't help laughing out loud. He was also the type who got more excited the stronger the opponent was. That's the spirit. Riko Ada smiled slightly. Precisely because victory was slim and no one thought they could win, they could exert power exceeding 100%. Yash, for the upcoming national tournament, training this year is all doubled. May 16th. The flames of the national tournament reignited. This day, Yuuto arrived early at the basketball club to wait. Today was the opening day of the national tournament. Compared to Tochigi Prefecture, the Tokyo area had the most participating teams in the country. Roughly estimated over 300 teams. Even though the promotion spots were the most in the country at 3, the promotion ratio reached an astonishing 1:100. This meant every promoted team needed to step over the corpses of 100 participating teams. Such a competitive environment also resulted in the teams breaking out of Tokyo being generally very strong. They took the team bus to the Tokyo Metropolitan Gymnasium. The venue was bustling with activity. Not only the participating teams came, but also students and fans behind each team. Tokyo area was already recognized as the most fiercely competitive region. Especially obvious this year. Of the 6 geniuses who shocked the nation last year, just the Tokyo area gathered 3 of them this year. Undoubtedly, for the next 3 years, the Tokyo area would be the center of national high school basketball. As the bus drove into the arena, it received cheers from many fans. This was partly because Seiho itself was one of the best teams in Tokyo, but even more so because of Yuuto. 3 years ago, Homi Academy was still a scrub team, unable to break out of Okukazome. After having Yuuto, they not only defeated Seikai Dai High affiliated for 3 consecutive years, but also became the Noble National Tournament champions in one fell swoop. Such a story was very popular in a place like Tokyo. Compared to those geniuses who came out of famous schools step by step, this boy who led a scrub team to kill their way out of the countryside naturally carried the legendary undertone of a conqueror. In Yuuto, people could feel an inspirational story of counterattacking from the bottom. Get 20+ chapters ahead on Patron Rose Whiskey. 148. Chapter 148. A new journey begins. After a simple opening ceremony in the morning, the national tournament officially began. Seiho's game was scheduled for the afternoon. They had no intention of returning to school, renting a gym near the stadium temporarily to prepare. The style of a noble school was like this. Especially Seiho High School, always famous nationwide for its basketball and kendo clubs. Their annual activity funds were beyond the imagination of some scrub teams. This year's national tournament, Inter-High, main draw was located in Kyoto. Even though qualification wasn't confirmed yet, Shio Yamashita had already booked the hotel in advance. Such a thing could never happen at Homi Academy. Yuuto and his teammates watched the match between Seirin and Shinko. It is worth mentioning that the current Shinko was quite wealthy. They found a black player named Papa Mbaye Siki from Senegal, 2 meters tall and weighing 87 kilograms. This was the super talent Shinko, used to counter the Lion King and the Generation of Miracles. Shinko was a school with many foreign students and had a tradition of hiring mercenaries for years. Because of this school wasn't very popular locally. They didn't put Seirin in their eyes. After all, they didn't even put Yuuto and the others in their eyes. Seirin wasn't even worth mentioning in their eyes. But the result of the game shocked them. After 1 quarter, Shinko trailed Seirin by 15 points. The mercenary they found, indeed, had outstanding athletic ability. That rampaging playing style had a bit of an emperor's demeanor. Too bad. This wasn't the NBA, and there was no sugar daddy protecting Papa Mbe Siki. Let alone walking 8 steps, even 3 steps would be called a traveling violation. Possessing only a body but no skills. Under Seirin's united will, his flaw of only knowing how to charge in a straight line with the ball was infinitely magnified. Finally, 79-67, Seirin defeated Shinko without shedding blood. Ryuhei Kasuga and the others finished watching the whole game, truly putting away the contempt in their hearts. This year's Seirin couldn't be mentioned in the same breath as last year's Seirin. Their freshman duo posed a considerable threat to any team. As expected, only monsters can be around a monster. He couldn't help but glance at Yuuto. Kuroko didn't score in this game, evidently heeding Yuuto's warning. Phantom shot and vanishing drive, he wouldn't use them lightly unless necessary. I'll take that as a compliment. Let's go back and rest well. It's our turn in the afternoon. Yuuto didn't linger after watching the game, leading the team back. Afternoon. 5 o'clock. The grand finale of the opening day was assigned to Seiho High School. Many fans came to the scene, filling the gym. No other meaning. They just wanted to see how strong Yuuto, last year's strongest middle school student, the Lion of Okukazome, really was. When Yuuto led the Seiho players out of the tunnel, only tsunami-like cheers greeted him. He's out. Lion King Yuuto. Such amazing aura. As expected of Seiho, looking very different from other teams. Isn't that obvious? Seiho is absolutely a favorite for the championship this year. Besides the Lion King, they also secured last year's perimeter lockdown defender Tomoki Tsugawa. This year's Seiho is definitely the strongest in team history on paper. There is no wall in the world that doesn't leak wind. Although not every team had an intelligence expert like Mami Satsuki, what should be known was known. Seiho's starting roster had long spread throughout the country, not just in Tokyo. Yuuto didn't need much introduction. First-year Tomoki Tsugawa also had his background dug out completely. And in the north stands, a group of die-hard Seiho fans gathered, wearing unified uniforms shouting Seiho must win. Today their opponent was Kuramori Academy, Black King Academy, also from northern Tokyo. It could be considered a derby match. But unlike playing in Okukazome before, the Seiho Yuuto played for now was a rich kid's school. Students naturally looked down on plebeians. Invisibly, this game was full of the smell of gunpowder before it even started. Kuramori's core was a mix of Spanish and Japanese blood. His father was Spanish, mother Japanese. Mixed-race children weren't that rare in Japan. As everyone knows, Japan is a country with strong admiration for the strong. As long as you are big enough. No, as long as you are strong enough and happen to settle here, there is a high probability your descendants will be mixed. This mixed blood was named Leia Larman. Although born in Japan, he still carried the tough European style in his bones, making Kuramori's team style incomparably tough. 3 minutes into the game, collisions between muscles could be seen everywhere on the court. Kuramori's possession. Leia Larman held the ball. This traditional Spanish-Japanese mixed blood had a very European style. His athletic ability wasn't particularly outstanding, but his sense of rhythm felt very tricky. He knew what level of player his opponent was today. Media and even professional team scouts might be staring at this game. He hoped to make a name for himself with a victory. 1 step left, 1 step right, not fast, but successfully used rhythm changes to shake past Ryuhei Kasuga. A Eurostep drive, standard to the extreme. Without hesitation, after shaking off the defender, Leia Larman immediately jumped for a smooth layup. He didn't fear physical contact with opponents. In fact, physical contact had always been his strength, until the dome lights were swallowed by a black shadow. 3 minutes was enough for Yuuto to correct himself to crush this mixed blood. He started later but arrived first. The speed and height of his jump made everyone present gasp in admiration. The last one to give fans such a shock was Seirin's number 10, Taiga Kagami, in the morning. Leia Larman's expression showed just the right amount of astonishment. He felt he wasn't facing a Japanese player at all. From elementary school to his third year of high school now, he had never encountered such a player. Leia Larman felt he was now facing a talent monster from the US. That kind of pure stat crushing made one feel fear. Smack! A solid block. Leia Larman didn't even have a chance to pass to a teammate. He had used this move against Tomoki Tsugawa before, and it had also been corrected by Yuuto. Get 20+ chapters ahead on Patreon Rose Whiskey. 149, Chapter 149, he looks quite ordinary. A huge block. Seiho grabbed the possession and took the opportunity to counterattack. Tomoki Tsugawa and Ryuhei Kasuga turned into two arrows, piercing toward the Kuramori paint simultaneously from left and right. Their counterattack speed was fast, but their movements were very strange. Attentive spectators would notice that when they moved, it was same hand, same foot, commonly known as pacing. Ordinary players, including normal people walking, swing their right hand and right foot one after another to maintain balance. But Seiho's Namba run allowed this group of players to master the ability to swing same-side hand and foot simultaneously. This movement method allowed Seiho players to move completely following their body's center of gravity, achieving the goal of low energy consumption. A 2-on-1 in the front court. After breaking into the free throw line, Ryuhei Kasuga made a diagonal pass to Tomoki Tsugawa, who caught the ball for an easy layup. Yuuto. First block since coming to the Tokyo area. He completely saw through Leia Larman's actions. Seiho counterattack scores. The Tokyo commentators were relatively restrained. They didn't use terms like Yuuto is conquering Tokyo. After all, this Okukazome talent had only just stopped Teiko's Three-Peat last year. But professional instincts told them. Kuramori was going to be in big trouble. The Lion of Okukazome was about to take action. Yuuto wasn't excited after landing. He had done similar things many times. He knew he was fully capable of doing so. Better athletic ability and body model than the opponent, plus adaptation to European basketball after several corrections. He could totally defend Leia Larman until he dared not step inside the three-point line. Kasuga, Tsugawa switched defenders. Mainly defend his three-pointers and long twos. Once he steps near the free throw line, focus on cooperating with my help defense. Yuuto directed his teammates to switch. This Leia Larman had some skills, at least able to break through Seiho's first line of defense. Although Ryuhei Kasuga was a bit unwilling, he nodded in agreement. He is actually commanding the team's seniors. Seirin in the stands naturally wouldn't miss this game. After all, Seiho was highly likely their opponent in the next round. So far, Yuuto didn't have much in terms of stats, only taking one shot for 2 points and getting that block just now. This was completely different from the intense impact Kai's brought them upon first meeting. They even suspected, is this person really Yuuto? But precisely, he could command the third-year seniors with the status of a first-year. The actions of those willing Seiho third-years undoubtedly told them this Yuuto wasn't a fake. After all, Japan is like Korea. Elders' words must be obeyed. Even at Seirin, one could often see Junpei Hyuga shouting at Taiga Kagami, the team ace. That was minor. In Japan, if an elder slapped you, you had to apologize to him first before asking why he hit you. True story, happened in a fighting game competition a while ago. That Yuuto could make Seiho's third-years listen, obediently only proved his ability was enough to convince the whole team. Captain He, no, Yuuto has very high attainments in the fields of offense and defense. Kuroko shared some things about Homi Academy with them, including some tactics Homi Academy played last year, which were worked out by Yuuto and the head coach together. Really? Really? Seirin people felt it was incredible. Not that young players couldn't be coaches or anything. After all, their coach was also a second-year high schooler. It was just that Yuuto had to play and study tactics at the same time. Did he have that much energy? Kuroko's answer to them was, Yuuto's basketball IQ is very high. Sora-san used to say often that he added all his learning skill points to basketball. Sounded like sarcasm, but from their perspective, it was the ultimate compliment. However, Taiga Kagami still didn't see what he wanted to see. He trusted his intuition very much. This intuition had accompanied him for over a decade and brought him great help. And now he had this intuition. Yuuto was not as ordinary as he appeared on the surface. The game continued. Leia Larman continued to hold the ball. He wouldn't give up attacking because of one failure. He wanted to prove to people that he was a player who could change the situation with individual power. This was the biggest difference between basketball and other sports. Basketball isn't like American football, where a star quarterback also needs a strong offensive line and wide receivers. Nor like on the baseball field, where an ace pitcher still needs fielders as backup. But a basketball star, if you are strong enough, one person can change the fate of a team. He, Leia Larman, was such a star for Kuramori. However, this time, Leia Larman didn't even have the chance to break into the free throw line. He was completely blocked at the three-point line by Tomoki Tsugawa, finding it hard to move. What was more infuriating was that the opponent kept a smile on his face, chattering endlessly with sarcastic words like "you're so strong," "you're so great." Even Buddha would get angry. Fortunately, European players had this advantage. If they couldn't force their way in, they wouldn't force it. He quickly calmed himself down and called a teammate for a screen. Kuramori's center was a fatty weighing 100 kilograms. His mobility was terrible, but his screen quality was first class. Tomoki Tsugawa was completely blocked by him, and Leia Larman took the opportunity to sweep past. But, snap, a crisp sound of basketball meeting palm. Leia Larman had just stepped inside the three-point line when Yuuto's arm, thrusting out like a spear, came face-on. Straight for the basketball, hit in one strike. Stolen again. That bastard from Kuramori is no match for Yuuto at all. Damn it, can you work harder? Yuuto hasn't even broken a sweat. Seiho is always greater than Kuramori, and you can't refute it. Seiho fans in the north stands shouted across the air. Seiho had never treated Kuramori as a competitor, only as a noisy neighbor. It was only Kuramori unilaterally regarding Seiho as a rival. Did he complete the correction? Ayu really doesn't give a single chance. Mom hid among the fans, secretly collecting intelligence. From the looks of it, Seiho's offensive power had visibly improved this year. Besides Ryuhei Kasuga, many players could score, including Tomoki Tsugawa, the defensive gatekeeper who lacked scoring means in her data, could now fast break to the forefront. The ability to see through the strengths and weaknesses of teammates and opponents. So troublesome. Mom sped up her note-taking. Get 20-plus chapters ahead on Patreon Rose Whiskey. 150, Chapter 150, Silent Fear. Seiho counterattacked and scored again. Their basketball was very simple. Just using excellent overall defense to force opponent turnovers, and scoring on the counterattack during the transition from the opponent's mistake. No eye-catching scenes. But precisely, this kind of ordinary yet stable scoring was what every team wanted to possess. You can't expect players to make those fairy goals, miracle shots, every game, every possession. Stable scoring, solid defense. This is the most orthodox way to win in basketball. Seiho in the first quarter didn't provide many memorable points. They didn't even have a dunk performance. But just like that, boiling the frog in warm water, they pulled open a 10-point gap. 24-14. This was the score of the first quarter. Seiho played to their regular scoring efficiency, but the opponent's average scoring efficiency was fully 8 points lower than usual. Kuroko, is he really Yuuto? Taiga Kagami asked this question again. Yuuto's stats in the first quarter weren't bad. Although only 4 points and 2 assists on offense, he harvested 2 rebounds, 3 steals, and 2 blocks on defense. This stat trend looked like it was heading for a 5x5. Such a player couldn't be called bad in any era. On the contrary, very outstanding. But it was far from what Kagami expected in his heart. Yuuto completely lacked that intense talent impact Kai's gave him. The opponent looked just like Louis Ku's looks ordinary. Note, irony, Louis Ku is very handsome, but famously described as ordinary-looking in a meme. Others had similar questions. If Yuuto was only at this level, Seirin didn't seem to need to worry so much. Captain, no, Yuuto's basketball style has always been like this. He is considered the other extreme of Kun, not known for flashiness, advocating victory above all utilitarian basketball. However, this is only relative to the generation of miracles. To most players, Yuuto's style is already flashy and attractive enough. Hearing this, the others understood even less. Then what is he doing now? When determined that the victory is already in the bag, Yuuto won't waste precious stamina. In other words, he assumed Seiho won the game from the start. Riko ate a bit her finger, having no idea where Yuuto's confidence came from. But such an opponent was scary, because he was truly controlling the game. Very likely, in the next round against Seiho, they wouldn't even know how they lost. Seeing this, Kuroko revealed some intelligence about Yuuto to them. Yuuto has a unique ability, praised as being able to evolve infinitely on the court. Infinite evolution, for real. Should be true, I saw someone mention it in a magazine before. Several people focused their gazes on Kuroko. The term infinite evolution might not be accurate enough, but it's close. Kuroko organized his language before speaking. Yuuto can constantly find his own weaknesses and then correct them. Weakness, correction. Taiga Kagami murmured these two words. Correct, even if his defense is broken just once, he will quickly find the root cause and correct it in time. In other words, he won't make the same mistake twice. It's not just that simple. His correction targets the current game and opponent, once Yuuto's ability no longer activates. It means he has completely controlled the game and doesn't need to correct himself anymore. Junpei Hyuga sucked in a breath of cold air. Such ability, silent and soundless. If not for hearing Kuroko say it personally, they wouldn't have known so many things were happening on the court. Looking back at this game now, Kuramori's main force, Lei Alarmin, from the 3rd minute of the first quarter, he couldn't break into the free throw line to score a single two-pointer. At first, they just thought Seiho's overall defense was too strong. After all, it was the team known as Tokyo's strongest wall. Now it seemed the result wasn't just as simple as it appeared on the surface. Yuuto spent only 3 minutes to completely seal Lei Alarmin's efficiency. His current state was exactly in the most suitable form to deal with Kuramori. Thinking that Kuramori's people still didn't realize they were already in the abyss of despair, Seirin's people felt a chill in their hearts. Second quarter continued. Lei Alarmin gradually realized it was hard to break through Seiho's flanks. The opponent's blockade of the flanks made him feel difficulty breathing. He could only force a three-pointer against Tomoki Tsugawa, but Tsugawa gave sufficient interference, almost sticking his hand on the opponent's face. With a clang, the basketball hit the rim and bounced off, protected by Tsutomu Iwamura. Transition opportunity. Yuuto received a pass, and in the crowd, used a long-distance bounce pass to assist the cutting Ryuhei Kasuga for a layup. This assist of his was simply the art of spatial deconstruction. Still that pass that looked simple, but was extremely difficult to execute in practice. Kuramori's entire defense was declared broken with this pass. Couldn't score on this end, couldn't defend on that end. Kuramori's team gradually became impatient. After all, this wasn't an ordinary national tournament game. This was a derby in their eyes. Seiho had always been the opponent they couldn't afford to lose to. In the following game, Kuramori launched a fierce attack, Lei Alarmin hoping to regain his dominance. But a few minutes later, the local commentator recounted the humiliating experience of this mixed-blood player. 5 attempted drives, 3 direct steals, 2 frontal blocks. Kuramori's ace Lei Alarmin was completely frozen by the Lion King. Stunning defensive dominance, Yuuto and his Seiho have dominated the court. The game began to become one-sided. This frog, Kuramori, was boiled cooked before halftime. Yuuto didn't hold the ball much in this game. He didn't even look like Seiho's ace. There were more scenes of him on the defensive end than the offensive end. But when the second quarter finished and they looked at the stats, they discovered this genius from Okukazome, without making a sound, had already scored 16 points, 6 rebounds, 6 assists, 5 blocks, and 6 steals in the half. A halftime 5x5. His game looked so ordinary, yet the stats were so earth-shattering. Get 20-plus chapters ahead on Patreon Rose Whiskey. 151, Chapter 151, Don't Understand How They Lost. The result of the game was not unexpected. Seiho ultimately defeated the noisy neighbor Kuramori by a 51-point margin, 109-58. With Yuuto and Seiho's strength already being superior, no one was surprised they could win the game. It was just that the process was confusing. They felt Seiho was strong, but it also seemed like just ordinary strength. The feeling given was completely different from Shutoku and Tao. Seiho's tactic seemed to be blocking flank drives. The perimeter lockdown defender marked Leia Larman, while Yuuto was ready to help defend at any time. But why did Seiho accomplish so easily what other teams couldn't? Including Kuramori themselves. They didn't know how they lost by 51 points just by playing. This feeling made them feel terrified from the bottom of their hearts. But Leia Larman knew what was going on. Looking back at this game, he could score against other Seiho players, including Tomoki Tsugawa, whose defense was well received in this game. But facing that Seiho number 10, he didn't score a single point in open play. Every time he crossed the three-point line, it was like stepping into a forbidden zone. The outcome was either a steal or a block. He felt he would definitely have nightmares when he went back tonight. Damn it, why would such a monster appear in a dump like this? Leia Larman was quite confident in his talent. Not high enough for the NBA, maybe not even much chance in Europe. But in Japan, his excellent physical confrontation ability was completely enough for him to secure a spot in the professional league. His ideal was pretty much like this. Join a Japanese basketball club after graduation, then slowly secure a starting position. Earning a salary of several million a year, marry a Japanese woman like his dad did, preferably a gravure idol, and live out his life. Having a championship would be best, not having one didn't matter. His pursuit was pragmatic. With money, he wouldn't be lonely. But now it seemed, staying in Japan wasn't easy either. Wait, that number 10 doesn't seem to be Japanese. He's Chinese. FCK, doesn't China only produce centers? How come perimeter players can play too? With heads full of fog, Kuramori's people left the court in a daze. This game, they needed some time to digest. Let's go back too. The opponent for the next round is Seiho High School. Riko Ada immediately led her team back to school after watching the game. She felt she still had many things to prepare. But when Riko Ada returned home, she didn't know where to start. Watching the game tape, she couldn't figure out the whys and wherefores. Seiho won with the most orthodox basketball. Seeing his distressed daughter, Kagetora Ada seemed to understand something. Riko Ada hesitated for a moment, told her father about the afternoon game, and asked for advice. Reason told her that possessing Kuroko and Kagami was enough to break Seiho's solid defense. I saw how Kuramori lost, and noticed the score gap being continuously widened by Seiho. But I feel like I don't particularly understand. Do you know that feeling, Dad? Boiling a frog in warm water. Riko Ada's expression was serious. But Yuuto, that lion king of Okukazome, always made her restless. There's nothing special about it. It's simply a gap in skill level. That kid Yuuto completely dominated both offense and defense, simple as that. Kagetora Ada had experienced similar games many times. In any professional league, there would be 1 or 2 such teams every year. No matter how many points they trailed, fans wouldn't worry because they would reverse it as they played. 9 times out of 10, such teams wouldn't have bad final results, even winning the championship directly. This is the so-called championship demeanor. Of course, Kagetora Ada had one more sentence he didn't say. Yes, it's pretty much that feeling. Kuramori didn't seem to make any particularly big mistakes, and their core Leia Larman played reasonably too, but they lost by 51 points without a sound. That is, when his daughter had such confusion facing Seiho, the pressure would also be huge. But his daughter, only a second-year high schooler, was still too young. She didn't understand this principle for the time being. The next day, neither Seirin nor Seiho had games. The first round of the group stage would take 4 days to complete because there were too many teams. The promoted teams made full use of this rest time because the schedule would become tighter later on. Back-to-back games were commonplace. Riko Ada thought for a day last night, but ultimately didn't have a particularly good clue. Simply deciding to go all out, she chose to attack forcefully, vowing to poke a hole in Seiho's turtle shell. A. Frontal forceful attack. Correct, their defense is strong, but our offense isn't bad either. Riko Ada became confident after getting the freshman duo. They were originally a run-and-gun team. The arrival of Kagami and Kuroko added wings to their offense. In the game against Seiho, I require you to charge from the start of the game to the last second. Step on the gas pedal to the floor. Every transition and counterattack must use full strength. Believe in yourselves and believe in the teammates beside you. Being able to beat Kaijo proves we have the ability to contend with those powerhouses. Riko Ada's thoughts cleared up, and her voice became louder. After a night of study, she found that fighting a positional battle led only to a dead end. Seirin's opportunity lay in mobility and offensive speed. The tactical core of run and gun lies in the word fast. This is a tactic famous in the basketball world. Mad scientist Don Nelson and gentleman thief D'Antoni are the two people who brought run-and-gun tactics closest to success. Both mentioned the word fast when talking about run-and-gun, and they required everyone on the team to be able to score. Seirin met such conditions now because they possessed Kuroko, a top-tier metronome. Since it's like this, let's go crazy. Seeing the coach's posture, the others felt excited too. Young people have this advantage. They never know the immensity of heaven and earth. This ignorance gives them the courage to challenge everything. On the other side at Seiho, compared to Riko Ada, Shio Yamashita was much calmer. He even guessed that Seirin would attack fiercely tomorrow. After all, they were young people, full of hot blood, daring to challenge the heavens. But with Seirin's output of 79 points against Shinkyo, they couldn't wash away Seiho. Defense will still be based on 2-1-2 zone defense, guarding against their flank drives. Be careful of their number 10 Taiga Kagami facing the basket directly after receiving the ball. Focus on defending layups and dunks. This kid has no jump shot. His dominant hand is the right hand. He won't score with his left. Shio Yamashita, this old fox, figured out Kagami's background in one game. Seirin was extremely good at tearing opponent defenses with quick passing, which wasn't enough to threaten Seiho, who played zone defense. The core number 10 was fast, strong, and had amazing jumping ability, but lacked offensive means. Kagami's scoring was mostly concentrated in the paint. He could use a mid-range shot, but it couldn't kill anyone. Leaving him open to shoot was fine. Number 4, Captain Junpei Hyuga, was very accurate with three-pointers, and didn't soften at critical moments. However, I'll leave this person to you, Tsugawa. Just defend his three-pointers. If necessary, you can let him inside the three-point line, where Yuuto will deal with him. Shio Yamashita felt he had found not only a thigh carry, but also a top-tier nanny. With Yuuto, he was so at ease, he almost fell asleep during the last game. Get 20-plus chapters ahead on Patreon Rose Whiskey. 152, Chapter 152, Add Us Together and We Are God. Match Day. Seiho was still scheduled for the finale of today's match day. Many fans came today. The Tokyo Metropolitan Gymnasium was packed. They expressed that Seiho was indeed strong this year, but they hadn't seen how fierce the Lion King was in the last game, so they wanted to come see today. At dusk, amidst the cheers of Seiho's loyal supporters, Yuuto draped the Seiho jacket over his shoulders and led the team onto the court. That tsunami-like shouting made Seirin envious. When can we be cheered by fans like this when we come out? Idiot, don't think about such superfluous things. Junpei Hyuga told his teammates to focus on the game. Want to gain fan recognition? This takes time to accumulate. Seiho, Shutoku, Senshinken, and Tao. They all started in a state like Seirin, making a name for themselves with their own hands and feet. Their basketball culture had already formed. Seirin was still too far away from them. After entering the court, Yuuto walked toward the Seirin bench. Junpei Hyuga saw the famous Lion King walking toward him and instantly perked up. However, Yuuto passed him and went behind him. In my memory, this is the second time we meet like this. Hi, Captain. No, it's Yuuto. Nice look in your eyes. Seems you found a very good team. I am also very happy to come to Seirin and become a member here. Kuroko smiled. Although Seirin wasn't as famous as Teiko Middle School and Homi Academy. But here, he truly enjoyed the fun basketball brought. This was exactly what he pursued. That's good, you know my temper. I won't go easy even on old teammates. I wouldn't have it any other way. Kuroko suddenly held out a fist toward Yuuto. In 1 year at Homi Academy, he hadn't bumped fists with Yuuto even once. Yuuto had never become the light shining on him. At Homi Academy, he connected more with Heizaki. This time, still not getting a response, Yuuto reached out, rubbed his head, and turned back. Let's do our best together, everyone from Seirin. Only after Yuuto left did the Seirin people come back to their senses. Just like Kuroko said, he seems like a pretty nice person. Yeah, not at all like Kaijo or Shinkyo. Those guys didn't put us in their eyes at all. Feels great to be taken seriously for the first time. Great my foot. Riko Ada slapped the team members on the head one by one. Did you guys not notice? That guy found Kuroko at first glance. At first, she didn't react either, just thinking the other party came to greet an old teammate. But Kuroko's presence was at a level where even Kai's couldn't find him. Yuuto found him at a glance. Hearing this, everyone's expressions changed belatedly, inexplicably feeling a chill down their spines. Do you understand now? Don't treat this guy as a player of Shinkyo's level, or even Kaijo's. Although Kagetora Ada didn't state it clearly, she could feel a bit. Her old dad didn't think her team could win at all. Now looking at the state of the Seiho players, the whole team lacked the contempt Shinko had for them. Everyone was very serious. Truly bad news. Not that she loved being abused or looked down upon. But if the opponent underestimated the enemy, they would have more chances. Too different. The temperament of the team has undergone earth-shaking changes. This Sei was completely different from the one she knew last year. Warm-up ended quickly. Both sides returned to the bench for final preparations. Yuuto habitually pulled the wristband from Sora up to his elbow. I'll briefly repeat the plan for the upcoming game. Seirin is a very fast team. Whether help defense or double teaming, be fast, accurate, and ruthless. Return to defense immediately upon losing possession. The game plan had been repeated many times these days. Shio Yamashita just briefly recapped a segment, then focused his gaze on Yuuto. Yuuto, do you have anything to add? No. Then say a few words. Say a few words. Yuuto paused, seeing everyone's eyes focused on him. Then say a few words. I've been at Seiho for a while now. Not a long time, but enough for me to determine one thing. Seiho's championship window has officially opened. This is not just because of me. I am strong. Heaven knows, I know, but what one person can do is limited unless he is God. Unfortunately, I am not God. Fortunately, I am not alone. I have you guys behind me. Add us together, and we are the god of the national tournament for the thousands of participating teams. Those Kyoto people, Rakuzen, have sat on the throne for too long. A year ago, I vowed to take down the damn Teiko, and I did it. Now I promise you again, we will definitely pull the damn Rakuzen off the throne. But before that, we need to clear away the guys blocking our way. In the next 40 minutes, we will work together. We will use defense to swallow their will and souls, making them feel difficulty even breathing. A passionate speech made the Seiho players feel as if they really saw the scene of Seirin suffocating under their iron-blooded defense. This made their fighting spirit for the upcoming game even higher. Then Yuuto had them gather in a circle, fists together, roaring. Seiho. Victory! Seirin over there had long been ready, waiting on the court. They witnessed the entire process of Yuuto, encouraging the team. Boosting morale before the game, many teams did such things. But most people talked about ideals, friendship, bonds, words fitting for this age. Yuuto wasn't like that. The sentence "add us together," and "we are God" was shockingly powerful. Even as opponents, they couldn't help but praise Yuuto. This man understood a man's romance too damn well. The referee entered with the ball. Both sides greeted each other at the center circle. The game was about to start. Wearing white jerseys was Seirin. Starting 5 from point guard to center. Izuki Shun, Hyuga Junpei, Kuroko Tetsuya, Kagami Taiga, Maito Brinasuke. As for the Iron Heart Teppei Kiyoshi, he was currently still in the rehabilitation stage. Wearing black jerseys was Seiho High School. Starting 5 from 1 to 5. Kasuga Ryuhei, Tsugawa Tomoki, Yuuto, Amuro Yashikazu, Iwamura Tsutomu. In terms of average height, Seiho led a bit in every position, but mobility was similar. Riko Ada saw this clearly with her own eyes. Get 20-plus chapters ahead on Patreon Rose Whiskey. 153, Chapter 153, against Seirin. Seiho held a certain advantage in height, but basketball was never a sport purely about height. Seirin sent Taiga Kagami for the jump ball. The intention to snatch the opening attack couldn't be more obvious. In the game against Shinkyo, Kagami's astonishing jumping talent had already shown its first signs. He even completed a block on Papa Mbe, who was 10 cm taller than him, during the game. Tsutomu Iwamura already valued this opponent very much. However, when the referee tossed the ball into the air and Kagami leaped, Iwamura was still shocked by the opponent's amazing explosive power. This explosiveness was concentrated in the speed of the jump. He had just taken off when Kagami's hand almost touched the basketball. The gap was so glaring. Slap! Kagami won, tapping the ball to teammate Izuki Shun. Simultaneously, after landing, he sprinted straight towards Seiho's paint immediately. Seiho was guarded, but was still caught off guard by Seirin's opening fast break. Ryuhei Kasuga attempted to step up and delay Izuki Shun so Seiho could settle into positional defense. But in the next second, Izuki Shun casually threw the ball out. The basketball actually flew toward out of bounds. Turnover. No, it's that number 11. Seiho's people reacted quickly. Sure enough, on the flight path of the basketball, Kuroko's figure suddenly appeared. He assumed a charging stance, then pushed heavily. The basketball immediately smashed forcefully towards Seiho's paint. The speed was so fast that Seiho players along the way couldn't recover in time. Ignite pass. Kuroko, you really always bring me surprises. Riko Ada smiled. This was a move Kuroko told her about not long ago. She used it to snatch the opening. After all, facing Seiho, who defeated them by a large margin last year, Seirin's players actually had a lot of pressure in their hearts. The opening rush was to seize the rhythm, and also to bring out the confidence the players lacked. She wanted to use a powerful offense to tell the team members that Seiho wasn't that big a deal. Snap! Kagami sprinted all the way. At the free throw line, man and ball arrived almost simultaneously. Kuroko's pass handling was excellent as always. In the world of Kuroko no Basket, in terms of passing, besides Akashi, Kuroko could almost be said to be the second person, because he always watched every teammate on the court, observing their weaknesses and strengths. This kind of pass really hurts. Kagami felt the throbbing pain from his palm, involuntarily sighing that Kuroko's small body contained strong energy. Without hesitation, this pass was just right, allowing him to complete the gathering step the moment he caught the ball, immediately facing the basket and jumping into the air. But just then, beside him, a black shadow also threw his body into midair. He stretched his body to the fullest, precisely slamming his single palm onto the side of the basketball. Yuuto, when? Kagami discovered that Yuuto had caught up without him knowing at all, and he hadn't noticed. Bang! Yuuto exerted force, swatting Kagami's dunk out of bounds. Beautiful. Yuuto. He stopped a Seirin fast break. Excellent defensive prediction, he moved immediately. He looked as if he saw through Seirin's tactics, stopping this almost certain dunk. The Tokyo commentators quickly entered the state. As an opening, this iron-blooded block was absolutely explosive enough. This guessed it. Riko Ada's pupils trembled, then she habitually bit her thumb. Didn't gain an advantage at the start, but suffered a silent loss instead. However, this feeling is really uncomfortable. Looking like he didn't do anything earth-shattering. No ever-changing attack modes like Kai's, nor brutal dunks like Kagami. But Yuuto. He could just use this most ordinary defensive reading and other methods to block your offense. This situation made people feel unlucky, and also made people feel that with just a little more effort, they could cross over. Thud tilde. Kagami landed, somewhat dazed. How long had it been since someone slapped his dunk away head-on? Even that Gaikai's couldn't do it. After surprise came excitement. This is our second meeting today, right? I am Taiga Kagami. You don't need to tell me your name deliberately. If you are strong enough, others will automatically know all your information. Implication, you are not qualified yet. Kagami heard it, grinned, and said, I will make you remember. Seirin's ball continued. Junpei Hyuga passed the sideline ball to Izuki-shun. At this time, Yuuto looked at Seirin's positioning from a bird's-eye view of the court, seeing they formed a V shape. Two inside players stood on both sides of the free throw line. Junpei Hyuga ambushed in the corner. Kuroko waited for an opportunity. After an exchange of glances, Seirin began to act. The moment Mito pulled to the high post for a screen, Izuki-shun immediately started, breaking into Seiho's two-point line. Almost simultaneously, Kagami and Kuroko also moved in unison. The former created threats to Seiho through off-ball movement, tearing the defense. The latter observed silently, making the next move according to the defense adopted by the opponent. Then, Izuki-shun threw the ball casually. Kuroko found the weak link in Seiho's defense, passing straight to the cutting Mito. This surprise attack caught Seiho off guard again. Kuroko's existence accelerated Seirin's ball movement, and the routes became strange. Seiho hadn't adapted to this kind of suddenly changing pass yet. Mito scored with a hook shot. A very standard V-formation pick and roll. Yuuto watched the entire process of Seirin's tactical operation, feeling incomparably familiar. This was a tactic the Suns were very good at back then, relying on MVP-level player Nash's overall view and individual ability. Under the needle threading of the Son of the Wind, the Suns played extremely beautiful basketball. Seirin didn't have Nash. Izuki-shun didn't possess that ability, but they had a weirder Tetsuya Kuroko. 2-0. Seirin got off to a good start. On the sidelines, Riko Ada's furrowed brows finally relaxed. She guessed right. Seirin's blitzkrieg was enough to pierce Seiho's iron wall. But weakness. Correction. Yuuto silently activated the weakness correction talent once. Get 20+ chapters ahead on Patreon Rose Whiskey. 154, Chapter 154, Can't Cross This Step. Seiho's offensive possession. Ryuhei Kasuga brought the ball across half-court. He was still recalling Seirin's offense, just now in his mind. That speed wasn't something the coach could describe in a few words. Only by experiencing it personally would one understand. Must pull myself together. He took a deep breath, gazing at the positioning of Seirin's 4 players ahead. Wait for people. Kasuga suddenly froze, then caught a shadow approaching him. His expression changed drastically. When did he get close? Needless to think, this must be Seirin's number 11 invisible man again. Slap. Kuroko didn't give him a chance to react, reaching out and poking the ball away from Kasuga's hands. Beautiful Kuroko. On the sidelines, Riko Ada waved her arm. In the next second, Seirin's players turned into a pack of wolves surging forward. They stepped on the gas pedal to the floor, swarming up. The basketball moved very fast under their passing. After 3 passes, the ball hit Seiho's paint again, the most dangerous zone. Bang! An explosive muffled sound resounded through the arena, with Taiga Kagami completing the final finish. From the start of the counterattack, the whole process lasted only 5 seconds. Seirin's blitzkrieg was incredibly fast. 4-0. Seirin achieved a good start. Damn it, Ryuhei Kasuga cursed himself in his heart. Clearly told himself many times before the game to be careful of Seirin's number 11. Yet he made such a mistake at the start. Don't tangle with what has already happened. Focus on the present. Yuuto picked up the basketball on the floor, ran to the baseline, and passed it to Kasuga. No comfort like it's okay, the game just started. A mistake is a mistake. No need for so many excuses and reasons. I know. Kasuga received the ball again and dribbled safely across half-court. Following the tactical arrangement, he passed the ball to Yuuto. Yashikazu Amuro and Tomoki Tsugawa quickly pulled away to the other side, leaving half of this half-court to Yuuto, Iwamura, and Kasuga. The three formed a triangle threatening Seirin. Triangle offense. Many people recognized the tactic Seiho played on the offensive end. It was the very famous triangle offense. The purpose of this tactic was only one: to create an absolutely comfortable isolation opportunity for the star player. So many people say the relationship between Jordan and Phil Jackson was mutual achievement. Without Jordan, Phil Jackson's triangle offense couldn't be deployed. And without Phil Jackson, Jordan couldn't break out of the East to win 6 championships. The triangle offense is an isolation tactic specifically prepared for superstars. And to make this tactic flourish, you must have an invincible enough player in your lineup. Phil Jackson's several summits involved possessing the history's strongest player Jordan, the most dominant center O'Neal, and Kobe, who was most like Jordan. Shio Yamashita, indeed, didn't have much ink on the offensive end. But they could pick ready-made ones. The Zen Master's signature almost became his first choice. For nothing else, just because Yuuto was invincible enough. He led a countryside team alone to pull the super Teiko down. The triangle offense was simply the best tactic tailored for him. But honestly, Seiho's lineup configuration wasn't very suitable for the triangle offense. Yuuto could be Jordan, but where was his Pippin? Ryuhei Kasuga was at best a Ron Harper, and Tsutomu Iwamura also lacked the ability as a tactical pivot, neither O'Neal nor Pau Gasol. But it didn't matter. The moment Yuuto received the ball, Taiga Kagami stuck to his face. Bring it on, Yuuto. His fighting spirit was high. Upon learning from teammates that creatures like the Generation of Miracles and Yuuto existed in Japan, he looked forward to competing with these geniuses on the court all the time. And Yuuto waved 5 fingers simultaneously, arriving behind Kagami in the blink of an eye. A match isn't a place for playing house. Light words sounded from behind, making Kagami's eyes widen to the extreme. Only one thought in his mind now. Vast. After all, Yuuto's current attributes weren't enough to fully activate the weakness correction, red talent. Whenever this talent was activated, it meant he had entered the red eye mode state. Others in Seirin had been guarding against him long ago. The moment Yuuto stepped into the 2-point line, the perimeter duo of Izuki Shun and Junpei Hyuga closed in immediately. Facing the double team, Yuuto stepped 1 foot on the body center line, crossing his legs. Simultaneously, various data of Hyuga and Izuki quickly appeared in his eyes. Targeting their weaknesses, Yuuto made a judgment in an instant. With a snap, the basketball went through his legs once, smoothly coming to the other hand, followed by a spin. An extremely standard crossover spin move. Before the double team could form, Yuuto had already passed by Hyuga's side. Then, he crashed into Seirin's paint and made a layup. Seiho's offense succeeded, but the tactic wasn't played out. In the end, Seiho's old-fashioned style wasn't suitable for playing any triangle offense. And making Iwamura and Kasuga keep up with Yuuto's rhythm to complete cooperation wasn't a simple matter. But this was Seiho's best choice right now. If it doesn't work, play until it works. Practice slowly. Seeing Yuuto solve the offensive problem, Shio Yamashita closed his eyes again. It didn't matter if the tactic didn't work out. As long as my player solves the problem, it's fine. As long as they can score, Who dares say this old man's offensive tactic isn't successful? Just one step slow, and the trap would have formed. Riko Ada saw clearly from the sidelines. Just one step short, and the double team of Hyuga and Izuki would have formed. At that time, as long as the two delayed Yuuto slightly, Kagami could turn and chase, forming a three-man pincer attack front and back. But Yuuto. He broke out successfully, using an extremely simple crossover move that many people were good at. Hyuga and Izuki weren't discouraged. Just a little bit more. As long as they worked a little harder, they could complete a perfect defense. But it is this step that is almost impossible to cross forever. Kai's also came to the scene today. Their game had finished in the morning. In the afternoon, he came to Tokyo with Captain Yukio Kasamatsu to watch the game. Get 20+ chapters ahead on Patreon Rose Whiskey. 155, Chapter 155, Are You Not Going to Shoot? Is this step really that difficult? Yukio Kasamatsu asked as a bystander. Looking down at the court from above, Seirin was just that one step away from completing a three-man, siege front and back. At that time, even Yuuto would have to give up the ball. Yeah, very, very difficult. Kai shook his head. Little Yuuto's game always gives people an illusion. As long as I advance even a step, I can approach him. But when you take a step further, he silently takes a step forward too. Even today, I don't know if I have crossed that step. This was a feeling of extreme despair. Kai's recalled the match last year. He felt the same as the current Seirin players. Feeling only one step away from Yuuto, but that one step. After a year, he didn't know if he could cross it. Hyuga, paying them back a ball immediately. Junpei Hyuga and Izuki Shun crossed half-court together. Although not a critical moment, clutch time, Hyuga had already flipped his switch. Dual personality shooter, barrier jumper switch. Seirin's offensive. Izuki Shun came to the top of the arc and called for a pick-and-roll as usual. Positional warfare meant playing pick-and-roll to deal with Seiho's abnormal individual defense through screens. This was their strategy for this game. Ryuhei Kasuga was simply annoyed to death by such screens. But they played a 2-1-2 zone defense. Everyone had their own defensive area and wouldn't leave easily. Although Iwamura and Tsugawa were Seiho's interior and perimeter defensive gates. But they knew clearly that Seiho's defensive core was actually Yuuto. When he completed a certain degree of correction and his help defense ability was displayed. That would be when the power of Seiho's formation was unleashed. Now, he could only deal with Seirin's double screen alone. Don't look down on people, Seirin. Kasuga roared. After being hung up by Mitobe, he immediately started to turn, hands moving quickly with his body's center of gravity to chase Izuki Shun. This guy, Izuki Shun, was really shocked. The defensive tenacity of these Seiho players and the mobility brought by the Namba run were truly incredibly tricky. But they still had Kuroko. Seeing Kasuga about to catch up, he shifted his viewpoint in his brain and found Kuroko's position. Whoosh tilde. He threw the ball forcefully toward Tomoki Tsugawa's direction with both hands. The latter let out an A of confusion, failing to notice Junpei Hyuga behind him had already started running. When Tsugawa foolishly waited for the basketball to fly over and reached out to catch it, the basketball suddenly jumped in front of him, leaping over his head. He froze immediately. Junpei Hyuga caught the ball. Open three-pointer, hand raised, blade dropped. Swish. Ball in. Didn't you just say you wouldn't let anyone score more than 10 points? First year. Hyuga hit the three-pointer, staring viciously at Tsugawa. Also a dual personality shooter talent, but when Hyuga activated it, he was much more violent than usual, completely different from Yuuto. And Yuuto. He had shifted his viewpoint in his mind long ago, watching the entire process of Seirin's attack. At this moment, he was analyzing Seirin's entire offense. Setting aside the choice of Junpei Hyuga, Kuroko had two other choices just now. Cutting Kagami, rolling Izuki. 3 choices. What Yuuto needed to do now was use elimination to make the correct judgment. Recalling Kuroko's playing habits, the ability values corresponding to Izuki and Kagami. Weakness. Correction. Yuuto exhaled, calling his unwilling teammates back to the game. 2-7. Falling behind in the score wasn't fatal. They had plenty of time to rewrite it. What made Seiho unwilling was that their proud defense line was torn open so easily. These guys, each one is a monster. People qualified to go with Yuuto to overturn Teiko certainly wouldn't be simple. But Kuroko's method was truly impossible to defend against. Again, monsters are only surrounded by monsters, even if just a small monster. Seiho's offensive possession. Seirin still focused on marking Yuuto. Izuki Shun's gaze was constantly looking in Yuuto's direction. Terrible. Being looked down upon by Yuuto in the basketball club before was one thing, but what do you and Izuki Shun count as? Ryuhei Kasuga suddenly lowered his center of gravity, a fake pass into a drive, running quickly past Izuki Shun's side. Before Yuuto came, he was Seiho's #1 scorer. Izuki Shun reacted. His eagle eye clearly captured Kasuga's action, but his eagle spear hadn't been developed yet. Having the heart to chase, Seiho's eerie steps and stronger mobility made him unable to catch up. Seeing this, Kagami wanted to return to defense, but noticed Yuuto's body happened to move a bit. This move directly made Kagami stop. Kasuga subsequently killed into the basket and scored with his signature low layup. 4-7. We are Seiho, remember that Seirin. A bunch of people all ran to stare at a first year. What did they take them for? In the north stands, Seiho fans cooperated with a roar. The sound tore through the air, drilling into Seirin's eardrums pervasively, making them understand that leaving other Seiho players alone would also lead to a dead end. Kagami just looked aggrievedly at Yuuto, who shook once and then stopped moving. Completely played. Transition of possession. Izuki Shun planned to do the same. Their individual ability wasn't enough to tear open Seiho's formidable defense alone. Calling for screens became the most effective means to disintegrate enemy defense. Kasuga stubbornly bypassed the screen to continue chasing. Izuki Shun found Kuroko's position and smashed the ball out with both hands. At the same time, Kagami and Hyuga moved simultaneously, running toward positions most advantageous to them. They believed Kuroko's pass could pass through layers of defense to arrive in front of them. In fact, Kuroko indeed found it, appearing on the flight path of the basketball, abruptly striking to change direction. Still Junpei Hyuga, his condition was hot now. But Izuki Shun suddenly froze for a moment, seeing a finger swinging out in his vision. Looking up, it was Yuuto's finger. His face was calm, terrifyingly composed. The moment he passed the ball, the finger had already pointed out. And that position was exactly the best open spot his captain Junpei Hyuga found. Could it be? He immediately shifted his viewpoint in his brain. He saw that flat-topped Tsugawa following closely behind Hyuga like a vengeful ghost. Screech tilde. Sneakers rubbed against the floor making a piercing sound. Hyuga stopped to catch the ball, and Tsugawa's hellish smile appeared impressively in front of him. Oh, your off-ball movement is really amazing. Almost got shaken off with a slight distraction. But how did Yuuto predict it? Really want to know? Must ask properly after the game ends. A, are you not going to shoot? Tsugawa muttered to himself like a neurotic. At this moment, Junpei Hyuga's expression had become very ugly. You're stuck to my face. How the hell am I supposed to shoot? Get 20+ chapters ahead on Patreon Rose Whiskey. 156, Chapter 156, Achilles Paradox. There was still time on the shot clock. Junpei Hyuga attempted to break through Tomoki Tsugawa's lockdown, finding the opponent's trickiness to be the most extreme he had ever encountered in his life. Helpless, he could only pass the ball back to Izuki Shun to reorganize an offense. Izuki retreated to the top of the three-point arc to observe. Seirin's players also assumed the V formation again. They ran the tactic once more, using Kuroko as a transfer station to move the ball quickly. The target this time was still Junpei Hyuga. The Seirin captain was in good form, his shooting touch incredibly hot. But, again, Izuki-shun looked up and saw Yuuto's finger pointing out. And Tomoki Tsugawa. Upon seeing the direction of Yuuto's finger, he disregarded the basketball flying toward him and ran directly toward the position Yuuto pointed to. This time, he even got into position at the same time as Junpei Hyuga. It appeared again. Yuuto's signature move, the Finger of God. Under his command, Seiho's defense is impregnable. Seirin can't find any opportunities. The voices of the TV Tokyo commentators rose a few decibels. Aside from the opening block, the Lion King Yuuto had been somewhat quiet so far. When he used his signature Finger of God, they instantly felt alive again, finally having something to say. Yuuto has a very keen grasp of the flow of the situation. Homi Academy's championship coach publicly praised his ability to read time and space on the court more than once. In that key battle known as the Second Impact last year, he once used his unparalleled basketball IQ to dissect Teiko's offensive tactics. After a spiel, they enthusiastically described the special skill Finger of God. Viewers watching Yuuto play for the first time thought it sounded amazing, even if they didn't fully understand. So Yuuto's random pointing had so much meaning behind it. So cool, sounds like the divine move in Go. Many people thought it was cool to death. There was an elegance of talking and laughing while the enemy's fleet turns to ashes. Yes, Japanese people love the Three Kingdoms very much. There are quite a few manga and anime based on the Three Kingdoms. Lu Bu is even the god of war in their hearts. Completely analyzed, or rather completely corrected. Seeing this situation, how could Kai's not know what happened? Yuuto's ability had unknowingly activated once, maybe twice or 3 times. In other words, without making a sound, he had already completed at least one evolution. Even team-based things like tactics can be corrected. Yukio Kasamatsu found it hard to believe. Although he had watched that game and was even at the scene, but he wasn't particularly clear about Yuuto's ability. Yeah, Akashi Shichai analyzed little Yuuto's ability. He believes that as long as little Yuuto considers it a weakness, everything will be corrected by him, including superfluous emotions. Such a talent made even a talent monster like Kai's envious. Even within our generation of miracles, we believe little Yuuto is the player closest to perfection. Clang tilde. With little time left on the shot clock, Junpei Hyuga forced a shot and missed. Tsugawa's defense provided sufficient interference and confrontation. Even in his hottest state, Hyuga failed to put the ball into the basket. Tsutomu Iwamura overpowered Mitobe to secure the defensive rebound. No rush. He gave the ball to Ryuhei Kasuga to control the pace. A fast-paced game could indeed eliminate the effective time of Kuroko's misdirection. But a king has the composure of a king. Not only did they not play fast, but they actively slowed down the pace, playing the positional warfare they were good at. Positioning. Spacing the floor. Already in a triangle state. This time, Ryuhei Kasuga attempted a drive to attract the defense before passing the ball to Yuuto. At this time, Yuuto truly obtained a one-on-one isolation opportunity. This time, Taiga Kagami had no extra nonsense, focusing his attention to deal with the man in front of him. He had preliminarily experienced Yuuto's strength. But it wasn't unbeatable as Kuroko said. As long as he worked a little harder, he could do it. With this thought, he lowered his center of gravity. Then, he saw Yuuto take a step, and his body reacted instantly, taking a step back. But he didn't wait for Yuuto's breakthrough. Instead, he watched helplessly as Yuuto pulled that foot back, gathered the ball, jumped, and hit a mid-range jumper. 6-7. Seirin's advantage instantly shrank to just 1 point. Damn it, Kagami gritted his teeth, clenching his hands into fists. He was actually fooled by such a simple fake. Fooled out of position by a jab step that even beginners know just by looking. That guy Kagami seems to have not realized what you said at all. Shouldn't be. With little Kuroko there, he definitely would have told him. Looking at Kagami's expression now, Kai's felt it looked exactly like himself a year ago. Back then, he was the same, thinking that with a little more effort, he could definitely defeat Yuuto. Until Yuuto's short hair looked as if covered by heavy snow. Only then did he understand. This wasn't a distance that could be caught up with just a little effort. To use Akashi's words to describe it. Like Achilles' paradox, Zeno's paradox. They might be able to infinitely shrink the distance to Yuuto, but they could never truly approach him. Comparable to the limitless cursed technique in that Jujutsu Kaisen manga later on. The game continued. Back to the offensive end. Izuki Shun was still thinking about how to break through Yuuto's finger. The final answer was to make the ball movement faster. This way, even if their offensive ideas were seen through by Yuuto, the Seiho players might not necessarily react in time. However, when he made up his mind to do so, using Mitobe's screen to step inside the three-point line, only a ruthless iron hand awaited him. Snap! Ryuhei Kasuga was hung up by Mitobe, but he gritted his teeth and chased, forcing himself to take 2 steps forward. Izuki took the opportunity to gather the ball, passing forcefully toward Kuroko with both hands. As a result, the ball was blocked by Yuuto's palm just as it left his hand. When Izuki's pupils shook violently, he clearly remembered that Yuuto was still near the free throw line just now. Because he specifically observed beforehand and confirmed it was safe before acting. Blindly relying on the shadow, how can you become the light? Yuuto's calm to indifferent gaze swept over the opponent, then his body shot out with a whoosh. He was extremely fast, sweeping past like a hurricane. After all, in the red eye state, his 5-dimensional stats reached at least 90 points. It's not over yet, Taiga Kagami caught up. Having seen the power of the generation of miracles, he was now very clear what level of talent the opponent was. Little did he know, he was the most talented one. In the future, he could contend with Aomine in speed. His defensive range could reach Murasakibara's coverage area, and his jumping could even directly block Midorima's super three-pointers. Even if his talent hadn't been fully excavated yet, signs were already showing. In the match against Kaijo, except for technique, he didn't fall behind Kai's in any aspect. Golden lightning flashed across Yuuto's 5 fingers. Thunder dribble, maximum power. Taiga Kagami only felt a bolt of lightning flash before his eyes, and Yuuto in front of him had disappeared. But his body's instinct allowed him to react quickly and complete a turn. Get 20+ chapters ahead on Patreon Rose Whiskey. 157. Chapter 157, The Method to Defeat Yuuto. Like a fierce tiger trapped in a cage, ready to break out at any moment. Taiga Kagami was currently in such a state. The wildness talent was hidden in his DNA, waiting for him to activate. But ultimately, he was still 1 step short. Yuuto watched Kagami turn and chase to his side, exerting force with 5 fingers to dribble the ball behind his back. Going to change direction? Kagami's attention was highly concentrated, his brain spinning wildly, predicting Yuuto's next move. But the next scene, he couldn't judge no matter what, because it had exceeded the scope of his brain's understanding. This was a way of playing he had never considered. Bang tilde. With a loud noise, Yuuto, dribbling with his right hand, pulled the ball behind his back. Instead of changing direction smoothly as Kagami predicted, he actually raised his right arm and swung it backward again, hitting the basketball with his elbow to complete this imaginative pass. Snap! The basketball hit the floor and bounced into the hands of the trailing Ryuhei Kasuga. With a flat path to the basket, Kasuga dribbled quickly into the paint and scored with a layup. From beginning to end, Yuuto didn't look at his teammate once, his eyes locked on Kagami. And Kagami also stared blankly at Yuuto staring at him. That feeling, it was like a god asking a mortal, "Did you understand?" A genius's flash of inspiration. This was a spirituality one couldn't possess no matter how many years of hard training. This broke Kagami's past cognition of basketball. The ball can actually be passed like this. The scene erupted like a volcano. Cheers were endless. This time it wasn't just the north stands, but the entire arena cheering. This pass was simply inconceivable. The Tokyo people, who had waited a long time, finally witnessed the tip of the iceberg of Lion King Yuuto's talent. Shouldn't be this fast. Yuuto withdrew his gaze. Kagami's wildness only awakened after experiencing the huge setback given by Aomine. That was proof of him becoming more mature. Or it could be understood this way. It was only after the match against Tao that Kagami realized he was still far from a true genius. Before, his path was too smooth. After returning to Japan and joining Seirin in the original work, he had smooth sailing. Although the process was thrilling, often playing games down to the buzzer beater, he indeed passed Kai's and Midorima successively. To put it bluntly, he hadn't lost. Honestly, I didn't expect you to be quite similar to those guys. I thought returning from the US, you would be somewhat different from them. Didn't expect you to be a group of arrogant guys too. Watching the anime always from the protagonist team's perspective, he actually hadn't noticed that Kagami was also an arrogant person. He was no different from the generation of miracles. This time as an opponent, standing from a different angle, Yuuto saw it clearly and understood. True. If not for arrogance, Kagami wouldn't have thrown a tantrum with his teammates just because he lost once to Aomine. Kagami didn't understand his meaning. What are you talking about? Where am I arrogant? Nothing meant to praise you as a genius. Yuuto jogged back on defense. He felt he talked a bit too much. However, Kagami's appearance also reminded him. This world never lacks geniuses. He had only tasted victory once. It was far from enough. Far, far from enough. Beep tilde. The whistle blew, the first quarter ended. Seiho led Seirin by 8 points, 31-23. Luck seemed to stand on Seirin's side today. It should have been an 11-point gap, but in the end, Izuki Shun hit a buzzer-beating three-pointer. If it were Junpei Hyuga, it would be understandable. But it was Izuki Shun, who was defended with no opportunity, throwing it up randomly, and it went in. Sure enough, anything can happen on the court. Seirin bench. Facing an 8-point deficit in a single quarter, they could accept this result. At least it wasn't pulled to double digits. The psychological impact of single digits and double digits is completely different. But their expressions no longer had the lofty ambition from yesterday. So hard to play. Unprecedentedly hard to play. Different from the tension against Kaijo. Facing Seiho, besides nervousness, they could feel the immense pressure given by the opponent. Physical and mental, both levels. But compared to Kuramari, at least we know why we're losing so miserably. Junpei Hyuga saw it clearly. Everything stemmed from Yuuto. His dominance on both ends of the floor was astonishing. Especially when they crossed the three-point line, Yuuto's suffocating sweeping ability made their offensive tactics difficult to deploy. But did they really see clearly? Kuroko decided to tell them anyway. Yuuto's level on both offense and defense will become stronger as time goes on. As soon as this was said, one could hear a pin drop on the bench. Frozen for about 5 seconds, Junpei Hyuga, who was pouring water into his mouth, put down the bottle and uttered a "huh" in question. Sorry, I'm actually facing this kind of Yuuto for the first time too. At first, I thought too simply. It took me 10 minutes to realize that Yuuto's talent will keep activating as long as we score. Do you know what you're saying? As long as we score, he can keep evolving. Riko Ada opened her mouth and asked, "What exactly do you mean?" Last year, in our game against Teiko, the game was very anxious at the beginning, and we were even at a disadvantage most of the time. But as the game went on, we slowly began to keep up with Teiko's game rhythm, and Teiko's scoring efficiency dropped bit by bit. By the second half, the pressure we felt from Teiko became much smaller. Yuuto alone could completely cover the defense inside the entire three-point line. One person. Entire area inside the three-point line. The Seirin players felt like they were listening to a fantasy story, their expressions indescribably complex. How could one person's power achieve such a level? So Kuroko, you mean? At this rate, all our offensive and defensive tactics that are weaknesses for Seiho will be corrected by Yuuto. Speaking up to here, Riko Ada and the others understood. Simply put, if they continued playing like this, their offense wouldn't penetrate, and their defense wouldn't stop them. Is there really no way? There is. Unless Seirin can consistently bring out different and effective offensive tactics. In the second floor stands. Mom caught Midorima sneaking out in disguise to watch the game again. Little Green Hair was even more perverted this time, wearing a Shutoku team uniform out and telling people he wasn't Shintaro Midorima. Or if players make huge changes or complete their own evolution in a short time. Midorima had taken off his disguise. Being seen through at a glance every day, he also felt annoyed. But he was more concerned about Seirin's choice now. Get 20+ chapters ahead on Patreon Rose Whiskey. 158, Chapter 158, Three-Peat winner. Although that's what is said, Ayu can see the potential possibilities of the opponent. Mom had been to Seiho once. She was surprised to find that aside from this year's 2 first-year players, Yuuto and Tomoki Tsugawa, the other starters and substitutes had all become more well-rounded compared to last year. He used those eyes of his to help Seiho go a step further. Very possibly, Seirin's potential possibilities were even clearer to Yuuto than to Seirin themselves. The second quarter began. Seiho's ball. Ryuhei Kasuga dribbled leisurely across half-court. No adjustments. A winning Seiho didn't need to make any adjustments. But Seirin, they had to make adjustments. Using Kagami, the only one whose model and athletic ability matched, to main defend Yuuto, with players ambushing nearby ready to help defend at any time. Mainly focusing on defending the drive. Yuuto looked simple, but that was just an external manifestation after his internals reached the extreme. But how exactly to defend? Kagami didn't have a particularly good idea, just instinctively keeping a 1 body length distance from Yuuto. Step tilde. Here it comes. Yuuto took just 1 step forward, and Kagami already faced a formidable enemy, concentrating fully. But Yuuto quickly pulled his foot back, seemingly about to step back outside the 3-point line. Step back shot. Kagami made a judgment, his center of gravity starting to move forward. And Yuuto. His left hand contacted the basketball quickly, looking like he was about to complete the gathering motion. But the moment he gathered, his dominant right hand released the basketball. He used his left hand to control the ball and fake right, then instantly followed the ball, swinging fiercely to accelerate to the left. Damn it, fooled again. Kagami's attention was extremely focused. He saw Yuuto's entire crossover move clearly. It was an extremely standard shamgod. And Yuuto. He was like a gust of wind, blowing near Seirin's free throw line in a breath. A defender on the side quickly helped defend. Yuuto could totally shake him off and attack the rim. But in the image brought by the eagle eye, Yuuto's vision spatial awareness, he saw Ryuhei Kasuga cutting to coordinate with him. Snap. Yuuto passed the ball laterally to the middle without looking back. That position happened to be the direction before Izuki Shun helped defend. At this moment, Ryuhei Kasuga appeared exactly there. Snap. Truly comfortable. Such a pass, although not as good as Akashi's, exceeded 90% of point guards in the country. Ryuhei Kasuga strode with strange steps into the Seirin paint and scored with a low layup again. Seiho scores consecutively. Wonderful distribution, wonderful connection. 10 points, the gap between the two sides has widened to double digits. Seirin has no solution for the Lion King. The gap reached double digits again. Riko Ada's expression carried heaviness. Luck wouldn't always favor them. Izuki Shun was never a main scorer. He couldn't keep hitting lucky threes. If the score gap continued to widen. Please run. While Seiho players were meticulously preparing to return to defense, a blue figure suddenly ran quickly under the basket. He picked up the basketball first, then spun in a large circle on the spot, utilizing centrifugal force, and finally threw the ball out fiercely. Kagami ran forward desperately the moment he heard Kuroko's voice. He unhesitatingly chose to trust Kuroko, this guy he had known for only a month. The basketball broke through the air, tearing through the atmosphere and crashing towards Seiho's paint. This pass shocked Shio Yamashita, who was getting a bit sleepy, into opening his eyes wide. The basketball passed through fully 8 players. Before they could recover, Kagami received this super long pass. Bang! Just catching the ball produced a sound, several times louder than his usual dribbling. It hurts. Kagami sucked in a breath of cold air. This was absolutely the most forceful pass he had ever received. Stabilizing his arm, he gathered the ball, jumped, and dunked it into the hoop. All this happened in an instant. Seirin's style was fast, but the completion time of their offense this time reached an appalling level. It only took 3 seconds. What is this? What just happened? Seiho fans hadn't even finished cheering. How did the opponent score immediately after turning their heads? A pass penetrating the whole court. As expected of Yuuto's old teammate, this is too reckless. Such a scalp-tingling move. Besides those 6 geniuses, only Yuuto's 2 teammates could use it. Yuuto's eagle eye actually noticed it, but by the time he reacted and wanted to act, it was too late. Weakness. Correction. The talent activated silently once again. He nodded toward Kuroko and said, "Not bad, very focused attention. I achieved a three-peat in the national tournament in middle school, Yuuto." Kuroko rarely trash-talked. Very much his style, stabbing into people's hearts calmly. Something neither the generation of miracles nor Yuuto achieved. He, Kuroko, did. He was indeed a national tournament three-peat winner. True enough, Yuuto certainly wouldn't be affected by this level of trash talk. Still the same tactic. Yuuto passed Kagami one-on-one again. At the same time, Ryuhei Kasuga coordinated with a cut, and Tsutomu Iwamura also sought an advantageous position under the basket. The Bulls' triangle offense wasn't suitable for Seiho, but as long as Yuuto could maintain one-on-one invincibility, this tactic was valid for Seiho. After all, tactics are dead, people are alive. Even Phil Jackson's triangle offense was different during the Bulls and Lakers eras. With the Bulls, he mainly created scoring opportunities for Jordan. With the Lakers, he mainly created scoring opportunities for O'Neal. And during the period when Kobe was the talker, the core of the Lakers' triangle offense shifted from inside to outside. But at that time, Kobe's Pippen wasn't an outside player, but the center Pau Gasol, who had extremely strong Chinese letter, playmaking coordination, ability. And Seiho. Yuuto possessed scoring ability, while also having extremely strong team-connecting ability. Teammates only needed to coordinate with his actions, based on his characteristics, to make the tactic run. Bang! Iwamura received the ball under the basket and posted up Mitobe for a dunk. Where's Tepe? Where's that guy now? This Seirin substitute wasn't enough for him to fight. Iwamura involuntarily recalled Tepe Kiyoshi from last year. That uncrowned king, Ironheart, caused him quite a bit of trouble back then. Mitobe remained silent, but his eyes looked at Iwamura. As if saying something, but his mouth didn't move at all. Shinji Kagane translated for him from the sidelines. Tepe is injured and is currently recuperating in the hospital. That's what Mitobe said. Get 20+ chapters ahead on Patreon Rose Whiskey. 159, Chapter 159, Especially Facing Me. Even equipped with a translator, what kind of weird setting is this? Ryuhei Kasuga couldn't help but roast. The team in front of him was really weird enough, from starters to substitutes. Too easy. Coach, what is too easy? What else could be too easy? Of course, it's Seiho's scoring. Riko Ada roared at Kagane grumpily. She could see it. Seiho's offensive tactics were becoming more tacit with every play. This tacit understanding couldn't be formed in a short time. Including those professional teams. Every time they changed tactics, it was carried out in advance after the off-season ended and before the preseason started. But even so, many teams couldn't transform completely by the start of the season and had to go through many failed attempts. Even the legendary coach Yuuto Popovich, after experiencing the failure in the finals against the Super Heat. He also spent more than a year to complete the team's transformation, finally completing a ruthless massacre of the super heat in the finals. Tactical transformation is a very difficult thing, because not every player has such high IQ. But now, Seiho's variant triangle offense was rapidly approaching the direction of formation. There was only one possibility. Seiho's number 10 Yuuto. He corrected himself silently, actively coordinating with his teammates, allowing Seiho to quickly complete a triangle offense suitable for them. Does this ability really have no limit? She felt heavy inside, accompanied by a sense of amazement. Yuuto's talent was simply appalling. He broke Riko Ada's perception of player limits. On the court, Seirin attempted to impact Seiho's entire defense line, but 1/4 of time was enough for Yuuto to complete multiple corrections. He began to move frequently. That suffocating help defense ability made every Seirin player feel immense pressure. Seirin's flank drives were completely blocked. Perimeter turret Junpei Hyuga was defended by Tomoki Tsugawa to the point of having no shooting opportunities. Clang! The basketball hit the rim and bounced off. Izuki Shun missed a three-pointer. Shooting threes wasn't his forte. He wanted to gamble on today's luck. But luck didn't always favor him. Rebound. Taiga Kagami didn't need reminding. He had already rushed into the paint to fight for the rebound. His rebounding sense was strong, accurately judging the landing point of the basketball and relying on his superior jumping ability to suppress Iwamura beneath him. How high does this guy jump? No solid evidence to prove it, since Iwamura didn't have eyes like Yuuto. He only felt that this returnee in front of him seemed to jump higher than at the beginning. But, slap! Yuuto was a step ahead, extending his long arm to snatch the ball down. Yuuto, Kagami gritted his teeth. Hearing this, Yuuto didn't respond, landing and accelerating toward the other court. Kagami chased closely behind him. He even forgot about the score. His highly concentrated spirit was placed squarely on Yuuto. Such a monster was rarely encountered, even on the street courts of the US. He moved his legs with all his might, crashing through the air to chase the figure of Seiho's number 10. Screech tilde. The two shook off the other 8 players on the court, crossed the three-point line together, and completed a sudden stop almost simultaneously. How would he play this ball? How? Snap tilde. While Kagami was still thinking, Yuuto's body had already started again. Secondary acceleration after a sudden stop, one of the ways talent monsters like to use to shake off defense. Kagami gritted his teeth and followed. His talent was top tier, so naturally he wouldn't be shaken off so easily. But when he retreated quickly to defend, Yuuto in front of him suddenly dissipated like a bubble. What is this? He turned his head abruptly, only to notice Yuuto's figure had already stepped back outside the three-point line. At this time, Yuuto. Expression was very cold. The dual personality shooter talent automatically activated. Hehe. Gather, jump, release, hit. The whole process was silky smooth, making one inadvertently intoxicated by it. Isn't this kind of extremely concise basketball also a form of art? At least Kagami was stunned, conquered by this beauty. His body had been shaken down, falling on the floor, but his gaze was fixed on Yuuto's invincible figure. It was also at this time that Kuroko's voice sounded again. The game is not over yet, Kagami-kun. Kuroko's figure passed by him again. Kagami's eyes instantly brightened. Without any shame of being ankle broken, he climbed up quickly and sprinted toward the front court with all his might. Whoosh tilde. A person 1.9 meters tall, yet possessing athletic ability far exceeding Izuki Shun and Junpei Hyuga. Like a gust of wind, he ran across half-court in one breath, starting later but arriving first, running at the very front of everyone. Bad. Kagami. It's that long pass coordination again. Run. The expressions of players on both sides varied, but they all made the same instant decision. Chase the ball, help defend immediately. Boom tilde. Kuroko spun fully 2 times and fired violently. Shooting from under Seiho's basket baseline, the basketball shot out like a cannonball, churning the air, briefly creating a vacuum zone. However, bang! At this moment, the air seemed to tremble. The extremely fast-flying basketball was intercepted by a large hand before crossing half-court. The loud noise lifted the spirits of the entire audience. Only this time, the person catching the ball wasn't Taiga Kagami, but Yuuto. He had his back to Kuroko, intercepting this super long pass as if he had eyes in the back of his head. Yuuto turned back, his gaze sweeping lightly over Kuroko, causing the latter's pupils to contract violently. This pass of his had never been intercepted before, whether in the Teiko period or the Homi Academy period. I didn't let you use this move against Teiko, not just because the Generation of Miracles is very familiar with you. More importantly, such a move can only be used as a means of surprise attack. Once used, it loses its magic. Especially when facing me. Do you not even understand this, Kuroko? Yuuto spoke calmly, but his voice sounded as if emitted from an ice cellar. Very cold. He was a utilitarian basketball adherent. Naturally, he had no affection for this flashy special skill. Seeing this, Kuroko immediately mobilized all his strength to meet Yuuto. He had recognized it. The Yuuto in front of him had activated another personality within his body. In this state, his shooting was incomparably deadly. But Yuuto seemed to be able to see through him. The moment the two made contact, he turned around Kuroko with a gorgeous spin. Waiting for him was only an undefended basket. Get 20+ chapters ahead on Patreon Rose Whiskey. 160, Chapter 160, let's use that. With a whoosh like a gust of wind blowing past. Yuuto in front of Kuroko turned fiercely behind him just like that. Immediately after, from the undefended basket came the sound of the basketball entering the net. No blood-pumping dunk, Yuuto just simply placed the ball into the net. The ball went in. The gap between the two teams was expanding rapidly. Seiho was dominating the court. Actually blocked it. This only used it once. Seirin's people felt their whole bodies turning cold. The spirit before the game was being defeated bit by Yuuto. The opponent's figure felt unattainable, standing before them like an omnipotent god. Riko Ada hurriedly walked to the central technical table and called a timeout. If they continued playing like this, the game would collapse soon. Kagami returned to the bench, his face unprecedentedly solemn. I'm starting to understand what you said, Kuroko. Such a monster isn't something the current me can defeat alone. His mind was now full of Yuuto's unrivaled figure. Defense, offense, even passing were so perfect. The opponent seemed born to play basketball, a genius meticulously crafted by God to distinguish the distance from mortals. Such a person would be hard to find even on the street courts of the US. But we are not alone. Yeah. Kagami quickly adjusted his state, taking water from a teammate to replenish fluids. But Riko Ada, looking at the sweating rate on his body, her face became even more solemn. When facing Kaijo, Kagami's sweating rate wasn't this abnormal. She couldn't imagine how much pressure Kagami was under matching up against Yuuto. Kuroko, just asking, does Yuuto know the weakness of misdirection? He knows. As expected, Riko Ada put away the trace of luck in her heart. Makes sense. After all, they were teammates a year ago. How could he not know Kuroko's weakness? This way, after the second quarter, until the end of the third quarter in the second half, Kuroko could only rest on the bench. They had to wait for Kuroko's skill CD cooldown to recover. Since it's like this, we absolutely cannot collapse in the second quarter. Use that, Kuroko. That, Junpei Hyuga and the others looked confused. From now until the end of the second quarter, we will use Kuroko as the main scoring point. Several people were stunned first, then shocked. But if we do this, Kuroko's misdirection. We don't have the right to think about the second half. Riko Ada had made up her mind. Tactical changes were non-existent. They played so fast, yet still couldn't poke through Seiho's iron wall. Survive the second quarter safely first, Then they would be qualified to consider more. Kagami. Got it, I will fully cooperate with Kuroko. Kuroko was right, this wasn't a one-man game. Decades of seconds passed, the game continued. Seirin's ball. Still that V formation standing. Seiho's defensive formation also didn't change, still the iron barrel-like 2-1-2 variant zone defense. It looked like Seirin was surrounded by a pack of wolves. However, in the past 10+ minutes of the game, Seiho's defense line could be described as impregnable. Not making changes, what are they planning? Midorima frowned. Stubbornly attempting to tear open Seiho's defense with quick passing at this time was wishful thinking. True, Ayu's correction of their tactics has probably reached a point where it can't be corrected anymore, right? Mom was originally quite expectant. Wanted to find valuable intelligence from other teams. Now it seemed Seirin didn't seem to have any other ideas. Then, the ball went to Kuroko's hands. Mom and Midorima froze simultaneously, letting Kuroko-kun face Ayu. This was too bold, wasn't it courting death? On the court, Junpei Hyuga and Izuki-shun simultaneously pulled away their defenders, then gave the ball to Kuroko. At this moment, one step inside the top of the three-point arc, Kuroko was holding the ball facing Yuuto directly. Is this vanishing drive? Yukio Kasamatsu obviously saw Seirin's intention. In the previous practice match, they used a similar tactic, letting Kuroko break through Kai's directly. Is there really no way to solve this move? I can't think of one for now. Kai scratched his head awkwardly. He was broken through by Kuroko several times in that match against Seirin. Thump 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 tilde. The basketball hit the floor again and again, bouncing back into Kuroko's hand. In front of him, Yuuto's expression was calm, terrifyingly composed. Can he really do it? Even if he does, won't it be corrected by Yuuto's ability? Kagami thought about it many times in his heart. Yuuto's weakness correction seemed limitless. Whenever they painstakingly advanced a step, Yuuto would silently take a step forward too. Such ability was extremely torturous. But looking at Kuroko's eyes, he didn't doubt him. An invisible tacit understanding formed between the two, connecting them. In the next second, the new light and shadow combination moved simultaneously. The moment Kuroko started, Kagami broke into Yuuto's field of vision at the fastest speed and assumed an attacking posture. Players are creatures that will consider all threatening factors once on the court. Especially facing the opponent's ace, you can never ignore their existence. Yuuto was no exception. His gaze involuntarily looked at the enemy most threatening to him. Even if his reaction was extremely fast, there would be a moment of distraction. As long as Kuroko seized this moment, he could disintegrate Yuuto's defense line. At that time, Seiho's airtight defense would also crumble. Riko Ada watched the court nervously. Her goal was to break the defensive core Yuuto, then pierce Seiho's iron wall. She watched the coordination between Kuroko and Kagami. It was even more tacit than against Kaijo. Yuuto was distracted. His attention was dispersed by Kagami. Kuroko also successfully seized this moment, accelerating to sweep past Yuuto's side. Success! Riko Ada almost jumped up. As long as this most important step could be completed, Seirin's choices would increase next. Junpei Hyuga, Taiga Kagami, Izuki-shun, Maido Brinosuke could all become Kuroko's passing targets. Or even Kuroko finishing the offense directly. Without Yuuto sweeping, the others in Seiho couldn't stop Kuroko's passing. But, roar! Just when Seirin thought they succeeded, a violent beast nature suddenly erupted from Yuuto's body. Like a beast suppressed for a long time, finally breaking out of the cage. Without any warning, extremely abrupt. In a trance, Seirin's people seemed to see a Tyrannosaurus Rex opening its bloody mouth toward them, biting over. Then, they also saw the motionless Yuuto's body take a step back following Kuroko's movement, simultaneously swinging his right arm down. Snap! Get 20+ chapters ahead on Patreon Rose Whiskey. 161, Chapter 161, I taught him his shot. No follow-up. No need for correction either. Kuroko's first attempt was dismantled by Yuuto. The creature standing at the top of the food chain let out a deafening roar. The highest level of wildness allowed Yuuto to complete a step back at the last moment and swing his arm to bat the basketball away from Kuroko's hands. His face remained calm, but he couldn't hide the fierce light in his pupils, like uncontrollable violence. Although I don't have a way, if it's little Yuuto, that's not necessarily true. Kai spoke the unfinished words. Wildness, huh? Yeah, and the highest level of wildness seen so far. There might not be anyone more advanced than him in the future. Kai sighed. Wildness was already an extremely rare talent, let alone Yuuto's wildness, which was like an ancient beast from tens of thousands of years ago. Last year, Ayu only let Kuroko-kun face Daichan head-on once. He knows the weakness of the vanishing drive very well. Mom recalled last year. After Kuroko used this move to pass Aomine, Yuuto immediately went to communicate with Kuroko. After that, Kuroko never faced Aomine head-on again. Wildness can maximize a player's instincts. This instinct is strong enough to briefly replace the player's brain thinking. Simply put, sometimes they don't act after thinking with their brains, but let their bodies make choices on their own. Kagetora Ada was watching the live broadcast in the gym. The camera happened to focus on his daughter. He saw the shock and disbelief on his daughter's face. As a head coach, his girl still lacked a lot. True monsters are all unreasonable guys, Riko, he said toward the screen to his daughter. Riko Ada was destined not to hear it. She was still in shock, including Kagami and the others. No correction needed. He knew the weakness of the vanishing drive long ago. Yuuto squeezed past Kuroko to collect the ball, then quickly sent the ball to the front court with a quarterback pass. Ryuhei Kasuga took the lead, rushing to the front, using strange steps to interfere with Izuki Shun's judgment. After shaking off the defender with a Euro step, he scored with another signature low layup. And Yuuto. After completing the pass, he stared at Kuroko. I thought you wouldn't forget my advice. I didn't forget, I just didn't want to do nothing, just like what you did once. I see. Yuuto turned around and returned to stand near the free throw line. But I never pin my hopes on things I'm not sure about. Yes. Absolutely no certainty. Kuroko's move was completely a gamble, gambling that he wouldn't reach Aomine's level, or that Yuuto wouldn't react like Aomine. So he was bound to lose. Yuuto had such confidence. And Kagami. His expression became even more shocked, still savoring the impact brought by that defense just now. What was that? An indescribable aura, seeming to swallow people whole. For a moment, Kagami felt his life was threatened, almost feeling death descending. But at the same time, something inside his body seemed about to break free. The game continued. It was Seirin's possession again. Kuroko hadn't given up. His cooperation with Kagami continued. But this time, he dared not seek out Yuuto actively anymore. After a switch following a pick and roll, he came near the corner and actively sought out Tomoki Tsugawa. He wanted to stay as far away from Yuuto as possible. He succeeded. With a dribble as if disappearing, he completed the drive when Tsugawa couldn't detect it. This way, Kuroko can indeed pass people, and Seirin's offense can be more proactive, but their goal of breaking Seiho's iron wall from the root cannot be achieved either. Mom looked at the notebook in her hand, picked up the pen, and recorded a few more strokes. Without dealing with Yuuto, Seiho's iron wall couldn't be broken, and naturally, they couldn't be defeated. Such a harsh condition was enough to render 99% of the participating teams in the nation powerless. Swish! The ball still went in. Kuroko passed Tsugawa and hit a jump shot for 2 points facing Iwamura's help defense. Seiho's captain didn't know what happened at all. He only saw the basketball magically pass through his arm and fly into the net. Phantom shot. What phantom shot? The key lies in his release point. It's so low that if you jump lightly, your line of sight will briefly lose the basketball. He completes the shot at that time. Then how should it be defended? Just don't jump. Kuroko's athletic ability is limited. Yuuto explained the principle of the phantom shot. This shot had no effect facing Akashi and Yuuto. Kuroko wouldn't even get a chance to shoot. The ball would be stripped by them. But Iwamura and the others didn't have that kind of eyesight. Then just be honest and don't jump. Raising arms high is enough, so vision won't be lost. And the most important point. Restricted by basic skills, Kuroko's shooting percentage could reach 60–70% at most. Although such a percentage was still very high. But prolonged use would accelerate the consumption of his misdirection. How do you know so clearly? I taught him his shot. Yuuto jogged back to the front court, leaving behind a messy-minded Iwamura. Seiho's possession. After wildness was activated, the pressure Kagami felt from Yuuto multiplied. He felt like a lone boat facing the impact of a violent storm. So strong, this guy is much stronger than Kai's. Kagami had long lost the feeling from a few days ago that he looks quite ordinary. Thinking like that, he was simply the biggest idiot in the world. He began to fail to keep up with Yuuto's rhythm. Facing Yuuto's stormy attacks, his defense only lasted 2 seconds before being declared broken. Whoosh tilde. Yuuto turned into a streak of black light sweeping past Kagami's side, pressing into the paint and dunking the ball into the hoop over Maidobe. Thud tilde. Yuuto landed on both feet and turned back to defense immediately, without any sloppiness. Coming back, Kuroko continued his drives. He obviously didn't understand, yet that keeping him on the court was far more important than the few points he scored. Iwamura remembered Yuuto's warning firmly. Facing Kuroko's jump shot, his feet seemed rooted to the floor. He didn't jump. The words I taught him his shot were too convincing. Iwamura could only believe them. Then, he saw it clearly. Kuroko's athletic ability was poor to begin with. With a height of only 1.68 meters, he couldn't jump high standing still. Even with a run-up, he wouldn't get much higher. Normal people can reach a vertical jump of 40–50 cm after a run-up, but Kuroko's athletic ability was inferior even to normal people, probably around 30 cm. His maximum touch height was probably around 230 cm. At such a height, wanting to defend indeed required jumping, but his release point was pitifully low. Iwamura could give him huge interference even without jumping. With a clang, Kuroko missed his second attempt. Seirin's hope was rapidly shattering. Get 20+ chapters ahead on Patreon Rose Whiskey. 162, Chapter 162, Talent Awakening. With a whistle, the first half ended. Seiho walked into the locker room with a huge 23-point lead. Such a point difference was enough to pronounce Seirin's death sentence. Their game content was too perfect. Solid defense, and Yuuto's invincible individual ability. This orthodox basketball gave the Seiho fans watching a huge sense of security. Like many casual fans watching games. They might not understand the depth of tactics, but they could feel which way the situation was tilting. This feeling was especially obvious in players. Seirin's locker room. Their experience was more direct than the fans' feelings. Throughout the first half, they were trying to seize the game rhythm. They wanted to utilize the advantages of their lineup and bring the game rhythm into their comfortable blitzkrieg. But they all knew the result. Seiho remained unaffected from beginning to end. They played steadily, firmly controlling the court with iron wall-like team defense and absolute individual ability. Riko Ada saw earlier that Taiga Kagami's sweating rate was higher than usual. In this aspect, other players were even more obvious than Kagami. They now had only one feeling. Scoring on Seiho was just too difficult. Tearing open Seiho's first line of defense, they still had to face the sweeping of that monster Yuuto. And his sweeping ability was steadily improving bit by bit. A sense of suffocation arose spontaneously. That was a bone-deep powerlessness, and despair that even Kaijo hadn't given them. Worse things were more than one. Now they faced the dilemma that Kuroko, the gold medal support, wouldn't be able to help in the third quarter. In the second quarter, Kuroko used his drives and shots to shoot 50%, scoring a team-high 8 points in the quarter. Otherwise, their deficit might not be 20 points now, but 30. Taiga Kagami sat on the bench, adjusting his breathing without saying a word. His mind was now full of Yuuto's figure. That absolute strength and ease made him yearn for it. Too far apart. He was really too far from that Lion King. Riko Ada looked at the silent team members, not knowing how to speak for a moment. She obviously lacked enough experience to deal with such a situation. She didn't know how to turn into a hairdryer, scolding coach, and use the charm of various languages to reignite the players' fighting will. Because she always mingled with the players, like an ordinary high school girl. On the other side, Shio Yamashita seemed like he was really about to fall asleep. Returning to the locker room, he only said, "We performed great in the first half," and gave no other instructions. He just felt that Homi Academy's championship coach ate too well in the past 3 years. Possessing a player like Yuuto, the coach could even sleep on the bench and wake up to another victory. Not needing him, Yuuto could even make corresponding adjustments in time according to different situations on the court. This made his on-the-spot adjustment ability completely useless. So he started meditating on the sidelines like Phil Jackson. Because there was really nothing he needed to do. The team was winning. Ryuhei Kasuga and others also had smiles on their faces, chatting in a relaxed and happy atmosphere. 10+ minutes passed quickly. The second half began. Still Seiho's offense. Yuuto came up and hit a high-difficulty drifting mid-range shot for 2 points. Taiga Kagami was beaten without any temper. Coming back, he started to handle the ball on offense. Kuroko was sitting off court now. As the team ace, he needed to shoulder the team's offensive burden. Dominant hand is the right hand. Flexibility of both hands hasn't reached a relative balance. Too many weaknesses. What Yuuto's eyes saw now was a treasure trove, completely unexcavated. The opponent took the best materials and used them like bricks to smash his enemy, instead of forging them into sharp weapons to kill. Kagami forced his way into the basket, jumping over Iwamura to dunk. Not an illusion, this guy really jumps higher than at the start. Seiho's captain finally confirmed the guess in his heart. The Seirin number 10 in front of him really jumped higher. Dunk it in. Kagami had no distractions, only the basket in his eyes, gathering all his strength to smash down. However, slap. Yuuto's hand appeared just right, hitting the side of the basketball, slapping the ball away in one go. Damn it, Kagami gritted his teeth. He still couldn't break through Yuuto's blockade. Must jump faster, jump higher. Not a second to be depressed. His personality was the single-minded type, to put it bluntly, stubborn. But it was also this stubbornness that allowed him to concentrate all his attention on the court. Coming back, it was Yuuto's display of individual ability again, tearing open Seirin's defense alone, finally assisting Iwamura under the basket for a two-handed dunk. Bang! Boom! 2 sounds rang out successively, echoing through the entire gym. After Iwamura completed the two-handed dunk, Kagami's palm also slapped onto the backboard. Just one step, just a little bit more, and he would have pinned Iwamura's dunk against the backboard. This guy, Iwamura felt a wave of fear. Damn it, Kagami uttered an unwilling sound again, calling teammates to attack quickly. Yuuto watched him walk past silently, awakening the body's potential, in advance facing huge pressure. Taiga Kagami's talent awakened for the first time in the game against Shutoku. The huge pressure brought by Shutoku and Midorima allowed him to complete a super jump and block Midorima's shot head-on. Coincidentally, Akashi far away in Kyoto, Murasakibara and Akita, including Ayamine and Kai's watching on the sidelines. They all seemed to sense something at the first moment. Someone else stepped into the domain of genius belonging only to them, the generation of miracles. Kagami. Actually, not just them, with special senses. Riko Ada on the sidelines also saw it. Kagami's stats unexpectedly rose by a chunk in a short time. Simultaneously, the beast inside his body finally broke free from the cage and rushed out. Kagami only felt his current state was unprecedentedly excellent. This distance I can. A distance he had never thought of before, but Kagami instinctively felt he could attack the rim. Gather. Jump. He soared into the air from a position one step forward from the free throw line. That height, that hang time. He looked like he was challenging the limit of human flight, as if he was about to fly. Then, boom. His right arm smashed the ball fiercely into Seiho's basket. From the start of the game until now in the third quarter, he finally tore open Seiho's defense with his individual ability for the first time. Kagami Shichai. Get 20+ chapters ahead on Patreon Rose Whiskey. 163, Chapter 163, A Golden Light, Kagami Shichai. Kai's in the stands was stunned. He saw Kagami's evolution, that heaven-defying jumping ability visibly improved by a large margin. The talent belonging to him actually completed an awakening at this time. And wildness, he also holds this talent. Including Kuroko, the Seirin bench players all widened their eyes, followed by a burst of ecstasy. This way, Seirin's chance of winning isn't infinitely close to 0 anymore. Midorima also didn't expect it. After the 6 of them, another genius comparable to them would arrive. Taiga Kagami, the first-year returned from the US, was evolving at an extremely fast speed and stepping onto the ladder belonging to the generation of miracles. He even possessed the wildness talent, which only 3 people in the country currently possessed. Such evolution might bring uncertainty to the game. The unforeseen development made Seiho players drop their jaws one after another. Their captain was just posterized by an extremely humiliating move. I can play like this. His body suddenly became light, his brain became clear at the same time, and even his thoughts on the game were so smooth. Kagami felt he had never been better. His highlight didn't end there. Back on the defensive end, he used an iron-blooded block to stop Seiho's scoring. Almost the same offensive tactic as before, Yuuto attracted most of the defense and assisted a teammate. Ryuhei Kasuga cut to the basket, caught the ball, and scored with his signature low layup, but was rejected by Kagami, who killed his way back to the paint at the last moment. His condition was shockingly good. Jumping faster, jumping higher, as if he grew a pair of wings on his back. The flame of hope seemed to be ignited once again. The person was still the same person, the playing style hadn't changed. It was just that the player's level improved a lot in a short time. Riko Ada had the illusion of hitting the jackpot. She didn't expect that in her second year of high school, she could actually welcome a genius player comparable to those 6 geniuses. Shifting her gaze to the resting Kuroko, the fire in her heart was completely ignited. There's a chance. Our Seirin this year is really hopeful. A generation of miracles-level combat power, a phantom 6th man. Such a lineup configuration was something even those high school powerhouses had never possessed. Kagami's highlight continued. Back on defense, he used a super jump again. When Ryuhei Kasuga thought it was impossible to interfere, Kagami's fingertips grazed the skin of the basketball. Nanny, Ryuhei Kasuga had only disbelief in his eyes. His shot had already left his hand, yet it was still blocked. This heaven-defying jumping ability was like having launchers installed in his legs. The ball was picked up first by nearby Izuki-shun. Seirin immediately instigated a counterattack, and Junpei Hyuga hit a transition 3-pointer. Seiho, known as the Iron Wall of Tokyo, was actually scored on consecutively by the opponent in a short time. Was this still the team from the first half? Good shot. Beautiful Kagami. Playing like this, we can win. The Seirin bench suddenly became lively, pacing neatly, shouting defense. Shio Yamashita couldn't sleep anymore. His team encountered trouble. He planned to apply for a timeout, needing to give the players a little time to calm down. Futilda. Yuuto slowly exhaled at this time, seeming to sigh or seemingly helpless. When Ryuhei Kasuga received the baseline pass from a teammate, Yuuto opened his hand for the ball with his back to Kasuga. Coach Yamashita. No, sorry, we don't need a timeout anymore. Seeing his action, Shio Yamashita abruptly stopped the timeout he was halfway through calling. He noticed Yuuto's expression. That was the Yuuto he saw last year. He hadn't shown it again since coming to Seiho. This proved he was entering the state now, truly serious about the game. Coach, it's fine, just watch quietly. Yamashita returned to the bench and sat down. He felt he was worrying unnecessarily. His reaction was too intense. Maybe those few attempts were just intentional by Yuuto to correct his own weaknesses as soon as possible. Yuuto slowly dribbled across half-court. Kagami stood at the very front, arms spread, center of gravity pressed very low, assuming a standard defensive posture. As long as we survive the third quarter, wait until that guy returns. He couldn't help glancing at Kuroko on the bench out of the corner of his eye. At that time, maybe they could really create a miracle. But, bang! The frequency of the basketball hitting the floor suddenly accelerated. Still the five-finger thunder dribble, but the speed was hard to distinguish with the naked eye. In an instant, Kagami's instincts issued warnings to him frantically. Here it comes. He was ready to meet Yuuto's impact. But in the next second, accompanied by an eruption of dazzling golden light, Yuuto, like a scorching sun, broke through Kagami's defense in one breath and scored. An unreasonable score brought the excited Seirin crowd back to reality. What is this? The anticipation in Riko Ada's eyes disappeared quickly, replaced by the panic from not long ago. Just simply completed another evolution. Mom had stopped recording. Regarding Yuuto, she didn't have much to record. His evolution speed was too fast, even if she painstakingly found Yuuto's weakness. It would only take one round for him to correct his own weakness, shattering her intelligence prediction. Truly a boy who makes people unable to guess at all. Mom smiled even with her eyes. She never considered that Seirin could defeat Seiho. On the court, Taiga Kagami bravely held the ball facing Yuuto directly. As a first-year player, his ability was already very strong. High school basketball is actually similar to the NCAA. First year absorbs fresh blood, second year is potential stock, third year is the absolute core. Only a few geniuses can make the team starters in the first year. Most players start from the bench. This fact can be known by casually looking at the rosters of participating teams. Most team starters are third-year players. Seiho was no exception. Except for Yuuto and Tomoki Tsugawa, the other three were third-year players. Even the main rotation players were. That Kagami could serve as a starter, and as the team ace, was enough to prove his combat power. But today, this returnee suffered a ruthless beating. Head-on one-on-one, Kagami couldn't pass Yuuto after tangling for several seconds, stuck near the free throw line, unable to move, and was even being gradually pushed back. Helpless, he planned to give the ball to Izuki-shun and cut to play a wall pass coordination similar to soccer. But as soon as the ball left his hand, Yuuto erupted violently, extending his hand lightning fast to destroy his pass. Couldn't even pass. Kagami's pupils were trembling. Single-minded as he was, his confidence seemed to be shattered at this moment. Yuuto's figure magnified rapidly in his gaze, unattainable, unmatched. Then, Yuuto rushed out like a humanoid sun. Seirin's three players completed the return defense. But after a golden light flashed, the basketball entered the net crisply. Unreasonable individual ability pushed Seirin back into the abyss once again. Get 20-plus chapters ahead on Patreon Rose Whiskey. 164. Chapter 164, The Biggest Failure, Despairingly Powerful. The small flame of hope Seirin had painstakingly raised was blown out by Yuuto with a gentle breath. That golden light could dispel all ghosts and monsters. Just as the Tokyo area commentator said, geniuses like the generation of miracles usually appear once in 10 years. The past 3 years were special. In the same era, 5 geniuses of this level appeared at the same time and played on the same team. This is unprecedented. But Yuuto is the most special one. The Homi Academy he led cut down this historically strongest Teiko. If the members of the generation of miracles are once-in-a-decade geniuses, Then Yuuto's existence is a super genius appearing once in 50 years. Seirin's number 10 is strong, but he has not yet reached the level of Seiho's number 10. On the court, Yuuto's performance hadn't ended. Kagami cheered up quickly and wanted to continue improving himself. However, he currently had no possibility of improvement. Whether wildness or jumping ability, he needed time to digest these things. Maybe he would become stronger in the future, but not now. One-on-one single defense, Kagami concentrated, daring not miss any of Yuuto's movements. Did you think something like, wait until that guy Kuroko comes on and there's a chance? Yuuto dribbled at the top of the three-point arc, his cold gaze seemingly mocking the opponent. Kagami didn't respond because he had indeed imagined this, joining hands with Kuroko to reverse the battle situation. Pinning hope on a shadow is your biggest failure. When you, as the light, choose to rely on the shadow, Kuroko's advantage will vanish. As if to prove his words. As soon as Yuuto's voice fell, dazzling golden light spewed from his body. He turned into a golden man, rushing past like a sun. Kagami only felt his vision filled with gold. When the golden light dissipated, Yuuto was nowhere to be found. Only the swish of the basketball entering the net in his ear told him Yuuto scored again. In just a few rounds, the score Seirin painstakingly chased back was pulled back to the original point. Beep tilde. The whistle sounded again, the third quarter ended. At this moment, Seiho's lead had officially broken through 30 points. They led Seirin by a full 36 points. This was already a score impossible to reverse. Perhaps Seirin's scoring ability could score 36 points in a single quarter, but they couldn't prevent the opponent from scoring a single point. Moreover, they were facing Seiho, known as the Iron Wall. The number 36 was enough to make them despair. When coming off the court, Yuuto suddenly said to Kagami, "Your legs haven't prepared well yet." Like a child getting a new toy, after his jumping ability awakened, Kagami used it unscrupulously too many times. Yuuto could clearly see that his leg data had dropped a lot. This meant his leg muscles showed signs of fatigue. Kagami couldn't listen at all, let alone understand, but Riko Ada's eyes widened abruptly. Her attention was on the game, not noticing Kagami's condition at all. Hearing Yuuto's reminder at this moment, she quickly looked over and indeed saw Kagami's leg data had dropped much lower than peak. But why does he know so clearly? Can he see players' body data like me? Riko Ada thought of this possibility. The problem was, her eyes were honed by following her father in the gym since childhood. It was a product of innate talent combined with acquired effort. What about you, Yuuto? She looked at the team members in front of her with a heavy heart. At this moment, the Seirin bench was covered in gloom. Everyone lost their usual vitality, the ignorant panting, bravado before the game. As a result, Riko Ada brought them bad news. Fourth quarter, Kagami, you rest first. Why? Kagami couldn't believe it. He didn't want to be a deserter in such an important win-or-go-home game. More importantly, he still wanted to continue playing. Others didn't understand either. Kuroko could come on in the fourth quarter. With him and Kagami together, maybe they could make a charge. At least not lose so ugly. No, why? You know your legs yourself. Your body is not fully ready yet. Riko Ada was decisive at this time. After all, a huge gap of 36 points lay in front of them. Why risk injury to fight a game impossible to win? You have to know that King of Seiho, his condition was even higher than at the start. The data almost hadn't dropped. Good job, rest well in the fourth quarter. Others control the pace, focus on consuming game time. Shio Yamashita praised the player's performance. He obviously didn't expect that last year's scrub team would welcome such strong new aides this year. It almost caused him insomnia. Fortunately, he made the most correct decision last summer. Otherwise, this year Seiho might have gone home fishing, without even seeing the faces of Shutoku and Tao. Yuuto rest for a while too. I'll take over, let's change the formation. He planned to change the defensive formation, using the traditional zone defense. Focusing on guarding the paint, Seirin's number 10 matched the collected intelligence. Scoring was more in the paint, shooting wasn't enough to kill them. Ignore that guy. If their coach is smart enough, he won't be put on the court in the fourth quarter. Huh? Others looked at Yuuto in confusion. He told his teammates about Kagami's leg condition. Sure enough, when the break between quarters passed and players from both sides came on again, Kagami's figure was indeed missing. Seeing this, Shio Yamashita started meditating again, not subbing Yuuto in for the entire fourth quarter. And Kuroko used the misdirection. He painstakingly recovered a bit to help the team chase points with all his might. But under Seiho's iron-blooded defense, they worked hard for a whole quarter, yet couldn't chase back much. The game ended. National Tournament District Preliminaries, Group Stage Round 2. King Seiho defeated Seirin by a 31-point margin. This time, the dark horse Seirin had its legs cut off just as it started, unable to run. Kagami lowered his head, covered by a white towel. The huge sense of loss made him feel as if all strength was drained. Yuuto's sentence kept echoing in his ears. Your biggest failure is that you shouldn't rely on a shadow. Get 20-plus chapters ahead on Patreon Rose Whiskey. 165, Chapter 165, Beaten Back to Reality, until following the team back to the locker room. Yuuto's voice echoed in Taiga Kagami's mind like a demon's whisper. The locker room was terrifyingly quiet. Only Riko Ada's voice instructing players to pack their things without omission. Captain Junpei Hyuga, Izuki-shun Maito Brinasuk. Well, the last one didn't count. He was basically indistinguishable from a mute. With a mouthpiece, Kagane, Maito definitely wouldn't say a word. But Seirin at this moment, everyone turned into Maito Brinasuk. They were lifeless, packing their bags without saying a word. Before this game, they harbored many expectations. This year they welcomed epic enhancements, possibly the two strongest teammates in their lives. They once imagined winning the final victory of the national tournament 2 years after the team's establishment. This way, if Seirin could become a high school basketball powerhouse in the future, their names would definitely accompany the team Seirin forever. And they indeed saw hope. The once high and mighty Kanagawa powerhouse Kaijo, possessing the genius Ryota Kais, was defeated by Seirin. This was the best confidence catalyst. They were ready to challenge the nation. But reality was cruel. They were ruthlessly eliminated by Seiho and Yuuto in the second round. Yuuto interpreted what powerful meant with his monster-like individual ability. With a game-high 45 points, 8 rebounds, 10 assists, 6 steals, and 4 blocks, he ruthlessly beat Seirin back to reality. They lost completely. Riko Ada saw everything, hiding the pain in her heart. To challenge those 6 geniuses, or simply put, Yuuto, they still had a long way to go. Today's game showed her how big the world was. Dominating the nation. These 4 simple words carried a lot. It wasn't something that could be achieved just by shouting slogans loud enough. Packed up, everyone left without saying a word. Kagami and Kuroko didn't. They remained in the locker room. Suddenly, Kagami asked Kuroko, when you played with Yuuto, did he actively seek your help? Hearing this, Kuroko's clasped hands couldn't help but tighten. He obviously understood Kagami's meaning. But he still said calmly, no, Yuuto never seeks help from anyone. Is that so? Kagami had no more questions. Makes sense, after all, he is so strong. Compared to relying on others, Yuuto was the object everyone could rely on. Honestly, I really thought we could win something. In the end, eliminated so quickly. Looking at the result, individual ability reigns above the team. Kagami left, leaving Kuroko alone. After a long time, Kuroko sighed silently. He knew clearly what Kagami was thinking right now. If it were before, he would definitely think that was wrong. But in the past year, Yuuto proved the feasibility in this way and won victory. But that was definitely different from what Kagami understood. Yuuto would make himself the most outstanding one. He would make himself the backer for his teammates, then lead the whole team forward. And Kagami, he was simply intoxicated by Yuuto's unreasonable individual ability. completely failing to notice Yuuto's extremely strong personal charisma under the powerful surface. He twisted the entire Seiho team into a rope. That was the truly terrifying part. Happy to win the game, but the national tournament has just begun. We are still very far from the finish line. We can briefly celebrate the victory, but by tomorrow, we will forget everything that happened today. Difference between Tokyo and Tochigi? It's very prosperous here. The participating teams are several times that of Tochigi, accompanied by greater competitiveness. We will be prepared. Yuuto's arrival had long attracted the attention of Tokyo media. Just that there were no games before, they only found the opportunity to interview now. Yuuto answered a few questions simply and left with Sora. He didn't say anything like, "I will conquer this place." Compared to talking, he preferred to do it with practical actions. Night. Returning home, Yuuto didn't conduct a simulation. Because since entering high school, the system completed an upgrade. The changes brought were huge. First, the rule of one win for one simulation changed. Now conducting a simulation required 3 wins, meaning victories in formal matches. Yuuto didn't like this change, because it would make him lose 2 years of training memory, opportunity. Of course, there were benefits too. Now conducting a simulation, he could draw talents 5 times at once, and select any 3 after the simulation ended. Simultaneously, experience acquisition was 5 times that of the past. Starting from the short term, after the system upgrade, it allowed him to level up faster and gain more free attribute points. But from a long-term perspective, he lost a lot of time. In addition, after the system upgrade, a new function was added. Same-level talents could be fused to create stronger talents. This was a great function, able to clear out many talents that were useless to Yuuto. Equivalent to turning waste into treasure. He was now 1 victory away from the next simulation. Could complete it before the game against Shutoku. After dinner, Yuuto changed clothes and was about to go out. Going out, Sora. "Oh, wait for me. I'll spray some mosquito repellent first." Sora still followed Yuuto to the outside court for training every night. After failing to become the basketball club manager, Sora listened to Yuuto and picked a club to join. Not a sports club, her body didn't allow her to do so. She found a poetry club she was interested in and now recited poems and composed verses with other students in the school every day. Sometimes when inspiration came, she would write a few poems to read to Yuuto. Yuuto mostly asked her, why not write something about basketball? Every time he said this, Sora would ignore him for half a day. The next day, Seiho had no game. The whole team conducted recovery training in the basketball club, incidentally paying attention to Shutoku High School in the same group. This year's Shutoku, like Seiho, welcomed 2 first-year geniuses, Shintaro Midorima and Kazunari Tako. Teisuke Atsubo, Shinsuke Kimura, Kiyoshi Miyagi, Seiho knew these old faces. The name of Shintaro Midorima, the generation of Miracle's strongest shooter, was thunderous. Only this Kazunari Tako, they didn't know enough about him. Get 20+ chapters ahead on Patreon Rose Whiskey. 166. Chapter 166. Simulation again. Yamashita Shio never underestimated a first-year student, especially when that first year was a starter for Shutoku. This implied that Kazunari Tako either possessed incredibly high talent or had an immediate, high-level combat readiness to impress a coach like Nakatani Masaki. It was even possible he had both. Get me the tapes of their games. I need to take a good look at just how special this kid is. He planned to spend the entire morning studying this freshman player. The rest of you stick to the basic training drills. Dismissed. After giving his orders, he returned to his office. They had their 3rd round match tomorrow, so today's training was simply light maintenance to keep them in form. Meanwhile, over at the Seirin basketball club, they hadn't stopped just because they were eliminated. High school basketball wasn't just about the inter-high. There was also the Winter Cup, second only to the Nationals in prestige. That was their last chance this year. At this moment, they had already begun preparing for the Winter Cup qualifiers months in advance. starting their prep even earlier than the national soccer team usually would. Taiga Kagami seemed like a different person today. During the practice match, he refused to coordinate with his teammates, forcing plays and turning the ball over repeatedly. Riko Ada scolded him several times, but Kagami continued to do things his own way. She knew exactly what was going through Kagami's head. He was attempting to win matches using Yuuto's style. In the match against Seiho, the impact Yuuto left on Kagami was beyond imagination. As a coach, Riko didn't know how to handle this. If it were an old-school coach like Yamashita Shio, he might have acted like that bald maniac from Whiplash. He would use bullying tactics to constantly belittle and deny the player, only to swoop in when the player was on the verge of a breakdown with a line like, "Hey, listen, I did that for your own good. I see something special in you, and I don't want you to waste your talent like my former student did," effectively brainwashing them. That was a manipulation tactic, commonly used by old-school Western coaches to control their players. But obviously, Riko couldn't bring herself to use those methods. Helpless, she made a phone call to the soul of the team, Teppei Kiyoshi. As a coach, sometimes she sought help from her father, and sometimes she sought help from her players. Yuuto felt she wasn't really suited to be a head coach. She was better fit as a trainer, much like her father, Kagetora Ada. The day passed quickly. The third round of the group stages began. Seiho's match was scheduled for the morning, while the main event of Group A was given to Shutoku. The draw might have been fair, but the organizers clearly knew what the fans wanted to see. They always placed the focal matches during prime time. However, Seiho's match still attracted over 20,000 fans to the venue. Yuuto's match against Seirin had shown the fans what it looked like when he was slacking off on the court. Now, they were desperate to see Yuuto play for real. This round's opponent wasn't on the same level as the Black King or Seirin. Seiho played steadily, locking down defense to spark counterattacks, and established a 50-point lead by halftime. The game was completely one-sided. In the second half, Yuuto sat on the bench, sitting next to his coach, who was currently cosplaying as a Zen master. "Coach, if you can't sleep, there's no need to force yourself. You don't understand. I am engaging in deep-level meditation." The old man's skin was thick. Yuuto's teasing didn't faze him in the slightest. "Iwamura is injured." "What?" Hearing this, the old guy instantly sprang up from his seat, only to find Tsutomu Iwamura perfectly intact. He had just completed a two-handed slam dunk and was roaring at his opponents with full energy. "During the game, you must give me adequate respect." Yuuto, the old man, glared. "Then you need to show an attitude worthy of my respect, instead of deliberately imitating some other old guy." Yuuto really didn't get it. What was so great about imitating Phil Jackson? Sure, the Zen master achieved massive success with the Bulls and the Lakers. But the problem was, after he left historical-level superstars like Jordan, Shaq, and Kobe, look at what happened to Phil Jackson in New York. "You don't understand. As long as I remain calm and confident, the players won't panic. They will play with confidence," Yamashita gave his reasoning. This was something he had realized on his own. But Yuuto felt that the reason the Zen master often dozed off during games probably had more to do with his private life. God knows when he got involved with Genie Bus. At his age, messing around with that kind of high-profile socialite. Yuuto and Yamashita began bickering. The players on the side were astonished. It was their first time seeing a player dare to talk to the coach like that, and surprisingly, the coach wasn't even angry. 20 minutes later, the game ended. Seiho won the third round without any suspense. After shaking hands and packing up, everyone went home. As for Yuuto, upon returning to school, he ran up to the rooftop to start his first simulation since entering high school. Simulation start. He closed his eyes with a sense of ritual, muttered the command, and then opened his eyes to look at the text on the interface. Simulation starting. Randomly drawing talents. Drawn talent, Hawkeye. Drawn talent, acrobatic shot. Drawn talent, high-speed jumping. Drawn talent, wildness, lynx. Drawn talent, brute force. Congratulations, you have obtained the blue talent Hawkeye, a 360-degree field of vision with no blind spots. You can instantly switch perspectives within your mind to observe the state of the entire court. Hawkeye, functionally, it doesn't look much different from the eagle eye. Yuuto rubbed his chin as he looked at this talent. Although it was a rare vision-based talent, its attributes overlapped with the eagle eye. I'll try fusing them during the simulation to see the effect. Congratulations, you have obtained the purple talent acrobatic shot. Greatly improves the player's flexibility and balance. You can complete a shot from any posture while in the air. Aomine's second coming. Yuuto immediately thought of Aomine Deki. However, the skill description explicitly marked the words in the air, and there was no stat boost attached to it. Is there a high probability that it has limitations and won't reach Aomine's level? Congratulations, you have obtained the blue talent high-speed jumping. Greatly improves the player's instantaneous jumping ability. Congratulations, you have obtained the blue talent brute force. Increases the player's physical contact ability and dunking destructive power. Strength attribute increased by 5 points. Note, this talent will affect shooting touch to a certain extent. Please adapt as soon as possible. Get 20+ chapters ahead on Patreon Rose Whiskey. 167. Chapter 167, against Shutoku. After winning the 4th round of the group stage, there wasn't much time left before the group stage concluded. Now, only 4 teams remain. Your match against Shutoku is scheduled for the 6th round. In other words, you will be fighting for the sole qualifying spot in the final match of the group stage. I only have one chance to simulate. Yuuto felt it was a pity. If he had been given just one more chance to simulate, his odds of winning would have increased by at least 20%. One day later, the 5th round began. At this stage of the regional qualifiers, you have to play a match almost every day. Shutoku's 5th round match was scheduled for the afternoon. After establishing an early lead, Masaki Nakatani subbed out all his starters. In the following match, Yamashita Shio also demanded that you establish a lead as quickly as possible. You all understood Yamashita's intent. In the first quarter, the team went full throttle, crushing the opponent by 19 points. In the second quarter, you took over the game completely, scoring 23 points alone to help Seiho enter the second half with a massive lead. Masaki Nakatani was present at the game. He noticed that the destructive passing ability you showed in the last match was gone, as if it were a flash in the pan. You didn't use those passes that could shatter a defense with a single touch to help the team. He also noticed that you increased your driving attempts significantly in these 2 rounds, scoring more in the paint while reducing your attempts from the 3-point line and long range. He didn't understand why, but he believed this could serve as a reference point for the match against Seiho. You were subbed out to rest. The Seiho bench players maintained the point difference effortlessly. Although you wanted to play, after all, this is a simulation, and you need better performance to earn more experience points. The controller is in your coach's hands. His current goal is simply to defeat Shutoku. After the match ended, you successfully advanced to meet Shutoku in the group final. That day, Yamashita Shio didn't leave the basketball club. He pulled an all-nighter in his office. The morning of the match, he told you all, today we have 2 plans. First, we keep our defensive formation unchanged, the 2-1-2 zone, sealing their wing drives. Tsugawa, I'm assigning Midorima Shintaro to you. Tsugawa Tomoki is a perimeter defender ranked in the top 3 nationally. If he could single-handedly shut down Midorima, then Seiho's chance of winning would reach at least 80%. That would be the best-case scenario for Seiho. But even Yamashita Shio didn't hold much hope for this. Through observation, he was certain that the Yuuto from a year ago was definitely not as strong as the current Yuuto, even though Yuuto hadn't gone all out yet. Naturally, he couldn't look at Midorima Shintaro, the strongest shooter of the generation of miracles, with the eyes of a year ago either. If this formation doesn't work, we change immediately. Expand the defensive area, play a 3-2 zone, and extend the line. Yamashita wasn't ready to give up on the zone defense because that was his specialty. Facts proved that his preparation was absolutely necessary. In the very first possession of the game, Midorima proved that a player of Tsugawa Tomoki's level could not stop him. Jump ball. The captains of Seiho, King of the North, and Shutoku, King of the East, faced off. They jumped almost simultaneously, but Iwamura lost by a hair's breadth. Shutoku's offense. Kazunari Tako found Midorima Shintaro immediately. Facing Tsugawa's defense, Midorima chose to ignore it completely, utilizing a fake before pulling up for a 3 right off the catch. High school freshman Midorima Shintaro stands 195 cm tall. His static measurements are even better than Yuuto's. Combined with those long arms born for shooting, Tsugawa's 1.8 m height looked like nothing next to Midorima's historic level frame. Tsugawa had already done everything he could, but Midorima didn't even blink. He raised his hand at the 45-degree angle outside the 3-point line and buried the shot. Yamashita reacted instantly. No need for further observation. Tsugawa, who froze Kai's Ryota a year ago, could not guard the Miracle's strongest shooter. You changed formations. You took on the primary defense against Midorima Shintaro, while Tsugawa switched to man-marking Tako. We've met on the court before, but this is the first time we've actually matched up, isn't it? As Midorima caught the ball, you immediately pressed up in front of him. You look too relaxed. Don't mistake me for that idiot Aomine. By the way, Cancer is ranked first in today's horoscope. Midorima adopted a triple threat stance. You said to him, I never pin victory or defeat on such ethereal things, unless you're just looking for a crutch because you're scared. He is the strongest shooter of the generation of miracles, but he is absolutely not just a pure shooter. The author of Kuroko no Basket gave strength, speed, learning ability, and eyes to Murasakibara, Aomine, Kai's, and Akashi respectively. But he gave the softest touch and the most excellent perimeter frame to Midorima. This does not mean Midorima lacks athleticism. He even stopped an awakened Kagami Taiga head-on during the Winter Cup. Facing Yuuto, the man who personally ended the Teiko dynasty's dream a year ago, Midorima chose to isolate. That idiot, Nakatani, did not want Midorima to isolate too often. His talent should be used elsewhere. The entire Shutoku team was built specifically for Midorima. The freshman Tako was promoted to starter specifically to assist Midorima. But he had promised Midorima that he was allowed to be selfish 3 times a day. This was the first time today. Midorima attempted to drive past you. His drive wasn't as sharp as Aomine's, but it was at least on Kagami's level. His weakness is that his center of gravity is too high. Yours is lower. You stepped sideways to block Midorima, but he stepped back as if he had anticipated it. You suddenly opened your eyes wide. Eye of the Sky activated, calculating his next move based on the subtle changes in his leg muscles. Your arm shot out like a spear. Slap! Just as Midorima completed his gather, he immediately felt the basketball leave his control. In terms of individual combat capability, you are the superior one. Get 20+ chapters ahead on Patreon Rose Whiskey. 168, Chapter 168, The Pseudo-Emperor Eye. Midorima Shintaro placed immense importance on this match. He yearned to be the first player to defeat you. Failing to achieve the Three-Peat at the Nationals last year was a regret for him. Although he always complained that old teammates like Aomine didn't understand what it meant to do everything humanly possible, he truly wanted to achieve greatness with the generation of miracles. In the end, they lost, and they lost to you. The best way to make up for that regret was to lead his own team and defeat you head-on. You successfully stole the ball from him. Your ability to dominate in one-on-one defense is unparalleled. You sparked a counterattack, assisting Ryuhei Kasuga for a score under the basket. Seiho took the lead. You didn't run back on defense. Instead, you stuck close to Midorima Shintaro. Against the strongest shooter of the generation of miracles, whose range is terrifyingly the entire court, you couldn't afford to give him space. Masaki Nakatani had anticipated this. He had long realized that Seiho's defensive core was you, not Tomoki Tsugawa or Tsutomu Iwamura. Therefore, to defeat Seiho, tearing you away from Seiho's defensive line was a crucial task they had to accomplish. Kazunari Tako brought the ball across half-court. The game effectively became a 4-on-4 battle between the other 8 players. Under the basket, Teisuke Atsubo received the ball and forced his way against Iwamura. The captains of the 2 king teams engaged in fierce hand-to-hand combat in the paint. Both were among the best centers in the Tokyo district, and their strength was evenly matched. An expected choice. Yuuto had anticipated Shutoku's strategy. Among all the generation of miracles, Midorima's abilities had the worst compatibility with Yuuto. As long as Midorima spaced the floor, Seiho couldn't deploy their most proficient formation. Because, aside from Yuuto, Kagami, and a few members of the generation of miracles, there was no other player in the country capable of guarding Midorima one-on-one. For a full quarter, you and Midorima were like spectators with VIP tickets, watching your teammates play on the court. Neither of you participated in the offense. The game turned into a grind. The score was close. Thanks to your eyes stimulating the team's abilities, Seiho led temporarily by 3 points, 26-23. Many spectators wondered, are they going to play like this until the game ends? The answer was no. Over the course of a quarter, using the observation from the eye of the sky, you had already completed multiple corrections. By now, you could say you had mastered the Pseudo-Emperor Eye, capable of predicting the future actions of your opponents, including Taiko. The second quarter began, and you started to take action. Under the observation of the eye of the sky, the movements of all 9 other players were within your gaze. By analyzing the real-time changes in their body data, you analyzed their next moves. You delivered a pass that made the entire arena erupt in applause. Your pass arrived at the spot even before Ryuhei Kasuga got there. The pass was so precise it was brilliant. The moment Kasuga caught it, he could attack the basket immediately. Kiyoshi Miyagi only reacted after Kasuga had already completed the layup. It wasn't a flash in the pan, was it? Masaki Nakatani's expression remained unchanged. He knew no less about you than Yamashita Shio did. He had known since last year that you were someone who liked to hide your true skills, possessing a maturity that didn't match your age. He had remained vigilant about the passing ability you displayed in the 4th round. You began to pass and assist your teammates for consecutive points. With guidance passes second only to Akashi's, every ball landed exactly in your teammates' preferred spots. When they caught your passes, they felt incredibly comfortable. Mame was also at the scene today to gather intel. Seeing your passes, she rubbed her eyes in disbelief. If this continued, your passing would sooner or later reach Akashi's level, because you were constantly making corrections. 4 minutes into the second quarter, Shutoku finally couldn't hold on. Although removing you from Seiho's defensive formation allowed Shutoku to score, the difference in scoring efficiency was too great. Is it coming? Let's see what these coaches have arranged for me. Midorima Shintaro began to move. He finally joined the team's offense. Running off the ball, he circled from the paint back out to the 3-point line. You followed closely, but were blocked by Shinsuke Kimura along the way. Kazunari Tako, seeing everything, immediately delivered the ball to Midorima. Swish, the basketball fell from the sky like a meteorite. Midorima hit his second 3-pointer of the match. A pick and roll, nothing new. Such tactics were basic. They weren't enough to defeat him or Seiho. Yuuto continued reading the simulation. Your expression went blank for a moment, your eyes glazing over for a split second. Your weakness revision talent activated. Midorima noticed your anomaly and understood that the same trick wouldn't work a second time. On the offensive end, you continued to survey the court with the eye of the sky. This time you didn't pass, but slashed into the paint for an easy layup. Shutoku, wary of your passing, couldn't react in time and gave up 2 points. They really didn't have a good solution for you. It was Shutoku's turn. Midorima was still running off the ball, attempting to shake you off, but that was wishful thinking. The death coil granted you extremely strong man-to-man defensive capabilities. Midorima Shintaro ran toward the 3-point line. You encountered a screen from Kiyoshi Miyagi. You spun early to shake him off, but ended up crashing into Shinsuke Kimura. He stumbled from your impact. The brute force talent gave you strength surpassing even Iwamura, so Kimura was no match for you physically. But Swish, Midorima Shintaro sank another 3. It's raining threes. So far in this match, Midorima Shintaro has only taken 3 shots, all 3-pointers, and made all of them. 3 shots in exchange for 9 points. Such scoring efficiency is simply jaw-dropping. Double screens. If it goes on like this, it might even turn into a triple screen. Double screens. This was also within Yuuto's considerations. Possessing a super turret like Midorima, it would be a crime not to utilize his ability and create offensive space for him. But looking at Shutoku's posture, it was possible they would develop into using a 3-man screen, leaving only Kazunari Tak, responsible for feeding ammunition to Midorima. You considered that if this continued, Shutoku might use a triple screen just to give Midorima space to shoot. If we can just cut the connection between those two, everything will be fine. Yamashita Shio stopped his meditation and squatted by the sideline, pondering a strategy to break the enemy. Get 20+ chapters ahead on Patreon Rose Whiskey. 169. Chapter 169. Shutoku's Preparation. Yamashita Shio attempted to sever the link between Kazunari Tako and Shintaro Midorima, but he realized it was nearly impossible because Seiho didn't have a second Yuuto. He had studied Tako's game footage. He knew that Shutoku's first year possessed eyes with no blind spots. Stopping him from passing was easier said than done. Following the double screens came the expected triple screens. Shintaro Midorima sank another 3-pointer. 4 shots, 12 points. Shutoku's triple screen wasn't as simple as 3 players, just dragging themselves to the perimeter to screen for Midorima. Their screens were layered. Midorima would execute a massive amount of off-ball movement, first testing the waters at the 3-point line, then circling into the paint to take you on a tour. At this moment, Kiyoshi Miyagi, Shinsuke Kimura, and Teisuke Atsubo would form a staggered formation, like a staircase, to provide cover for Midorima. After setting the screens, they wouldn't just stand there. They would immediately move to prevent Seiho from going all in and aggressively double-teaming Midorima. If Seiho recklessly swarmed Midorima, Tako's pass would simply find its way to someone else. Masaki Nakatani is an excellent coach. He successfully made the entire Shutoku team operate like a well-oiled machine, with every player turning like a gear. Yamashita Shio quickly called a timeout. He wasn't going to sit back and wait for defeat. Since attacking the generation of Miracle's strongest shooter isn't working, we'll attack the distributor instead. After the timeout, you changed the defensive strategy. By the second possession, it paid off. Facing the double team of Tsugawa and Kasuga, Tako couldn't deliver the ball immediately. By the time he finally shook off the harassment and found a passing lane, you burst out from behind Shutoku's triple screen and intercepted the pass. On the offensive end, Shutoku also adopted a trapping tactic against you, an unreserved double team the moment you touched the ball. Yet, facing the double team of Midorima and Tako, you still used your individual skill to find space to shoot. However, your shot clanked off the rim. In such a short time, you couldn't quickly adapt to the effects of your increased strength. But you quickly redeemed yourself. Teisuke Atsubo boxed out Iwamura in the paint to secure the rebound. The eye of the sky saw his next move. Noting the changes in his hand muscles, you exploded into the paint, stealing the ball before he could pass and finishing at the rim. A 5-point increase in strength has this much impact. Yuuto felt that his immediate task was to adapt to the effects of this attribute boost as soon as possible. He realized that once an attribute reached 90 points, it was extremely difficult to improve it through training alone, especially for players whose physical limit was around 89 points. They might never break through that ceiling in their entire lives. Masaki Nakatani gritted his teeth on the sideline. He realized that Seiho's offensive tactic was simply to give the damn ball to you and have everyone else clear out. This was a typical superstar tactic. However, your floor is low, but your ceiling is astronomical, making it incredibly hard for Shutoku to defend. This went against Nakatani's basketball philosophy. Shutoku's turn to attack again. It was still multiple screens, just to create shooting space for Midorima. But this time, the distributor wasn't Tako. By the time the trap arrived, Taiko had already passed the ball to a teammate. To maximize Midorima's shooting ability, Nakatani and Shutoku had racked their brains. But it was all worth it. By halftime, Shintaro Midorima was 9-4 from the three-point line, blasting out 27 points single-handedly. Such firepower was unrivaled nationwide. The audience was thoroughly entertained. The technical and tactical level of this match was truly king versus king, and the scene was exceptionally intense. However, beneath this intense surface, you had already completed one weakness correction after another. In the locker room, you told Yamashita Shio, who was fiddling with the tactical board and lecturing the team, not to bother with all that trouble. You would handle Midorima yourself. Then, the second half began. You hit a jump shot from outside the three-point line with a massive sky shot arc. Amidst the many clanking misses, your weakness revision talent was rapidly correcting your shooting form and accuracy. On defense, Shutoku did the same thing. Midorima slipped through the paint like a loach and circled back to the three-point line. This time, no one double-teamed Taiko, and no one stopped his pass. However, facing Shutoku's multiple screens, you moved like a phantom, weaving through the obstacles to appear right in front of Midorima. It was still that barely there one-step distance. Yet, with that razor-thin margin, you dodged Shutoku's continuous screens, denying Midorima Shintaro even a sliver of space to shoot. But Shutoku's tactics didn't end there. What followed showed just how deeply prepared Shutoku was for this match. Midorima stopped obsessing over three-pointers. He feigned a dash to the three-point line, then executed a cutback. Taiko immediately delivered the ball, and the Miracle's strongest shooter caught it and sank a two-pointer. Next possession, 3 Shutoku players moved to the high post. Midorima ran out from behind a great wall of screens, took a handoff, and pulled up for a shot on the spot. Pick and roll, pick and pop, screen and shoot, screen and drive. Even advanced variations like the Spain pick and roll, F4 tactics, delay tactics. To provide a shooting opportunity for this mobile turret named Midorima, Shutoku practically used every trick in the book. Seiho's shooting percentage was high, higher than Shutoku's, but your score was actually lagging slightly behind theirs. This was the charm of the three-pointer and the charm of Shintaro Midorima. He possessed the greatest firepower output in the nation. However, amidst Shutoku's constant changes, you were also evolving rapidly. The eye of the sky was almost reaching the level of the Emperor Eye. Although you couldn't accurately predict the opponent's future like Akashi, because the eye of the sky had its limits. This was a fact even weakness revision couldn't change. But after prolonged correction, your ability to read the game had risen to a level others couldn't imagine. By observing changes in the opponent's physical data and deducing their intentions, you were stripping Shutoku's strategy bare. Get 20-plus chapters ahead on Patreon Rose Whiskey. 170, Chapter 170, The Lonely Silhouette, the fourth quarter, the critical final 10 minutes that would decide the outcome. Masaki Nakatani encouraged the players during the break. Their long preparation had shown results in this match. The fact that they had fought Seiho to a standstill until the final quarter was the best proof. But to defeat you, they still needed to take that final step. At this moment, the members of Shutoku obviously wouldn't give up. They didn't even need the head coach's encouragement. Their morale had already reached its peak. Midorima Shintaro looked at his newly purchased lucky item and couldn't help but stroke it, only to suddenly notice a crack in a hard-to-spot area. He had bought a second-hand defect. As soon as the fourth quarter started, Shutoku launched a fierce offensive. It was still a pick-and-roll offense, but with more variations compared to the first 3 quarters. However, the core principle remained unchanged. Their primary goal was to create shooting space for Midorima. With rapid ball movement among the 5 players, they didn't look like Shutoku at all right now. Instead, they looked more like Seirin. They attempted to catch Seiho off guard with a sudden change in rhythm. But the instant Midorima Shintaro caught Kazunari Tako's pass and jumped, your figure suddenly appeared like a ghost. There was no warning signs, giving a terrifying sensation similar to Kuroko. You charged power into your legs. The high-speed jumping talent allowed you to arrive first despite moving later. You soared like a jet. As your right arm chopped down, Midorima's shot was blocked. Midorima's frame gives him a unique advantage when shooting. When he gathers the ball and jumps, you only have two choices to stop him. One is to jump high enough, and the other is to jump fast enough to reach his unusually high release point. Your counterattack succeeded. When Midorima faced your drive, his center of gravity was broken in a single encounter. For a split second, he felt as though he were facing his former captain, Akashi Seijiro. Back on the other end, Shutoku's tactics shifted again, using Midorima as a decoy to get the ball into the paint. This pass fooled everyone, even Midorima. Nakatani gave Takao a lot of freedom, and the latter did not disappoint. Teisuke Atsubo caught the ball in the paint, turned, and went for a dunk. Tsutomu Iwamura was too late to react. Just as he was about to score, your phantom-like figure appeared again, pinning Atsubo's dunk against the backboard. Impossible. Masaki Nakatani couldn't keep his cool and cried out, "Why was he there?" Once is an accident, twice is luck, but what about 3 or 4 times? Midorima Shintaro began to feel certain that his feeling just now wasn't an illusion. You seemed to truly possess an ability similar to Akashi Seijiro's. You could predict every move Shutoku made. Sei-chan is he. In Kyoto, even Rakuzan wouldn't miss this big match. Seeing this situation, Mabuchi Ryo instinctively thought of the Emperor Eye. It's not the Emperor Eye. It's exceptional dynamic vision combined with a reading ability that has been corrected countless times. Akashi Seijiro took a deep breath. Your correction ability isn't truly limitless. Things you physically cannot do remain impossible. For instance, you can't shoot 3-pointers from anywhere on the court with no drop-off like Midorima. That naturally includes the Emperor Eye. Since you don't possess it, you can't make absolute predictions like he does. However, you can rely on an astonishingly high basketball IQ to read the opponent's defense. 3/4 of game time, or perhaps even less. Akashi Seijiro muttered to himself, unable to gauge exactly how many corrections it took for you to reach this stage. Playing against you only gets harder as the game goes on. Shutoku made Akashi realize that to defeat you, a rich reserve of tactics isn't enough, because most tactics ultimately boil down to the same principles. Ordinary pick and rolls, complex variations, and other plays, they all reach the same goal by different routes, creating a better scoring environment for the player. That is the core of basketball tactics and the truth of the game. Shutoku began to show signs of collapsing. Scoring became increasingly difficult for them. When Masaki Nakatani realized that no matter how they changed, they couldn't break your lockdown, he decisively pulled you out of Seiho's defensive line again, forcing another 4-on-4 battle between the other players. However, while this did allow Shutoku to break their scoring drought, their scoring efficiency was lower than yours. You tore through Shutoku's defense with an unreasonable drive, forcing a shot against Teisuke Atsubo and scoring a 2+1. The point gap began to widen. By the last 3 minutes of the game, you had established a 13-point lead. The game ended. You secured the final victory. To think it's this strong, Yuuto hadn't expected the potential of the Eye of the Sky to be so high. At this stage, it was almost comparable to Akashi's Emperor Eye. Because the current Akashi's eyes could only focus on one target, whereas the Eye of the Sky covered the entire court. Shutoku lost. The King of the North had slain the King of the East. You advanced to the final round robin. After the match, you simply shook hands with Midorima Shintaro. He left without saying a word. Heavy rain began to fall from the gray sky. As you and your sister, Sora, were preparing to leave, you saw Midorima standing alone in a corner of the arena, letting the rain soak him. Yuuto, aren't you going to go over and comfort him? Sora used to hate sports, but now she seemed to understand the charm of competition. The last person he wants to see right now is me. You led Sora away. When you lose, the cruelest thing is undoubtedly receiving comfort from the opponent who defeated you. Just like you in the past 2 years, including all those simulations, every time you failed, you didn't want anyone to see your face. But at the same time, you thoroughly enjoyed the thrill of crushing these geniuses. The Yuuto in the real world didn't deny it. Because when he trampled Taiga Kagami beneath his feet, his heart felt an unprecedented satisfaction. Get 20 plus chapters ahead on Patreon Rose Whiskey. 171. Chapter 171. An Unexpected Upset. Successfully advancing from the group stage, you moved into the final round-robin tournament for the Tokyo district. Joining you were two academy, Senshinkan, and a dark horse team that emerged this year. Almost everyone assumed that Tu and Seiho had already secured the two qualifying tickets. The only difference would be who took the top seed. The Tokyo media felt it was a pity. If you hadn't met Shutoku so early, Tokyo would have had 3 super teams this year. Seiho, Tu, and Shutoku all possessed the strength to compete for the national championship, yet one of them was eliminated in the brutal internal competition. In the round-robin, your match against Tu was scheduled as the very last game. In the first match against the King of the West, Senshinkan, the intense battle fans expected did not happen. Facing you, Senshinkan chose to forfeit voluntarily. They were already preparing to fight for the final ticket against the Dark Horse, knowing they didn't have the strength to contend with Tu, who possessed Amine Deki or your team. You played half the game before being subbed out, as there was another match the next day. The next day, in a back-to-back game against the tournament's biggest Dark Horse, the opponent also chose to forfeit. After 2 rounds of the round-robin, both Seiho and Tu achieved a solid 2-0 record, confirming their advancement to the nationals. In the final battle of the round-robin, 1 year later, you met Amine Deki on the court again. Although he lost to you last year, he didn't look much different from the past, still wild and untamable. Yuuto, why are you up here again? You should go to class occasionally. At this moment, Yuuto in the real world turned his head and saw Sora. Why did you come up? You have the nerve to ask me. Class is already over. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Hearing this, Yuuto realized that Seiho had become noisy. Students were walking out of classrooms, gathering in groups of 3 or 5 to find a place for lunch. The rooftop was a great spot, but now the whole school knew it. This was the Lion King Yuuto's territory. Under normal circumstances, no one dared to come up and disturb him. Let's go eat, I'm hungry. Sora didn't give Yuuto the right to refuse, dragging him toward the cafeteria. They didn't have the habit of making bento boxes, because they wouldn't be able to make them well anyway. Besides, as a prestigious school, Seiho's cuisine was quite exquisite. Yuuto could only shift his attention. After having lunch with his sister, he accompanied her to sit under a tree and chat. When the lunch break was about to end, he returned to the rooftop and opened the simulator. Then, he saw these words. You lost. Simulation ended. Lost. Yuuto was stunned for a moment. Was it Rakuzen? He hurriedly flipped through the simulation records, only to find that he hadn't even met Rakuzen. He had actually lost to Kai's Ryota and Kaijo High. Yuuto wasn't arrogant enough to think he was invincible, but losing to Kai's was still hard for him to accept. He watched the entire simulation process, frowning deeply. Perfect copy, zone, and a buzzer beater. The simulation text told him that Kaijo used the same strategy as Shutoku in this match. They isolated Yuuto from Seiho's defense, leaving the others to play 4-on-4 against Seiho for the first half. In the third quarter, Yuuto began to take over the game, but Kaijo persisted with their 4-on-4 strategy. Moreover, their captain, Yukio Kasumatsu, and Yashitaka Moriyama stepped up simultaneously, ensuring the point gap didn't widen by more than 1 point. By the final quarter, Kai's Ryota exploded. He combined the skill sets of all 5 geniuses, including Yuuto, and led Kaijo in a frantic chase for points. And Yuuto. He didn't let his guard down. According to the simulation text, he didn't make mistakes and quickly entered his demon mode to stop Kaijo's momentum. But the zone, which was only unlocked in the movie last game, was opened early by Kai's Ryota. In the last second of the game, he suppressed Yuuto and hit the game winner against Seiho. Then came the Winter Cup. Seiho met Seirin in the group stage and lost to the second door of the zone. Yuuto looked at the cold text and pulled his hair in frustration. He originally thought his biggest rival was Akashi, but he didn't expect to fall before even seeing him. Let's accept the rewards from the simulation first. He let go of his hair, and silently accepted the gains. Simulation ended. You may choose 3 talents from the following 5. Hawkeye blue, acrobatic shot purple, high-speed jumping blue, brute force blue, wildness, lynx purple. Yuuto first selected Hawkeye and brute force, then pondered which of the remaining 3 suited him best. High-speed jumping was a blue talent, but very practical. Acrobatic shot would allow him to do more work in the air. As for wildness, although it was purple, it was only fit for feeding to a Tyrannosaurus. Even among talents of the same rank, there were disparities. He looked at the talents for a long time before finally choosing acrobatic shot. Obtain talent, brute force. Obtain talent, acrobatic shot. Obtain talent, Hawkeye. Obtained extensive match memories from the Inter-High to the Winter Cup. Obtained extensive practice memories of the lightning dribble. You have mastered the lightning dribble. Your technique attribute increased by 1 point. Obtained extensive practice memories. Your simulation level has increased. Obtained 5 free attribute points. Yuuto quickly reviewed the match memories. He finally concluded that his defeat a year ago had accelerated the overall evolution speed of the generation of miracles. Of course, although Kai's won, he also didn't really win. To defeat Yuuto, he completely drained himself in the 4th quarter, forcing his body to perform many moves that didn't belong to him. When he threw that buzzer beater, his body had reached its limit. He was sent to the hospital that night and couldn't play in the subsequent matches. Damn it, Yuuto didn't care about Kai's condition. He only knew that he had lost. Turning his attention back, he prepared to add his points. Currently, his 5 attributes were Strength, 93 Speed, 90 Stamina, 98 Technique, 89 Mentality, 143. He first threw 2 points into Mentality to reach 145. He could reach 150 at the next level up. Of the remaining 3 points, he put 1 into Technique to satisfy the requirement for unlocking a talent, and the remaining 2 went into Stamina. Demon Mode was a talent that consumed a lot of stamina, and he didn't want to end up like Kai's, hospitalized after fighting to the end. After adding the points, his stats became Strength 93, Speed 90, Stamina 100, Technique 90, Mentality 145. 2 attributes had broken into triple digits. Just 1 more level up, and I can permanently activate the Weakness Revision talent. By then, whatever I've corrected won't disappear anymore. Get 20+ chapters ahead on Patreon Rose Whiskey. 172. Chapter 172, Yuuto's Secondary Preparation. After every simulation ends, it feels as though a massive amount of energy is drained from his body. This was a terrible experience, one he had gone through several times already. But there was no other way. The requirements for the Weakness Revision talent on his 5 attributes were simply too high. Physical talent and technique both had to start at 90, and mentality had to reach a terrifying 150. He had possessed the simulation system for 2 years. This was now the 3rd year. He had practiced for 2.5 years, yet still hadn't met the criteria, only managing to activate it temporarily. However, almost there, the next simulation will meet the conditions. Entering high school had another benefit. There was the Winter Cup to play. This meant he could earn even more experience points. Consuming the memories, Yuuto fused Hawkeye, Eagle Eye, and the Eye of Data, obtaining the Eye of the Sky. He didn't rush to fuse the minor fundamental skills. Those green talents were somewhat useful, so there was no need to clear them out urgently. As for the acrobatic shot talent, he planned to fuse it during the next simulation to see what he could get. Afternoon. Basketball club activity time. Yuuto started shooting practice as soon as he entered the gym. A year of effort hadn't been in vain. The massive amount of practice memories allowed him to adapt to the effects of his sudden surge in strength. His shooting had returned to a normal level. He didn't need to force drives into the paint most of the time like in the simulation. After practice began, he sat on the sidelines silently observing his teammates. The existence of the Eye of the Sky allowed him to see a possibility. To prevent an upset like the one against Kaijo from happening, he needed to make secondary preparations in advance. "What's wrong, Yuuto? Practice is over. Let's go home." "Yeah, we have a match tomorrow, so no extra training today." After the club activities ended, Tomoki Tsugawa, who was preparing to leave, called out to Yuuto. On match days or the day before, they wouldn't do any extra training. Even Yuuto would only go home and do simple shooting drills to maintain his form. "For the upcoming matches, I need to make even more thorough preparations." Whoosh. The moment his voice fell, a massive amount of steam began to emanate from Yuuto's body. His short black hair was dyed snow white at a speed visible to the naked eye. This transformation gave every Seiho player present goosebumps as an immense pressure washed over them. It was their first time seeing Yuuto in this state. Could this be the rumored demon mode? Ryuhei Kasuga's mouth hung open. Yuuto in this form truly looked like a demon walking out of the abyss. His fierce aura was chilling. But a moment later, when Yuuto opened his eyes, his gaze had become clear. He had corrected the brutality that was useless for the match. "Let's begin. I want you all to better keep up with my rhythm." Yuuto grabbed a ball and had Iwamura and the other three rotate to coordinate with him. He didn't know how much time had passed. ZZZZT. 4 streaks of black lightning erupted from the corners of Kasuga and the other's eyes. "This will do." Yuuto put down the basketball. His snow-white hair quickly faded back to black, and the steam dissipating into the air vanished. Only after he left did Kasuga and the others wake up as if from a dream. Just now, what was that? At that moment, he felt his body lighter than ever before. Things he couldn't do before suddenly became easy. The group looked at each other, unsure of what Yuuto had done to them. They only knew one thing. Their state at that moment was a height they had never reached before. It was the zone. Yamashita Shio was not far away. He had watched the entire process. Although his voice sounded calm right now, his hands couldn't stop trembling. Clearly, the shock Yuuto brought him was profound. "Zone, you mean?" "That's right, the realm of geniuses. I never imagined Yuuto had the ability to stimulate your physical potential. However, it wasn't the true zone. At best, it could stimulate 90% of the potential of Kasuga and the others. After all, they didn't possess the qualifications to enter the zone on their own. It was Yuuto using his individual ability to pull them through the door. Physical potential, does that mean he? Yeah, through perfect passes, he guided you into a higher realm, though it only reaches a maximum of 90%. 90%, huh? Tsutomu Iwamura clenched his fist. It was certainly a pity not to fully enter the realm of geniuses. But for them, it was enough. They were filled with confidence for the upcoming matches. Shutoku too, none of them would escape. This should be enough to prevent most accidents. On the other side, Yuuto looked into the distance with a deep gaze. Behind him was Sora, complaining about being tired after walking just a few steps. Truly a burden to carry forward. "Let's buy a car some other day, shall we?" He wanted to buy a vehicle for transport. "No, it's too dangerous." Sora shook her head like a rattled drum, burying her face in Yuuto's neck, refusing no matter what. The next day, Group Stage Round 4. Seiho's match was scheduled for noon. This time, Yuuto didn't reveal the ability of the Eye of the Sky. He played normally, leading the team to an easy victory. This disappointed Masaki Nakatani, who was hiding in the audience, as he failed to see Seiho's trump card. If only Seiho had been given a dark horse opponent like Seirin. What a tortoise shell with no weaknesses. He had a huge headache over Seiho's defensive formation. If they couldn't strip Yuuto away from Seiho's formation, it would be nearly impossible for them to get the ball into the paint. But Shutoku can win without 2-point shots. Nakatani stood up and left. Since learning they were in the same group as Seiho, he had been constantly studying Seiho's game footage. Seiho's new defensive formation chilled many participating teams to the bone. The combination of Tsutomu Iwamura, Yuuto, and Tomoki Tsugawa made Seiho's defense almost flawless. However, if Yuuto, the central axis, could be stripped away, Seiho's defense would be significantly discounted. As it happened, Shutoku possessed a super shooter capable of dragging Yuuto out of Seiho's formation. But to do that, Midorima would have to stand alone to attract Yuuto's defense. Truly a difficult opponent. Get 20+ chapters ahead on Patreon Rose Whiskey. 173, Chapter 173, King vs. King. The next day. In the 5th round of the group stage, Seiho arrived at the arena at 9 a.m. for their match. Over an hour later, they completely crushed their opponent with a massive 48-point lead. In that instant, the entire arena began to boil with excitement. Barring any accidents, the clash of King versus King would commence tomorrow. The King of the North, Seiho, against the King of the East, Shutoku. As for Shutoku, they did not disappoint the fans. In their match later that afternoon, they defeated their opponent by an even larger margin than Seiho, 63 points. At this moment, the Tokyo district became the center of the nation. The first clash between those 6 geniuses since entering high school was about to arrive. The Tokyo Youth Sports News had published a report titled King and King a few days earlier. In this report, they detailed how Seiho and Shutoku had crushed their opponents all the way to the group stage final. They aimed to make fans realize that these were 2 teams with glorious histories, both strong contenders for the national championship. The article noted that in past history, the 2 teams had clashed many times. During the 80s, Yamashita Shio returned with a more advanced basketball philosophy. At that time, Seiho, rooted in defense, suppressed Shutoku for years. But after entering the 2000s, Shutoku began to turn the tide. The junior, Masaki Nakatani, began a counterattack with a more team-oriented, balanced style of basketball. Shutoku frequently gained the upper hand in head-to-head matchups. His meticulous basketball, where every player turned like a gear in a machine, seemed to prove that Yamashita Shio was outdated. Now, each team had acquired one of those 6 geniuses, and the flames of war were destined to escalate. Many newspapers conducted in-depth analyses of this duel. Some believed Shutoku had a better chance of winning because they were more balanced offensively and defensively, and their structured style was more suited for high school basketball. At the same time, they possessed Shintaro Midorima, the strongest shooter in the nation, whose strategic value was paramount. Possessing the greatest firepower in the country, Shutoku would have the upper hand in this duel. Others believed Seiho had a better chance. These people generally believed that defense wins championships. Especially in single elimination formats, stability often leads to the end. Moreover, Yuuto's arrival had solved Seiho's offensive weakness. To support this, they posted Yuuto's stats from the past 5 rounds. His average of 35 points and 12.3 assists on offense was no less potent than Midorima's firepower, and Yuuto was far more dominant on the defensive end. Both sides stuck to their arguments, neither giving an inch. Although both were Tokyo teams, their regions were different. Seiho was the best team in northern Tokyo, so naturally, fans from the north favored Seiho. Conversely, Shutoku was located in eastern Tokyo, and fans from the east felt a stronger sense of belonging to Shutoku. This was the heritage of kings. Match day. The arena was packed with spectators. King versus king. Such a duel was always an absolute focal point, a derby match in the Tokyo district. Tokyo's spotlight, perhaps even the nation's spotlight, was concentrated on the Tokyo Metropolitan Gymnasium. The level of anticipation was no less than the match hailed as the second impact last year between Hazumi Academy and Teiko Junior High. Both opposing sides were now making final preparations in their locker rooms. Double team him. As soon as he touches the ball, double team him. Masaki Nakatani tapped the tactical board forcefully. Seiho has only one offensive core. As long as we handle Yuuto, we win. His tactics were identical to those in the simulation. Double team Yuuto the moment he gets the ball. He once believed Yuuto was the best young player, and Nakatani's opinion hadn't changed even now. But after acquiring Midorima, he realized that Midorima's tactical value was higher than Yuuto's. At least, compared to Yuuto, Midorima was more suited for Shutoku. As long as they utilized Midorima well, Shutoku would conquer the nation. He wouldn't say anything like making Yuuto regret his choice. He wouldn't even think it. But Nakatani was indeed prepared to use this match to make Yuuto understand that the team always surpasses the individual. Preparation time. Midorima slowly unwrapped the bandages on his left hand. His care for his shooting hand bordered on insanity. Even down to the length of his fingernails, he had strict requirements. He usually protected every finger with tape to prevent any harm. Beside him, Kazunari Taka was also preparing. Seeing the ruler placed next to Midorima, he asked knowingly, "Shin-chan, what's that?" "Today's lucky item." "PFFD tilde." As soon as the words fell, Tako clutched his stomach and laughed. "What's so funny?" Midorima said angrily. He suddenly recalled Mame's teasing. Is it possible that the abnormal one is actually Midorima? Maybe. He was indeed overly obsessive, but taking everything seriously could never be wrong. "Sorry, I just suddenly thought it would be hilarious to picture you holding a ruler trying to chop Yuuto." "Crazy." Midorima despised Tako's frivolous attitude. However, in this team, there was no one who didn't do everything humanly possible. Even Tako practiced with him every day until dark. Anyway, it really helps that today's lucky item is so small. Teisuke Atsubo chuckled. They had once seen Midorima bring a television set to a match. They didn't hate Midorima's habits. Sometimes they even helped him collect lucky items. Because they all wanted to win. Just asking, is Cancer ranked first in today's horoscope? Kiyoshi Miyagi asked while tying his shoelaces. Today it's second. Ha, what kind of crappy result is that? If it's not first, careful or I'll smash your glasses. Miyagi glared at Midorima, then asked, what constellation is that guy Yuuto? What's his rank today? Virgo, ranked 5th today. That's great news. Shinsuke Kimura stood aside with his hands on his hips. Aside from Midorima, no one in the Shutoku locker room cared about horoscopes. But surprisingly, they respected Midorima's hobby. You'd better not miss a single three-pointer today, or I'll kill you. My threes won't miss. That's best. Miyagi finished tying his shoes and stood next to Atsubo. Several third years stared at Midorima simultaneously. Let's go. Get 20+ chapters ahead on PATRON Rose Whiskey. 174. Chapter 174, The King of Seiho. Meanwhile, Seiho's locker room was also undergoing final mobilization. This time, they didn't ask Yuuto to say a few words. Instead, Captain Tsutomu Iwamura rallied the team. His speech was as lackluster as ever. Iwamura was like a stone. It was hard to hear moving words from his mouth. But today, his presence felt exceptionally powerful. There was no talk of the 4 great centers in Tokyo, but they were all third-year players, playing for powerhouse teams, and were all team captains. Tsutomu Iwamura and Teisuke Atsubo had always been the best centers in the eyes of fans. Their rivalry had lasted from their first year to their third. Even when they didn't face each other directly, people judged their strengths and weaknesses based on stats and their contributions to their teams. In these comparisons, Iwamura was at a disadvantage most of the time due to team results. At this point, I no longer care about my personal victory or defeat against Atsubo. Compared to that, I have something much more important to do. When they headed out, Iwamura walked at the very back of the line, whispering to Yuuto. You and the coach were right. A king without a championship is like a king without a crown. For the past 2 years, we called ourselves kings, only to lose consecutively to 2 and Shutoku. In my last year, I want to win something for Seiho, and for myself. Iwamura's expression was serious as he spoke, holding his helmet metaphorically. Unknowingly, this had become his final year playing for Seiho. At the moment he was about to step into university, he realized he had so many regrets from the past left unfulfilled. I will defend Seiho's stronghold. I leave the rest to you, Yuuto. He was already prepared to hand over the captaincy to Yuuto after the nationals. Therefore, today's match was especially important. If they lost, this would be Iwamura's last nationals as Seiho's captain. As he said this, he stopped walking. Along with him, Ryuhei Kasuga and all the other members stopped. They opened a path for Yuuto. For the next king of Seiho. Don't worry, we will win. Yuuto didn't act modest. Like a passing of the torch, he walked past every Seiho member. Finally, he walked at the very front of the team, leading everyone toward the end of the tunnel. His words were light, but the promise carried the weight of 1,000 pounds. Great, we made it. In the top stands of the arena, Momoi patted her ample chest, relieved to have caught the match. At the same time, she complained to Ayamine behind her, "It's all your fault we were almost late." In Yu's words, "You're just lukewarm, dead lukewarm." Who cares what that guy says? Ayamine walked over lazily. However, despite saying that, he cared deeply about this match. Otherwise, he wouldn't have agreed to come watch with Mom. Especially since it was Yuuto who had defeated him. Back when Seirin fought Seiho, without Mommy knowing, he had actually secretly watched the live broadcast. When Mommy came back to tell him the result, he said, "Oh, really? I knew Tetsu couldn't beat that guy. Didn't need to watch." Today was the same. While flipping through the latest Mai-chan photo book he carried with him, he glanced at the center of the court out of the corner of his eye. He thought Mom wouldn't notice, unaware that the girl was practically rolling her eyes to the sky. The next second, the arena erupted. Fans in the north and east stands roared with all their might. Because the two teams walked out of the tunnels, the difference was that on Seiho's side, Yuuto walked at the very front, while Midorima followed behind his seniors. Warm-up phase. There was no interaction between the two sides, but the voices of the fans on both sides were constantly clashing. Then, both teams lined up at center court to exchange greetings. Seiho wearing black jerseys starting 5. Ryuhei Kasuga, Tomoki Tsugawa, Yuuto, Jichi Amuro, Tsutomu Amura. Shutoku wearing orange jerseys starting 5. Kazunari Tako, Shintaro Midorima, Kiyoshi Mieji, Shinsuke Kimura, Teisuke Atsubo. Yuuto had played all the way from Okashirazome to Tokyo, discovering that remembering opponents' surnames was difficult. This is because Japan has the most surnames in the world. According to statistics, there are as many as 130,000 Japanese surnames. This dates back to before the Common Era. Surnames in Japan were once symbols of aristocratic privilege, such as Fujiwara, Genji, Tera, and Takebana, representing bloodline groups. It wasn't until the Meiji Restoration that they began to promote modernization reforms, establish household registration, and popularize surnames for all citizens. But at that time, commoners were used to life without surnames, and combined with low literacy rates, everyone was extremely unprepared for the sudden policy. To comply with the system, the surnames they hastily created for themselves were very simple. For example, those living at the foot of a mountain were Yamashita, under the mountain. If the family sold charcoal, they were Kamado. Even given names were like this. If your family grew vegetables and lived near a mountain, a baby girl might be named something like Nanako Yamashita, vegetables under the mountain. So, if you have friends in the island nation named Fujiwara or Genji, don't hesitate, hug their thighs immediately. These are descendants of nobility. Let's have a good game. Let's have a good game. Even at this moment, there was no verbal exchange between the two sides, like a volcano brewing, ready to erupt at any time. Seeing this, the referee didn't waste words and carried the basketball to the center circle. Atsubo and Iwamura crouched halfway, putting themselves in a state ready to explode at any moment. Whistle blows. The ball was tossed into the air. Then, accompanied by the roars of the two captains, they leaped into the air instantly. Almost simultaneously, at least to the naked eye, there was no difference. Smack! Atsubo won in the end, securing the first possession for Shutoku. However, just as Kazunari Tako was preparing to organize the team's first attack, a black shadow suddenly exploded forward. Tako, Midorima noticed the figure in his lenses and shouted a warning. Too late. Just as Tako caught the ball tapped by his captain, Yuuto was already right in front of him. The former had naturally noticed it too. Possessing eyes like a hawk, he had noticed this ferocious attack. "But your eyes are very special," Yuuto whispered softly, reaching out his arm like a spear to poke the ball away. The Eye of the Sky saw the instantaneous changes in Taiko's data. His protective motion was read clearly by Yuuto. Smack. What? Taiko's playful expression completely vanished. This Lion King seemed to know exactly what he was thinking. Get 20+ chapters ahead on Patreon Rose Whiskey. 175. Chapter 175. An explosive opening. Shutoku struggled to win the jump ball, but before they could make their next move, Yuuto stole the possession back with lightning speed. Kazunari Taiko admitted he was startled. His eyes had seen Yuuto approaching, but during his ball protection phase, the opponent seemed to see right through him. Yuuto's arm was like a bullet he couldn't dodge. This wasn't the work of the Eye of the Sky, but a judgment honed by countless memories. Don't just stand there, get back on defense. Shutoku displayed extremely strong tactical discipline. After the momentary shock, they immediately sprinted back to their own half. Looking at Yuuto again, having completed his launch, he was like a black flash. With a gust of wind rushing past his ears, Taiko saw Yuuto already crossing the center circle. A fast break after a center court steal. Even a team like Shutoku found it extremely difficult to get back on defense in time. But Midorima was an exception. He possessed the best perimeter frame and athletic ability, second only to those few from the generation of miracles. While others had just crossed half-court, Midorima had already retreated near the three-point line. He said nothing, but his posture seemed to say to Yuuto, "Bring it on." Yuuto brought it on. "You can't stop me, Midorima." Golden light erupted from Yuuto's body. Mingled with the black of his jersey, he faked right, then violently swung to the left. Midorima shifted laterally, only to watch helplessly as Yuuto crossed him. In for a penny, in for a pound. Midorima turned to chase, only to see Yuuto already taking off from the free throw line. Taking off from the free throw line. What is he trying to do from that spot? Crazy. Seirin's members had also come to the venue today. They wouldn't miss this head-to-head clash between kings. Especially Taiga Kagami. He wanted to see clearly just how far he was from these geniuses. The result, in the very first play, Yuuto made his eyes go wide. From that spot, even with his awakened jumping ability, Kagami couldn't touch the rim. Midorima seemed to have realized something, but he still gritted his teeth and jumped. Both bodies soared into the sky simultaneously, engaging in a mid-air duel. Midorima was taller than Yuuto, and his wingspan was top tier. But Yuuto's Eye of the Sky locked onto the basket, his muscles compressing and exploding just right. Through countless simulations, he had long mastered his body completely. When he climbed to the apex, reaching the limit of what he could challenge in the sky. The next moment, before Midorima's arm could get close, his right hand suddenly chopped down. The basketball glided like a meteor, spinning and tearing through the air, entering the net in an extremely violent arc before hitting the ground. Boom. 2-0. Meteor jam. Mom and the others had long witnessed this extraordinarily luxurious dunk. To be honest, I don't know how you developed such a dunk. It completely contradicted Yuuto's personality. The Yuuto she knew was a pragmatic player. Who knows, maybe he originally thought of it to break through that guy Murasakibara's defense, Amino opined, thinking the dunk was prepared for Murasakibara. After all, to defeat Teiko, Murasakibara's aerial defense line was an unavoidable hurdle. In fact, Yuuto had initially considered that, but the weakness revision talent saved him the trouble. As an opener, the Meteor Jam was absolutely flashy enough. The North Stand was now completely boiling over. I won't give you opportunities slowly, Midorima. Yuuto landed lightly. He turned to run back on defense, not planning any 2-1-2 zone, intending to give Midorima 0 chances to score. However, as he walked to the center circle, Midorima received a pass from a teammate. Still at that free throw line position on his own side, he slowly crouched, adopting a shooting motion. A cognitive bias caused by the simulation. Yuuto realized it immediately, but it was too late. He had always been used to playing matches, using memories from the simulation. But sometimes, reality would change due to minor details. Give me opportunities. Don't joke around, Yuuto. I won't give you any opportunities. Midorima's voice was as cold as frost. Once, his range was enough to cover half the court. Now, the entire court was within his range. What is he trying to do from that spot? Taiga Kagami watched, dumbfounded. His eyes told him Midorima was going to shoot from there, but his reason kept telling him it was impossible. No one could guarantee their shooting percentage from that distance. On the third-floor balcony, Ayamine's eyes also widened. Just a few months of change, and he evolved to this extent. The entire arena's gaze converged on Midorima. At this moment, under the dumbfounded stares of over 20,000 spectators, Midorima fired. Whoosh! It was still that abnormally high arc, almost scraping the ceiling. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. From the backcourt to the front court, the ball's hang time reached a full 3 seconds. This long wait could make people forget to breathe. Finally, the basketball passed through the net hollow, splashing up a white wave. A full-court three-pointer. The TV commentator screamed wildly. As an opener, Yuuto's meteor jam was flashy enough, but Midorima's response was equally soul-shaking. A full-court three-pointer, precise as satellite positioning, dropping right into the center of the hoop without grazing it. 2-3. This is the duel between the generation of miracles and the Lion King. Monsters. The expressions on the Seirin players' faces were indescribably terrified. They thought this match might overturn their understanding of basketball. But they never imagined the opening would be this explosive. The visual impact those two brought was earth-shattering. I can say it as many times as needed. The three-point shot is basketball's sharpest weapon. Midorima held his shooting arm high. Responding to him were the Shutoku fans in the East Stand. Yamashita Shio was in high spirits today, not preparing to meditate. Seeing this three-pointer, he instantly understood that using Tsugawa Tomoki to guard Midorima Shintaro was impossible. That was a true monster. Tsugawa wasn't at that level yet. 2-1-2. He gave it up, signaling to the players to use the second formation they had prepared. Yuuto exchanged a glance with Midorima across several meters. Without unnecessary words, he turned and returned to Shutoku's territory. Ryuhei Kasuga dribbled past half-court. The generation of miracles really are monsters, but Yuuto is a monster among monsters. Without hesitation, he passed the ball to Yuuto. Hit them back, King of Seiho. Get 20-plus chapters ahead on Patreon Rose Whiskey. 176. Chapter 176, Yuuto's Prediction. Yuuto intended to do exactly this. He would not let the events of the simulation come to pass. Before his revision was complete, he would shoulder the team's offensive responsibilities and do his utmost to compress Shutoku's room for survival. Once he had enough revision counts, that would be the moment for the Eye of the Sky to show its might. The moment Yuuto received the ball, Seiho reacted. Following Masaki Nakatani's instructions, they prepared to double-team him immediately in the paint. As long as they could force Yuuto to pass, their defense would be considered successful. Yuuto didn't wait for their double-team to form before launching himself. Whether a player's drive is formidable or not largely depends on the speed of their first step. And Yuuto. His explosive speed was undoubtedly top tier. In Red Eye mode, his speed attribute reached 98 points, nearing the 100-point mark. Only Ayamine could surpass him. Golden light bloomed from Yuuto's body. With a lightning-fast start, his first step brought him right beside Midorima, half a body length ahead. You only truly understand how fast this monster is when you experience it yourself. Kazunari Takao was right beside them. Watching the games, he only felt that Yuuto was fast. But only when facing him did he realize just what level that speed had reached. It was like fans watching a game. From a god's eye view, their brains could process the action, so no matter how fast the players moved, they felt it was defendable. But reality wasn't like that. When you truly have the chance to face a professional player, you learn what despair means. The moment the opponent launches, even if your eyes see it, your body cannot react. Fortunately, I'm not alone. Kazunari Takao reacted quickly, coordinating with Midorima to defend. If it were one-on-one, he would probably be left in the dust the moment they met, but now it was 2-on-1. His field of vision was excellent, and together with Midorima, they sandwiched Yuuto front and back. However, just when Takao thought their double team had formed and was even prepared to intercept Yuuto's pass, under his gaze, the charging Yuuto suddenly spun. He slammed his back heavily into Midorima, stopping the generation of Miracle's strongest shooter from making his next move. Your eyes are very special, but they don't see far enough. Yuuto had his back to Midorima, facing Takao directly. The latter hadn't expected this at all, but his reaction was extremely fast, thinking this was a great opportunity for a steal. But the ball-handling ability granted to Yuuto by the Tezuka Zone, Hand of God Zone of Mastery, allowed him to effortlessly switch hands, dodging Takao's reaching arm. Subsequently, with his back to Midorima, he slapped the ball to the right to pass him, while he spun like a top, brushing past Takao on the left along with the basketball. All of this happened in an instant. Shutoku's double team was torn open in the blink of an eye. It's not over yet. The moment Yuuto passed the two, Shinsuke Kimura arrived. Masaki Nakatani's defensive strategy for this game was to lock down Yuuto and double-team him whenever he had the ball. Because the scoring ability of the rest of Seiho wasn't enough to kill Shutoku. With Midorima, they played the game of three-pointers. Yuuto didn't drive past him. Ignoring the defender completely, he pulled up for a jump shot right there. Shinsuke Kimura felt insulted. Seiho's number 10 didn't take him seriously at all. However, when he jumped and reached out to block, the basketball flew through his palm and into the net. What is that? The Mirage shot. Midorima, an old rival, was naturally aware of Yuuto's signature mid-range shot. Combining fakes and hang time, it was a super difficult shot that perfectly blended body control and technique. Swish! The ball went in, score 4-2. Yuuto scored consecutively at the start. Shutoku wanted to respond. A quick inbound from the baseline went to Midorima. Here it comes, the full-court three-pointer. Someone shouted excitedly. But the moment Midorima caught the ball, Yuuto's figure had already arrived beside him. He was like a mountain, exerting immense pressure on Midorima, forcing him to pass the ball back to Takao to organize. Tight man-to-man defense, starting right from the backcourt. What else? That Midorima's range is the entire court. But if they do that, Seiho's defensive core is gone. Shutoku can attack the paint. Riko Ada's eyes lit up. This was one way to deal with Seiho's ironclad defense, but her expression soon dimmed. Their lineup didn't possess a monster shooter like Midorima. They couldn't tear Yuuto away from Seiho's defensive formation. The game suddenly turned into a 4-on-4. Shutoku's 4 against Seiho's 4, with the aces of both teams not participating in the offense-defense of the main group. Kazunari Takao dribbled past half-court and lobbed the ball into the paint to Teisuke Atsubo. Seiho's defenders immediately pressed up. This game will likely evolve into a 4-on-4. This was what Yuuto had told them before the match. Our defensive formation is perfect, but not completely without weaknesses. We can't fully cover the perimeter defense, and Shutoku has the best perimeter player. That was what Yuuto said at the time. He had already predicted the offensive tactics Shutoku would adopt to strip him from their defensive formation. In other words, Seiho's victory or defeat is now in our hands. Tsutomu Iwamura stuck close to Teisuke Atsubo regardless of everything. He didn't hate this outcome, they had their own pride too. As starters for the king, Seiho, they didn't want to be carried by Yuuto forever. Come on, Atsubo, Iwamura roared, his fighting spirit soaring. Bang! Muscles collided fiercely under the basket. In terms of height, Teisuke Atsubo had an absolute advantage. His 1.98 m frame was a full 11 cm taller than Iwamura. But Atsubo's low post back down couldn't move Iwamura. The Seiho captain's lower body strength was immense. This was the result of his efforts to compensate for his height disadvantage, so he wouldn't fall behind against Atsubo. Iwamura, Teisuke Atsubo didn't back down. Their rivalry had lasted for 2 years. This was the third. They entered Seiho/Shutoku at the same time and became starters almost simultaneously. They had long regarded each other as opponents they must defeat. So intense, this match lived up to being the focal battle. The opening displayed an extremely high level of play, not just from Yuuto and Midorima, but from the other players as well. Both teams, bearing the name of kings, did not want to lose to the other no matter what. Atsubo banged 3 times with no result, then attempted to use his height to force a shot over Iwamura. A turning hook shot, but Iwamura jumped immediately. His raised right arm, his fingers, grazed the skin of the basketball at the absolute limit. Clang tilde. Atsubo's hook shot hit the iron, and Seiho secured the rebound. He really has a few tricks, Senior Yamashita. Masaki Nakatani turned to look at the neighboring bench. He saw Seiho responding with extreme composure, clearly having anticipated the strategy he would adopt. What he didn't know was, the calm-looking old thief Yamashita was actually churning with shock inside. It's exactly as Yuuto predicted. Get 20-plus chapters ahead on Patreon Rose Whiskey. 177, Chapter 177, Switching Roles. The old man was astonished by the accuracy of Yuuto's prediction. He suddenly felt that he really couldn't keep up with this era. Today's basketball had no ship to carry him. This old man, who was quick to imitate, had this time placed himself in Whitebeard's position, from one piece. Seiho's counterattack. Ryuhei Kasuga quickly advanced past half-court and passed the ball to Yuuto. From the stands, Seiho's overall movement speed was even faster than Shutoku's. Their average height reached 1.85 m. This height was outstanding, even on a national scale. This was the heritage of King Seiho. Although they hadn't won the final championship in past years, Seiho's ability and quantity in absorbing fresh blood were no worse than other powerhouses. This allowed Yamashita Shio to polish such a highly mobile lineup. If his ability to coach offense was even 70% as good as his defensive coaching, he would be the best high school coach of this era, or perhaps even of all time. Shutoku continued to adopt the double-team strategy. The first-year duo waited in solemn formation, positioning themselves left and right in advance to block Yuuto's path. Yuuto didn't force it. He passed the ball to the open Tomoki Tsugawa, then cut to the basket without the ball. The buzz-cut player caught the ball and adopted a shooting posture. At this moment, Takao hesitated on whether to help defend. Under Yuuto's tutelage, Tsugawa had mastered a decent mid-range shot. Not incredibly accurate, but definitely usable. Leaving him open all the time would be suicide for Shutoku. As soon as Takao moved, Tsugawa passed the ball back to Yuuto. By the time Yuuto caught the ball again, he had obtained the one-on-one opportunity Seiho wanted. Their triangle offense was becoming more and more proficient. One-on-one to the right of the free throw line, Yuuto controlled the ball with his back to Midorima. A turn followed by a face-up step. With explosive power like a missile detonation, Yuuto turned into a golden beam, tearing through the defense and rushing into the Shutoku paint. Masaki Nakatani was prepared. There were double teams for the perimeter and double teams for the paint. Teisuke Atsubo immediately pounced to defend, coordinating with the chasing Midorima to form a front and back pincer attack. But then, something astonishing happened. Facing the double team from front and back, Yuuto jumped without any hesitation. Just as he was about to make contact with Atsubo in midair, his body suddenly executed a 360-degree spin. He completely bypassed the Shutoku captain, went to the other side of the rim, and scored with a reverse layup off the backboard. The sequence was smooth and fluid. Atsubo could do nothing. Seeing this move, Ayamine instinctively felt something different. Yes, it was different. This wasn't quite like the Yuuto he knew. The Yuuto of the past rarely used such a method to attack the basket. It was so flashy it felt unfamiliar. "Satsuki, has you always played like this since entering high school?" Ayamine asked with a confused expression. Hearing this, Mom felt around her chest area, pulled out a notebook, and skillfully flipped to the pages with the most text. "No, you didn't play like this before." Only after Ayamine mentioned it did she realize with surprise. Yuuto's flexibility seemed to have improved significantly compared to before. Although Yuuto was strong before, his body was relatively stiff. Now, his body looked much lighter and more agile. "Meaning he hasn't been standing still, right?" Ayamine suddenly laughed. That was how it should be. Only such an opponent was worthy of making him pick up basketball training again. 6-3. Yuuto scored 6 consecutive points at the start. Facing Shutoku's constant double teams, he used unreasonable individual ability to score repeatedly. On the court, all Shutoku members had crossed half-court and taken their positions. This time, Midorima didn't stay out of the offense. He joined in and actively called for the ball from Kazunari Tako. This was different from Nakatani's arrangement. This was Midorima's selfishness. As a genius, he had his own pride and wanted to challenge Yuuto head-on. Yes, with the defeat a year ago, the roles between him and Yuuto had switched. Now he was the challenger. A fake drive followed by a pull-up three-pointer from the spot. Midorima knew his advantages well. His height and wingspan were superior to Yuuto's. As long as he could successfully jump, his extremely high release point was enough to ignore interference and blocks from any player other than Murasakibara. In fact, once he successfully soared into the air, he truly became unstoppable. Unless Yuuto possessed Kagami Taiga's super jumping ability to block him from behind. Lukewarm, Yuuto spat out 2 words. The eye of the sky clearly saw the data changes in Shutoku's, Midorima's legs. He was gathering power to jump. His brain, combining memories from the simulation, made a swift judgment. Yuuto feigned biting on the fake. Then, the moment Midorima gathered the ball, he leaned his body sideways and extended his right arm. Smack! A precise and rapid steal. Midorima didn't even have time to react. For a moment, he had the illusion that he was facing his old captain, Akashi Seijiro. His moves were completely seen through. Midorima's three-pointer was completely locked down. He can even do something like that. Monster! The expressions of the Shutoku players became much more solemn. Midorima was already the strongest player they had encountered in all these years. His arrival broke Shutoku's perception of traditional basketball geniuses, making the team realize just how unreasonable a genius could be. Yet, even such a Midorima didn't even get a chance to shoot at the start of this game. Little Midorima is being suppressed to this extent? Kai's had come again today. The coach over at Kaijo didn't want him to just run off. So he applied to the coach to come watch the game live, to improve himself further and deal with the fierce battles that were sure to come. Another counterattack opportunity for Seiho. After the steal, Yuuto squeezed past Midorima, scooped up the ball, and took the lead at the front of the pack. The latter moved his long legs and chased after him. He said nothing, his pair of green eyes under the lenses unwavering. And Yuuto. Once again exploding with speed, he dribbled directly toward Midorima's right side. The generation of Miracle's strongest shooter hurriedly shifted laterally, attempting to use his body to pressure Yuuto. But he found that the expected physical contact didn't happen. He looked up abruptly, only to see Yuuto's figure dissipate like foam. The man had already stepped back to the three-point line. Swish! Yuuto gave Midorima no chance. His quick release shot talent made his release speed lightning fast. He threw the ball almost the instant he gathered it, without even aiming. That move again, Taiga Kagami still couldn't figure out how Yuuto did it. Phantom shot, dreamlike bubble. A super strong fake derived from Heizaki-kun's pillage ability. It doesn't deceive the opponent superficially, but tricks their senses through rhythm, Kuroko explained to them. Heizaki. Phantom shot. Another key figure from the Hazumi Academy Championship lineup a year ago. Like Kuroko, he was hailed as Yuuto's right-hand man. but he disappeared without a trace after graduating from junior high. 178. Chapter 178, Yuuto's Formless Basketball. The Heizaki you mentioned is that Heizaki Shogo. Yes. Where did he go? Homi Academy's championship win last year had truly made history. It was the first time a team from the countryside successfully upset the odds, defeating major districts to reach the national summit. The core figure, Yuuto, naturally needed no introduction. According to what Riko Ada knew, after his match against Teiko ended, high school coaches couldn't wait to issue invitations to him. This was incredible. Usually, even when high school coaches invited players, they would graciously wait until the nationals ended. But Yuuto broke this tradition with his astonishing talent. In the end, they saw the result. Yuuto descended upon Tokyo's Seiho High School. Another key figure, Kuroko Tetsuya, unexpectedly came to their Seirin. Only Heizaki Shogo remained a mystery. This biggest helper of Yuuto in junior high had no news whatsoever. He abandoned basketball. Oh, so it was, Junpei Hyuga and the others were stunned. How could such a formidable figure suddenly give up basketball? Kuroko could only tell them a bit about Heizaki's past, including how he was expelled from Teiko, how he was taken to Okyukazome by Yuuto to turn over a new leaf, and finally how he completed his revenge against Teiko. He didn't hide anything about the process, narrating it like a story. In other words, Yuuto took Yu and Heizaki, two players discarded by the Generation of Miracles, and defeated them. Kagami's words were a bit piercing. Kuroko expressed that he felt somewhat hurt. However, yes, Yuuto had succeeded with him and Heizaki, two players Teiko didn't need. The way the Seirin members looked at Yuuto changed at this moment. Perhaps until now, they hadn't fully understood this Lion King of Okyukazome. On the court, the point difference had widened to 6. Yuuto had scored 9 points alone, with an astonishing 100% shooting accuracy. Masaki Nakatani felt they couldn't sit and wait for death. Their morale was being suppressed by Seiho. They had to do something. He called the first timeout of the game. His first sentence wasn't to change the game plan, but to ask Teisuke Atsubo, "Can you do it?" It sounded like a nonsensical question, but the Shutoku captain understood the coach's meaning. He was asking if they could defeat the rest of Seiho. If not, Midorima would step in immediately to relieve their embarrassment. This was a provocation, but it made sense. Teisuke Atsubo and the others nodded vigorously, "We can." His answer was concise and powerful. Nakatani was satisfied. He wouldn't easily change the game plan. He had strict requirements for his players and for himself. First possession after the timeout. Kazunari Takao lobbed the ball to Atsubo again. The latter caught it and slammed his back hard against the defender. Bang tilde. Muscles collided with a toothacheing sound, like two tanks crashing into each other. Iwamura gritted his teeth, refusing to retreat half a step. But he saw the Shutoku captain force his way up, forcefully squeezing into the paint. "Don't think it ends like this, Iwamura. This match has just begun," the Shutoku captain roared. This powerful response greatly boosted their team's morale. Iwamura's expression remained unchanged, truly like a rock, but his clenched fist proved his mood wasn't simple. Impressive, Yuuto's gaze swept over Nakatani sitting on the bench. The tactics hadn't changed, the game plan remained, but the players seemed revitalized. This was leadership. However, our side isn't bad either. Yamashita Shio stared at every player on the court, his gaze as resolute as ever. The other meaning of giving the ball to Yuuto was to let everyone else focus on defense. This wasn't glamorous work, but Seiho's players were willing to give their all for these dirty and troublesome tasks. Yuuto caught the ball on the left side of the three-point line. Midorima was the primary defender, with Takao assisting from the side. The double-team Nakatani, prepared for him, wasn't an all-out team swarm. Their trap was layered, with Midorima as the main body, Takao assisting on the perimeter, and Atsubo assisting in the paint. Because aside from Midorima, Shutoku didn't have a second person who could match Yuuto's athletic ability and body frame in all aspects. But, bang tilde, using the full power of the five-finger lightning dribble, lightning seemed to travel across Yuuto's golden body. It didn't just look extraordinary, his speed was as swift as a thunderbolt. Midorima stood ready, adapting and attempting to keep up with Yuuto's movements. Amidst the brilliant golden light, a green light suddenly lit up, attempting to rival it. But while Midorima was adapting, Yuuto's eye of the sky was also transmitting the collected data changes to his brain, performing deeper analysis to help him complete a precise defensive reading. After that, he would correct his weaknesses, making himself stronger, forcing Midorima to improve further, until Midorima could advance no more, and finally, utterly crushing his opponent. Smack tilde. Unparalleled ball sense allowed Yuuto to shake off Midorima with a behind-the-back crossover during their third entanglement. "Don't think you can get past," Taiko shouted, charging out from the side. But, too naive. Yuuto's 5 fingers flicked simultaneously. The basketball hit the ground and bounced fiercely toward Taiko's face, making his heart skip a beat like heavy metal rock music. Taiko was stunned by the sudden ball flying at him. His brain issued a command to dodge, but his body didn't move. But Yuuto didn't need him to move. Seizing the moment of the opponent's distraction, Yuuto raised his hand to scoop the ball back, turning into a golden beam and killing his way into the Shutoku paint. "Pervert," people exclaimed. This play wasn't like Yuuto at all. It was excessively flashy, making people involuntarily intoxicated by it. With one acceleration, he killed his way into the paint, gathered the ball, and jumped. "Yuuto!" Midorima shouted and jumped. He thought he had seized the opportunity, jumping almost simultaneously with Captain Atsubo. One in front, one behind, they tightly sandwiched Yuuto like the filling of a sandwich, leaving no space whatsoever. "Got him," Nakatani secretly clenched his fist. He always believed. Even if Midorima's individual combat capability wasn't as good as Yuuto or Aomine, he wouldn't be too far behind those guys. Because Midorima himself was a monster, he only needed some help to stop Yuuto. And this was the power of the team, the truth of basketball. However, just when they thought they had finally successfully stopped Yuuto once, in midair, Yuuto's body tilted at an incredible angle. He dodged the blockade of the two overhead laterally. With his right hand gripping the basketball, he flicked it gently. The ball passed under Atsubo's armpit and drilled into the basket. At this moment, Masaki Nakatani froze in place, his eyes wide. Aomine Daiki's Formless Shot, 179, Chapter 179, Conceptual Level Correction. The visual impact of this scene was absolutely intense. From a god's eye view. Facing a double team, Yuuto twisted his body like a pretzel in midair. With a movement that seemed completely off balance, something perceived as nearly impossible, he flicked the ball into the net. He was practically challenging the limits of human anatomy. Such a scene. It was so terrifying, yet so familiar. Familiar because this was the signature style of Two's ace, Aomine Daiki, like the embodiment of chaos. Terrifying because Shutoku's opponent today wasn't Two, but Seiho and Yuuto. Formless Shot. In the audience, Kai's mom and the others were dumbfounded. This was a development they couldn't have imagined no matter what. Midorima's expression also turned to shock in that instant. He opened his mouth, but couldn't make a sound. Tap tilde. Yuuto landed, his body staggering slightly. He wasn't quite used to this style of play yet. "I really am not used to that guy Aomine's style." Yuuto shook his hand, then said, "But I will correct it." Yes, he could correct it. This meant that Shutoku would very likely face an Aomine Daiki next. And this Aomine Daiki was currently hidden within Yuuto, ready to switch styles at any unpredictable moment to suppress them. How on earth did he do that? Kai's was astounded. His copy wasn't complete yet, but Yuuto had taken a step ahead. This brought a huge shock to his worldview. At the same time, it confirmed that the path he was considering was valid. He could fuse the abilities of those 5 people into one body. That would be the optimal form for Kai's Ryota in the future. Trouble, Nakatani clenched his hands together. Next, Midorima would face a player who could switch between different styles at any time. Two completely different extremes of basketball. Shutoku's offense. Kiyoshi Miyagi drove with the ball, but his final layup was swatted away by Ryuhei Kasuga. Iwamura and Amuro coordinated well. The latter boxed out Atsubo, while the former outmuscled Kimura to secure the ball. Seiho's counterattack opportunity. Midorima faced Yuuto again. The existence of the acrobatic shot talent only allowed Yuuto to perform various fancy shots, layups, dunks in the air. On the ground, he actually couldn't be as dazzling as Aomine. But how does the saying go? The person who knows you best is often your enemy. In so many past simulations, Yuuto didn't know how many times he had faced Aomine head-on. With the ball sense granted by the Tezuka zone and the boost from massive memories, playing Aomine for a bit wasn't impossible. The difference lay in Yuuto's thought process and the commands issued instantly. Yuuto turned into a golden beam and crashed directly toward Midorima's right side. Seizing the moment Midorima shifted laterally, he suddenly pulled the ball behind his back and pushed it forward. The ball flew deftly behind Midorima. At the same time, Yuuto's body swung violently, moving with the basketball. By the time he completed all this, Midorima had only just stabilized his center of gravity and found time to chase. But ultimately, it was too late. Yuuto pulled up for a jump shot and scored again. The first quarter wasn't even halfway through, and Yuuto's score had already reached double digits. Fans hadn't seen Midorima's terrifying offensive firepower yet, but they had witnessed Yuuto's heaven-defying firepower. 6 for 6, 1 for 1 from 3, 13 points all alone. My God, these are the stats the Lion King got in just 4 minutes of a single quarter. He single-handedly accounted for all of Seiho's points in the past 4 minutes. There's no solution. The fans who had waited so long finally saw Yuuto's strength today. Facing Shutoku's strategy of double-teaming him upon possession, he put up an insane 100% shooting percentage. The point gap continued to widen. If this continued, Shutoku would trail by double digits in a single quarter. The suspense of the game would end prematurely. Seiho's morale was high right now, which would feed back into their game state. Their defense would get tougher, and scoring would become difficult for the rest of Shutoku. Couldn't wait any longer. Masaki Nakatani made a prompt decision and signaled the players. Consider corrections later. Right now, they needed Midorima to pull some points back. Then, roar! The three-pointer went in. The generation of Miracle's strongest shooter, who had been silent for a few minutes after the opening, fired again. He utilized off-ball movement and teammate screens to gain a fleeting moment to shoot. Midorima seized it. As long as there was a sliver of space, he could put the ball in. He was confident in his shooting to the extreme, as if he never considered the possibility of missing. Yuuto stood in place, his eyes empty. People knew that this monster's correction ability had activated again. If this keeps up, Yu's off-ball ability will sooner or later rise to a level where he can ignore Shutoku's screens. Mom wasn't so optimistic. Looking at the cheering Shutoku fans, she thought these people were too naive, completely unaware of what kind of opponent they were facing. Sure enough, in the next possession, Yuuto seemed to have anticipated it in advance. Sticking to that limit of one-step distance, he dodged Miyagi's screen and continued the pursuit. This damn monster, Miyagi cursed inwardly. The same move didn't work a second time. He had only seen such things in that Saint Seiya anime. But Midorima still sank a 3. Because they prepared a double screen for Yuuto. Double screens. Just to provide Midorima with shooting space, Shutoku really is, stopping at nothing. Junpei Hyuga's expression was full of longing. This was the highest praise for a three-point shooter. Using the power of the entire team just to create shooting space for one person. Stop fantasizing, Hyuga, Izuki Shun poured cold water on him. If you had Midorima's ability, we'd be happy to carry your bags for you. Blyet. Is this really my teammate? That was harsh. Yuuto's eyes became empty again. Midorima noticed and frowned tightly. The opponent's correction ability was, to some extent, as demoralizing as Kai's copying, perhaps even more damaging to one's confidence than Kai's. The tactics their coach prepared all night, the tactics the team practiced countless times, they only worked once. But what Midorima didn't know was Yuuto's correction this time wasn't just targeting one or two specific tactics. He was correcting the concept of screens. The memories from the simulation provided him with a vast amount of material. Yuuto was now attempting to correct all of Shutoku's off-ball screen tactics that would follow. Get 20-plus chapters ahead on Patreon Rose Whiskey. All right, legends, that's it for today. If you're ready for the next chapter, smash that like button and flood the comments right now. Remember, we've got 3 days to prove this story needs to continue. Subscribe so you don't miss the drop, and I'll meet you in the next audiobook.